expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect?
Welcome to the east side. We don't wait for doors of opportunity, we just wait on when we gotta kick them in. Decatur, Georgia, or a den of thieves. Hidden leads just to feed the village. Hidden leads make them feel like ninjas. Niggas always keep the metal tucked till you run up, get your face cut. Got your brukins on the back end. Know too many niggas trapped. They be stuck in genjutsu. They see the world from a different view. Shadow clones cause they silhouettes. Hard to point out when they robbing you. You never know what be inside of you. You never know who you be talking to. Till it's 2 a.m. on the east side. Blacker shadows in the nighttime. They don't wait on nothing but the right time. He ain't come around the corner. Shots fired, that's a nigga down. Sad, but this is normal around this town. I've been crying for my niggas found. I've been praying for my niggas down. Always looking for some progress. Try a nigga, he gon' regress. Locked and loaded that nigga ready. Turn your brains into red spaghetti. I be looking for God here. Hopefully see that I'm trying here. Save my niggas cause they really lost. Talk to my niggas before you write them off.
They say, Vic, don't you move on that side, boy. Both the crime rate and junkies stay high, boy. Scary niggas, they ain't see my vision and they see it, they want on the convoy. Stop by the corner store, know that it's kissing. Then let them watch windows, punk gas for a bag of chip shot with the water. But no, they got size, I don't need no patchouli. I just want water. Star bitch with my brothers like Pops and Earl. We gon' turn Keller Roll right into a Melrose. I might turn Wesley Chop to a motherfucking church. They got them my people and teach them their worth. I don't need no appraiser, I'm no endower for my property. They just sold out the cap, always a lot in the world, and I'm on it all that construction on this side. I'm taking my time. Now it's 2 a.m. on the east side. Up as fuck, no I'm writing rhymes. Late night, now the early morning, like an alchemist, I'm turning into something. Shots fired, that's your nigga down. Sad, but it's normal around this town. Cause I'm calling, say you beat the charge. He can't wait to come back around. Other cousin Carly, almost out. Say he heard prices, we back up. Confirm they gassed up. Tell him chill, though, cause we next up. People be looking for God here. My job is to teach them look in themselves. Say my niggas cause they really lost. Spitting for the ones that breaking off.
Who did you expect?
Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the Super Bowl.
Niggas so thirsty, don't put me in beef. Dissecting my words and start looking too deep. I look at the tweets and start sucking my teeth. I'm letting it rock cause I love the mystique. I still wanna give me a song where I be. Can't trust everything that you saw on IG. Just know if I diss you, I make sure you know that I hit you like I'm on your caller ID. I'm naming the album to fall off. It's pretty ironic cause it ain't no fall off for me. Still in this bitch getting bigger. They waiting on the kid to come drop like a father to be. Love when they argue the hardest MC. Is it K-Dot, is it Aubrey or me? We the big three like we started the league. But right now I feel like Muhammad Ali. Yeah, Muhammad Ali, the one that they call when they shit ain't connected no more. Feel like I got a job in IT. Rhyming with me is the biggest mistake. The Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake. It's like we recruited your homies to be demon deacons. We got them attending your wake. Hey, how the gang got away from the bars, man, this shit like a prison escape. Everybody stepping, we're fucking, and everybody breakfast, and I'm about to clear up my plate. When I show up, it's motion picture, blockbuster. The goat with the golden pen, the top toucher, the spot rusher. Spray this whole shit up, the crop duster. Not Russia, but apply pressure to your cranium. Codes automatic when aiming with the boy in the status of stadium.
Big as the Super Bowl, but the difference is it's just two guys playing shit that they did in the studio. Niggas usually send they verses back to me and they be terrible, just like a 2-year-old. I love a dinner with some fine women when they start debating about who the GOAT. I'm like, go ahead, say it then. Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who you bitches really rooting for? Like a kid that had been from January to November, nigga, it's just you and Cole. Big as the what? Big as the what? Big as the what? Big as the Super Bowl. on G. Never paid attention to the room or the homie. She just missed another opportunity, And I know that she lonely with no company, She so busy reading text, she ain't even read the room, yeah. Always sending texts like I just want myself a little boo, yeah. I think I just went stupid, hit by Cupid. The arrow hit my heart, I hope she noticed, gotta read the room, yeah. Learn to read the room, I really wish that you can read the room. I really wish that you can look inside of me, and I can tell you how I feel, little baby. Just learn to read the room, Read the room. Just read the room, Just read the room. Learn to feel that presence and that feeling in that mood. Just learn to go ahead and feel that moment too, Learn to read the room. Trying to talk to you was honestly so fucking strange. Trying to find a way to drove my brain to be deranged. I would've never thought I'd have this kind of issue. I couldn't connect with you inside of the same room. I know you feel me, at least I think you do. It's hard to tell, I cannot read the room. Seem to be unfazed, that's what you supposed to do. You seem so confused, baby, why won't you learn to read the room? I really wish that you can read the room. I really wish that you can look inside of me, and I can tell you how I feel, little baby. Just learn to read the room, Read the room. Just read the room, Just read the room. Learn to feel that presence and that feeling in that mood. Just learn to go ahead and feel that moment too, Learn to read the room.
I'll show you how to read the room, baby. Say you faded off that drink, I hit the road in Zoom, baby. Project nigga section 8, I never had a spoon, baby. She says it's rated, this movie coming soon, baby. No, I ain't worried about your boyfriend, he ain't like that. See me, it's on sight about that pussy, he gon' fight back. He gon' risk his life, I beat him up like go down my path. But your bitch want me, so it ain't my fault that you tried that. Oh yeah.
Learn to read the room, I really wish that you can read the room. I really wish that you can look inside of me, and I can tell you how I feel, little baby. Just learn to read the room, Read the room. Just read the room, Just read the room. Learn to feel that presence and that feeling in that mood. Just learn to go ahead and feel that moment too, Learn to read the room. Yeah, everybody think it's a game. Yeah, everybody think it's a game. Yeah, everybody think it's a game. Boy, I ain't playing no games. No, boy, I ain't playing no games. Yeah, don't nobody know about the late night, early mornings with no sleep. Don't nobody know about the low time we ain't really had nothing to eat. Don't nobody know about the time we had to ride around without tank on E. Don't nobody know nothing but me. Don't nobody know nothing but me. Don't nobody know about the grind that it took. Don't nobody know how many times we put ourselves out there and got overlooked. Don't nobody know our pockets was low. Don't nobody know they think what they know. Don't nobody got love for a man, especially when a man hitting it low. Everybody got words of wisdom. Who putting in the work though? Everybody wanna get a trophy, but you ain't make it to the ship though. Better stick to your sailboat. I know you love to ride the wave. I see you really love to follow. Should've said it was over here though. Whoa, everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game till you get played. 2K, pat me the pressure, I handle the rock. Stay on the ground till I shoot to the top. Harder than lava, I fire the op. Stay back and shoot, my heart is your heart. I don't miss nothing, my shot can't get blocked. Bust in your face like I'm Curry on God. My mentality, win at all costs. Snakes in that gray, had to cut a few off. Keep my head low, my focus is pivot. The confidence is key, don't let haters get to you. Critics always wanna say something negative. I can't mind them, I know that I'm better than them. I just know I got that grind for my team. Take the title home and be MVP. Once I do, I'ma show on the king. Finger to the left, so quiet my demons. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game till you get played, yeah.
Oh, wow. Welcome to the aftermath. Welcome to the aftermath, okay? Whew, man, I don't think I got enough water for this. I am tired, but who cares? The show must go on. So, once again, big shout out to Jack, who was the sponsor of the last show. Jack, Mr. Messy Jack, all that good stuff. All right. And shout out to the lovely Peace Joy in the building. I'm just gonna tell y'all the truth. Okay. I'm gonna tell y'all exactly what I experienced moderating this particular debate. Okay. That's what we're gonna do today. And that's all I can say, Coach. So once again, major shout out to Jack, who's nothing but a troublemaker everywhere he go, every city. I don't know why, but he just is. All right. Now, and big shout out to my brother Donnell Hawkins. Sent the cash app. I appreciate you, fam. I want to say this. I had a lot of fun on the show. I just want to tell you that I had a lot of fun on the show. I anticipated it would bother some people. It would rub some people the wrong way. And so there are strong audiences on both sides. Sharon and Brownsville, Fantastic has a really strong audience. Fatty and his audience. So it was a lot of moving pieces there. So I just want to get into how it started and the thought process, and then we'll break everything down after that. All right. But let me get into the super chats that came in early in the show. I don't know why. Jack says, I'm just here to make sure you catch all SBG First Lady smoke. Beef, beef, beef. I've been waiting for a legendary beef to squash all beefs. I'm here for it. No. I don't beef with no First Ladies at SBG. Absolutely not. Not me. I'm the conversationalist. I don't want no problems. Except for tonight, maybe. Okay. Messy Jack says, being messy? Me? My read? No, of course not. Not the messy one. Maybe it's my read. Shout out to my brother Sherman Thomas says, the orange hoodie, who gonna get it in tonight? Well, I'm just telling you this now. I accept all challenges, every single last one of them. If that's what they want, that's what it's gonna be. If that's what they want, I am prepared tonight. Okay, I am not moderating the debate now. You come on my show, you gonna get what you gonna get. Okay. Messy Jack says, Sharon, the orange hoodie for the SBG First Lady. No, it is not. No, it is not. Okay. Absolutely not. I'm not trying to get beat up today. Okay. Brownsville in the building says Brownsville 1, R.Empire 0. Real, recognize real. Okay. Yeah. So there's all kinds of things in society, right? There's realism and there's delusion. Everybody has it. Okay. Jack says, in this case, it's not obvious. Anya wants to smoke. Ayo. No. Absolutely not. What happened was, what you guys just saw was a produced show that turned it up. Turned up the show. That is what is supposed to happen. That is the expectations when you put together a bunch of different personalities. You have the marketing that Fatty brings with his shows and the build up and that whole process, right? It was really well put together. Criticism is received because if everything goes super great, that means we ain't really do nothing. Okay. So we want the criticism to rain on in. We want the disagreements. Okay. Agreements is cool, but in this space, it is all about the disagreements. Okay. So nobody's going to be buddy. So let's just get that out of the way first. All right. So let's get into how the show even went by. Okay. I just happened to be available this week, or at least up to this point. And Brownsville mentioned my name. I don't know why he likes to do such things, but he did. And I said, in fact, he said, yo, you do the debate. I said, I got you. It's no problem. I'll make it happen. I'll figure out the time and we'll put it together. Okay. Once we get there, y'all know they own black people time. I'm looking at my watch. Now, I will say this. I believe Fantastic was probably there early on. All right. So I believe he probably was there early on. Some people might have been silent, but Team Fatty decided to trot up a little late like he always do because he's so busy. He ain't got time for us little people, right? And so just hearing how, the structure, and Fatty sent out an email of the structure and what he thought in these things. And of course, any good person leaves some interpretation to the actual debaters and whatnot. So he put a good amount of responsibility into their hands so that he, in my opinion, he wouldn't get so much pushback by having a lot of restraints around what they could and couldn't do. So I think he did a really, really good job. He introduced some things like I said he would as the show goes on. He's going to introduce new things, new concepts. He's going to adjust things. That is common with what we see here. So that's cool. And let's just be honest. Once that happened, out to the races. Okay. My whole goal going into the show was to do the very best I can to make sure the show is not about me, right? Make sure that I'm not trying to take away from the participants and make it a show that is focusing on me and this and that. So I was heavily focused on not interjecting too much, but at the same time, making sure that the show runs smooth. And this is the part that you guys struggle with. I saw a lot of people talking about this ain't no real debates, and they just going off emotional, right? I don't know why the emotions are so high. One thing that you guys have to understand is there has to be some form of entertainment presented to the people. I don't know why there's confusion around it. I don't know why people struggle with that. To maintain a certain level of concentration, you have to get people involved. You have to get people excited, making sure that you carry throughout the show. Nobody comes home after they hard day at work and go in, man, I'm about to go watch a show about debates and go on YouTube and cite a formal debate and then watch it. And be like, man, this great formal debate is amazing. So you guys have to be considerate of the fact that a lot of y'all come here to laugh. Y'all want to see a little bit of jokes. Y'all want to see a little bit of creativity. Y'all want to see people piece arguments together. Y'all want a combination. So for me, it was important to mind my business, to challenge, but not be too much where I took off away from the participants, right? So you guys would see early on that because there was no laid out, this is the first topic, second topic, it has to go this way. It started off a little rough, and that I'm going to get into that first, okay? I know Armanai says debates are not designed for entertainment. So, yeah, if that's how you feel, that's okay. That's okay. Nobody makes no argument there. We on YouTube, so we do combination. So we got debate, and we infuse it with a level of entertainment. If y'all don't realize how important that is, please go watch The Boring Housewives of Hollywood and all that stuff. It just doesn't work. So it has to be some level of balance there, like it or not, okay? So that was my focal point going in. I knew that everybody is going to attribute bias one way or not, but I don't care what nobody say. There ain't no bias on me. Whoever wins, whoever has the more sound arguments, whoever makes the better counter punches, etc., I'm going to declare them the winner based on a bunch of different criteria, not based upon how I feel, not based upon because I like this person or that person more than somebody else. That doesn't benefit me. I get no gain from that. So I knew that ideally, and Fatty kind of knew and Sharon kind of knew that the deciding vote would probably come down to me. Like, let's just be honest. That was the thought process going into it. And when it first started, what I said was, whoa, neither of them put like a super strong position out, which is fine. And I understand why. And then in the early beginning, I kind of interceded a little bit and I invalidated like a whole bunch of points. And I didn't intentionally mean to do that. But what I realized was like in my mind, I'm like listening to what was presented. And then my mind goes, oh, I can debunk that easily. Oh, I can show the flaws in that statement easily. But I was not the person that was supposed to debate. So I had to refrain from that and challenge my mind and go, Erase the answers that you have because it ain't your job. It's their job to present them. And it's my job to ask clarification questions and guide the conversation, make it a little bit more expedient so people are not long-winded. People are not talking for too long because that can come back and that can hurt you. It can come back and it can hurt you. All right. So that was my thought process going in. It's what I attempted to do. I don't know what you guys saw. I want to know your opinion if you think that based upon the positions of the moderators that I did the best that I could do as far as balancing that out, knowing there needs to be some form of entertainment. And Fatty is there and he understands that. Sharana understands that. The participants, they just want to win. We're there to identify the winners, identify who's done this, right? And so I think it was a great debate. I think it was a great show overall. Anybody who denies that, I would just challenge you, go ahead and put together a better one. And if y'all gonna deny that, you got to put together a better one. That's just I've seen people in there. What good is this and how this is gonna work? Well, you do it. You do it. I get into it all the time with people when they say, oh, you know, rich people this or rich people that. We're like, well, you go build out a business and go pay somebody $90 an hour to show them their worth. And then they never create the business and they never do that. So I'm going to go about this. So if you didn't watch the debate, please do. Okay, go back and watch it and make your own decision. Okay, I wasn't able to see all the polls of who people picked to win. So I don't know who everybody picked that win. So if y'all in the chat now, if y'all just type in who you guys had winning, so I can get a baseline of who y'all thought won. Right. So just put it in the chat so I can see who y'all had winning and who y'all had losing or whatnot. So I can kind of go from there because I don't think a lot of people think I was biased. I really don't think I was biased. I knew I was going to get that attributed to me, but I don't think they're going to be able to prove that. I think the bias statement is emotional. I don't think it was sound. I don't think it was derived from actual points that they can bring. Now, let's talk about Fatty's assessment, right? I think Fatty's assessment was pretty put together, right? Which I agreed with a lot of the things that he said. And then Sharon's assessment, actually, where he endorsed Brownsville, I agree with a lot of the things he said. I'm like, you know what? He didn't debunk that point. He didn't prove that point. And unfortunately, when you have a debate, whatever your criteria is, do you deduct a point for over talking? Do you deduct a point for interjecting too much? There are certain point bases that I have in my head where I'm like, oh, that's a good point. I'm gonna slide that point to you, right? When you counter something, okay, I'm gonna slide that point. Now, sometimes you lose your own point. Sometimes you lose your own point, and I totally saw that with some people. If you overtalk, if you talk too much, you can drown your own point out, right? So a lot of people have to learn to structure their points much more concisely so that you can just boom, in, out, drop your point. Don't disprove your own point. And that happened a few times throughout the debate, right? But I don't care what nobody say. Y'all had a good time. Y'all had a good time. Those chats was bumping. So I seen people that don't never turn up for the turn up, they turned up. So y'all had a good time. And remember, this is not a finished product. This is not the only debates that's going to happen. There's going to be more things added. I want to know what y'all think that can go well. So what I'm going to talk about is some of the things that I would have that I would probably tweak going forward, right? So we're going to talk about that. All right. So number one, I think that, and it's just my opinion, and we'll go from there. And this is just my thoughts. There should be 3 rounds, right? So round 1, whatever your presented point of why you're right, and then your opponent. Round 2, round 3, right? Score each of those rounds. Okay. And if you have to go, I don't know, if you have to go to a 4th round, which is like a tiebreaker round, then you add that in there, right? Because I think if you present the questions prior, right? There weren't specific questions prior, and I know why. But I think if we present questions 1, 2, 3, or something on that line, right, that will fix certain things. And it's hard to do that because you do limit the debaters if you possibly do that. And we all don't talk every day on the phone and things like that. And remember, this is only debate number 2. So I think that would probably help. How we judge or how we score, present that like one point for countering, like deduct 1 point for interjecting too much, things like that. So stuff like a point system would possibly be beneficial, although the opinion one is more entertaining because it's more based upon a person's opinion and not a strong point system based upon things that were actually complete, right? But that just depends, right? You try out multiple different structure and figure that out, right? Now, a lot of people, they may have a different idea, and that's fine. But I think that's what stopped. That's what caused a hurdle in the beginning, where points were not solid. There were no diametrically opposed. It was just a blanketed statement. And that's what caused. Then as the show got better, as the show went on, right, then you kind of start to see people get in a groove. Then you kind of start to see people get a little bit more into it. Now, let's talk about this. I don't really know what the what did Fatty introduce for $100? What is it? What was it? The Shadow Realm, right? So that one was interesting. I think that's pretty cool. I think 2 problems happen there. Fantastic is very funny in the sense of he can joke and Jones with anybody, right? Brownsville, it kind of takes away from his stoic demeanor that he wants to deliver to his audience. So when you activate that, it kind of puts Brownsville at a disadvantage because for Fantastic, he ain't gonna stop. He gonna get it in. Like he have no problem, getting down and saying some wild things and joke and fun and just and all that. Where Brownsville, I think, will be a little more reserved. He might throw some shots in there, but I don't think he's gonna take the gloves all the way off. So I think that puts him at a slight disadvantage there, but that's part of the game. I want to talk to Fatty about and this is I'm gonna talk to Fatty about alternate moderator, right? So and he might like this, right? So, and what I don't know whatever his price point would be, but you can bump a moderator. So let's say 1, 2, 3 moderators, and y'all think one of the moderators ain't it, bump them. Throw them out and add somebody else in there. That would like make it interesting, spice it up a little bit far as how we do things in our space. You guys have to realize the goal is to make this entertaining, fun, but at the same time, show people's witty skills and whatnot. For all the people that want to downplay it or say these type of things, the onus is going to be on you to put together a better product, right? I'm not in the business of telling people, no, that's true. What I'm saying is, this could happen. This will work. Try this, I don't really like that. The hating, and this is why it's hating, because you offer things and you don't want to do nothing. You just like, yeah, okay, but if you're going to downplay somebody, then you go do it then, because it's my thing. You're going to downplay it. Critique and downplaying is two different things. I seen critique, and then I seen the whole talk down on people and take shots at them, and I be seeing little stuff like that. Don't bother me none, right? Brownsville's wrong about me having a bias. Fantastic didn't pay me. Fantastic was like, hey, bro, you got to vote for me. None of that happened. Fatty wasn't like, yeah, you know, no, because I don't answer to either of them, and neither of those people answer to me. I think I gave a very fair assessment. Y'all may make a claim that the other two assessments had a high level of bias. I don't know. I'm going to tell y'all the truth and what I think. Okay, Lux is here. Lux, you tell me what you thought. You were there. You told me to be on my best behavior. I actually think that Fatty did, like, he liked to get things right. He liked to do it on purpose. I think he voted because he decided to go first. And y'all know how strategic he is. He said, I'm going to go for Fantastic just to stir it up and say, ooh, right? And then he said, Sharon, you go next, because just to stir it up. And then y'all saw me. So the thing is, I didn't want to just outrightly say anything. I wanted to build up to the answer, right? Because this is a show. We're trying to figure this out. And suspense is necessary, right? Suspense is necessary. So I thought I did a good job. And for anybody that disagrees, I accept all challenges to where my assessment was so wrong. The outcome, even if you disagree with some point here or some point here, do you disagree with the outcome of my assessment of who won? Because if you say, well, I don't agree that how you made this point here. Well, if we all get to, to Mars at the end of the day, I get on Elon Musk, SpaceX, one of those ships, and then you get on one of those Blue Origins from Jeff Bezos, and we go to Mars. We both got to Mars, okay? Now, you want to cry about who got on which ship or not? That's up to you, okay? But I think Lauren Mack is a troublemaker, okay? She wanted to go to the Shadow Realm first. I saw that. And I was trying to participate in all the chats, but I didn't want to take away from the show, so I want to keep my focus there. But I saw people saying things. I would have responded if I wasn't moderating the show. So anybody that was saying things or asking me questions, I couldn't respond because I wanted to give the proper amount of attention. I want to say big shouts out to Fantastic. Big shouts out to Brownsville. They did a great job. After the initial hiccups, y'all saw it, the show got rolling. The show got rolling. And I think that nobody going to be able to take away from how that show went. That show was rocking. I think Fatty said we had like 800 people in the building. 800 people? Come on, man. Like, that show was rocking. All right. And I think overall, everybody agreed with the outcome of my assessment. Okay. So I know podcast is here. I want to get podcasts up. What happened? What else happened? Where we at? Here we go. And then I don't know. Brownsville, he seems to be upset with my outcome, but I don't think he gave a sound reason to why I'm off. I don't think he gave a sound reason to why I'm off, right? And Fantastic was upset because he believed that he had a flawless victory. And this is like boxing, right? It's like boxing. And it's more entertaining. It's more entertaining the how the matches develop, all right? This is business and entertainment, okay? Fatty does what he does. Fantastic did what he does. Brownsville did what he does. Sharon, I think I will say this. Fatty, I think he knows who he is, so he was trying to get. All right, one thing y'all have to understand this. Fatty looks at it like this. I have to make sure the show is running, right? When you're a moderator, the flow of the show is very important. So when you're sitting back and you're like, okay, you're watching them go back and forth and you're like, this ain't really moving the needle, right? I got to get some spice in here or get some adjustments or bring this out of here. Fatty is trying to figure that out, right? Sharon and me, I think we took a fallback position and said we got to chill, watch this for a minute, and then we start to like filter that out and get the groove on there and get the groove there. So that was important. But overall, it was a good show. Overall, it was a good show. And I don't know why podcast. We do not do those numbers all the time. You crazy. We do not be doing them numbers like that. 800 people on a Wednesday? Nah, we don't normally get that many people in the shows. But then again, you might be correct. I don't want to argue with podcast. And then another thing, I don't know if I really care so much to be a part of the debate. Because Fatty will say, hey, we get to the. I don't know. I really like the moderator judge role, right? Once you kind of remove yourself from the role, and this is what people don't understand. Once you kind of remove yourself from that role, it's hard for people to filter you into another role when you start to make adjustments. Like, I'll give you an example, right? When Hamp is moderating, if you introduce a whole show and remove him from there and make him filter out his opinion the whole show, that will shift how he's viewed as a moderator, right? Some people understand what I'm saying. So I don't know. I don't know if I really care so much to destroy anybody in a debate because I'm more branded as the conversationalist, right? So that's kind of how I look at it. But you guys have strong opinions. So podcast said I need to drop the link because he mad at me today. I don't know why. He saw the show. So I want to hear why he's so upset with me. Why he's so frustrated, right? He saw the show. And if I do a debate though, if me and Cheeky do a debate, I don't know if that's gonna work for me because I don't want to do what y'all know I'm gonna do. I don't want to do it. Okay, Either man, what up, brother?
How you doing today, brother?
Now you saw me getting excoriated for making a fair assessment that I thought was fair. I was getting dragged in the mud talking about you biased. I'm like, me biased? What do I gain out of being biased? That part throws me off, right? I ain't gaining nothing from being biased. You know what I'm saying? So that part threw me off.
Oh, you posted the link already. God damn it. Goddamn podcast. Never mind. All right, so listen. First of all, that was the best show I've seen this year. Being honest, I think that was the best show. It was the first time that I seen us for 2 hours actually navigate through a show. Let me tell you some of the things. So I want to say it was best before I put my criticism because I don't want people to think that I'm just hating because what I'm going to say.
I'll put the bounties up. Hold on. I'm joking. Go ahead.
All right, so that's the first thing I'm saying is I really enjoyed the show. Truthfully and honestly, I can't lie and say that wasn't a great show, right? I had a chance to be in every single chat, all three chats, and all three chats was lit. I mean, they was fire, right? Yeah, and this was the first time that you had three different chats all having their own conversation, totally different from each other. So first of all, I did think they did a good idea. I think that this was like, have you ever been to an amateur boxing match? Right? And you don't know what to expect. Like, it's different when we see Floyd Mayweather fight because we kind of know his moves and kind of what he do. So we didn't know what to expect because we have never seen neither one of these guys into a debate. And so first of all, let's talk about things I didn't like. Then I'll get into some of the things that I did like. So the first thing I did not like is that it was a lot of yes and no questions. And it was a lot of back-to-back questions from moderators, right? I felt like if a moderator is going to ask a question, they should give you at least a minute to answer the question instead of trying to corner you into a yes or no answer, especially from a debate point of view, right? Yeah. But that's just my personal opinion because I have seen it. So I think it should have been an open question, and that once it was an open question, I should have the debater should have at least 1 minute to answer that open question, right?
I agree with that. I think what y'all don't realize sometimes is when you're dealing with two strong participants, they tend to reject your questions. So they kind of force you to follow up. Like, like you say, hey, so I have a question. Well, why are you questioning me with the question? So there is a level of defensiveness from the people that are participating. And so sometimes there is a back and forth. But I agree with your statement. We should definitely need to minimize those as much as possible. And I think it got better as the show went on. Go ahead.
Second thing, moderators cannot make statements in the debate. Point blank period. A moderator can't make a statement like XYZ, this is what you're saying, or this, like when you make a statement and this is just my opinion, like I've said, whatever it's worth, you can throw it away. But when you start making statements like, oh, this, and try to make a point, what happened is it shows that you are biased one way or the other. One thing that I liked about what Aaron did, Aaron said, I'm asking this question for clarity. He wasn't asking questions to make a point. And I feel on Sharon and Fatty's side, they was asking questions at one point to make a point, almost like the moderator was trying to checkmate the people that was actually debating. So do you think that's a fair assessment, Aaron, or you think that's a bias?
Well, I want to get Beans in the conversation before I retort. Beans, what are your thoughts? First, I want you to respond if you think what E-Man's assessment was correct, and then you can get into what you want to get into.
Beans ain't even watched the debate. Go ahead, Beans.
And I ain't listening to this nigga, man. I came up here for the real smoke. It's the reason why you wearing that orange hoodie, right? So I came up here to give you that, B. Know what I mean? And that's why I hate that you took so long, because I wanted to address the stuff that you were saying. First of all, I'm cool with the point system, especially if you run it like in boxing. So you say 10-9, right? So you just give 10 to the person you think won, 9 to the other one. And even if it was a draw, it would be 9-9, right? So the point system is cool. The rounds, 3 rounds, that's cool. But to me, the first thing you have to address, and I know this is going to make it suck for the audience, but I don't care about them. The first thing you're going to have to address is the moderators. They're way too, I'm sorry, let me rephrase.
They're way too involved.
Wait, let me rephrase that, because they actually are judges. And because they're judges, they're way too involved. See, so like if it was me, what I would do is, because I seen Fatty put up podcast versus Eat a Man next Wednesday. I'm like, I wish I would have let me know, right? But although I'm cool with that. That sounds like that's a good show right there.
You don't want this vote. You don't want this vote. I would go ahead and put it out here for the record.
I'm gonna start charging for advertising.
Just stop it. But what I'm saying is this. So I would have my 3 moderators, right? Like you, 3 judges, right? So like I would say, I'm gonna pick Cheeky off bat. It is no question about it. I'm going to Cheeky, right? So then E might say, let me get Aaron, boom, right? And then we get one more person who I think absolutely should not be Fat. And then the moderator, we should have a moderator, right? My moderator, without question, ain't nothing to think about, would be Hemp, right? Because I know for a fact that Hemp is going to make sure that the conversation stays on track where it's supposed to be. And then it's only that one other voice. Because the way y'all doing it right now is 5 voices. That's still too much. It's supposed to be about the 2 people debating. Right?
So I do agree with all those assessments. I would agree with all that. The only thing is I don't know how it would flow. So like it's worth testing out in my opinion. I think we have to acknowledge who's in the space, how people respond to all the personalities. Is you know what I'm saying? Because what we personally want is fine, right? But we ain't doing this behind the StreamYard. We trying to get everybody included. So, but I agree with everything you said, Beans. I think that's a great idea because moderators and judge, it's kind of I understand what you're trying to say that there should just be one person, the other 3 judge. I actually really like that idea. So we should probably try to get that together. It's a good idea.
I mean, that's how collegiate debates are set up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes, we know you went to college, podcast. All right, chill. We know.
I said another thing that I would have liked that I didn't see in this debate is I would like for people to state their stances up front. Hey, Aaron says that, hey, he's for marriage. And I say I'm for marriage. Aaron says he's against marriage at the beginning, right? Because I believe, and this could be just me.
Wait, real quick. Did you see me? That's why I asked the question. That's why I said, so are you okay with the, because I was trying to get the positions, but I was thinking if I do too much, then I don't want the show to be about me. So I had to be very careful. Finding that balance is a lot harder than people think it is.
Correct. But so what I was hoping for, because this is how I would judge a debate, right? And everybody got the right to debate it, right? I want two opposite forces on opposite sides. If I was to completely erase what I thought about the subject, who have almost convinced me to go towards their direction on the subject. So did Aaron convince me to go closer to marriage, or did either man convince me to go farther away from marriage? And I'm starting from a neutral point of view. But if I don't have I don't even know where we're starting yet. And because what we saw here was like a lot of shots. Like it was like, did you say that all women like being in toxic relationships? I was like, how is that for or against? You know, and I'm not knocking how they did it because it was their opinion, but it wasn't like a for or against. So it was just, and I understand that this is the beta stage of this program. And so you're going to kind of work all those kinks out. But I would kind of really like to understand, hey, what are you for? And see if you can consistently stay for what you for throughout this whole debate, or can that person actually persuade you or switch you halfway throughout the debate?
Yeah, that's problematic. And the reason why that's problematic is because it's not supposed to be about convincing you, right? What you're essentially doing there, and maybe you're not meaning to say it, but what you're essentially doing there is you're asking people, right, whether or not this person can change your belief. That's not what it's about. It's not about being able to change your belief. Who made the better points? Who substantiated their arguments the better, regardless to what I believe? That's what it's about. I could believe what I believe wholeheartedly, and I could agree with everything that either man said, but Aaron O substantiated his points better. That's what it's about. It don't have anything to do with belief. And this is exactly why, don't hate me, Aaron, but when you're in college and they put you in debate situations, a lot of times the professor will ask you, well, what do you believe? And then you might say, well, I'm pro-life. And the other person say, I'm pro-choice. And the professor will intentionally make y'all debate from the side that you disagree with to teach you how to present points, because they don't have anything to do with your belief, but it's about who is better to illustrate and verbalize the points better. That's what it's about.
So podcast, do you
I
feel
agree with that? I agree with that, podcast, but that's your selfish desires of what you want.
What you mean? You calling it a debate show? No,
stop it. We've clearly stated, Fatty let you know, I am an entertainer. We are the entertainment space. Let's be like, come on now. I told you these shows have to have some layer of entertainment. Whether that's right or wrong is for everybody to whine and cry about. I know you. I know what gets you intellectually involved. That little feeling you get, I know. So your selfish desires is going to overcome everybody else's desire. You're like, man, I don't care what y'all talk about. This is how it should be done. And I get it. Go ahead.
Aaron, you was wrong about the shadow realm, because believe it or not, since Brownsville is so stoic, his role is stoic. When he took shots, they landed 10 times harder. Like when he did that brother, I was like, man. So I think you still can have the shadow realm. I like the shadow realm.
Oh, I didn't say take it out. I didn't say what I'm saying is, I think that if it went further, because remember, at any time you drop that 100 ball, it's up. So had the strategy be, let's get the shadow realm rocking. I don't think that Brownsville is going to go to the place that Fantastic will go to shift momentum, say things, because it will take away from his presentation as being a stoic brother. That's all. Because yeah, go ahead.
But one thing I liked about Fantastic, he still punched above the belt. He didn't go total deep dark Fantastic. We know what he
pause right there.
He didn't go there, but I think he followed the rules. He started actually throwing some punches, which that was a part of the program. So I actually like the Shadow Realm. I think the Shadow Realm actually I think got more engagement because when I was jumping back from chat
I am supportive of the Shadow
did.
Realm. I wasn't trying to take it out. I'm saying, to me, what I know about Fantastic in Brownsville, the Shadow Realm is advantage fantastic. But it also may not be. Like, because you might say, hey, just Brownsville coming out of his shell just a little bit because he don't normally do it. It might work. I get it. But what we've seen more consistently is that the person that's going to throw them jokes in there and get real gritty is more of a fantastic skill set. However, you're right. It could be presented and another side could come out of there.
But wait, I just want to make sure I understand this. The debate started 5 minutes ago. Boom, $100 Shadow Realm.
You see what I mean? So that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying.
All right, let me stop promoting this to certain people.
Hold on 1 second. Is that the boogeyman?
It's the boogeyman.
I'm scared now.
You got your own sweater on. What you talking about? That's why I came up here.
No, you saw how they was doing me in one or two of those chats. Like I was just out of my mind. My assessment was just so wrong. They was doing me dirty. I'm like, dang, how they?
Oh man, listen, y'all leaving the streams up, right? They leaving the streams up. Oh man, this is beautiful. I might have to take the time to do this. This is going to be able to prove that the chats are retarded, right? Because if you go to the chats, if you go to Sharon chat, what you see is 98.7% of the people agreeing with Sharon and Brownsville. If you go to Fantastic chat, what you see is 98.7% of the people agreeing with Fantastic and Aaron O, right? I don't know what was going on Fatty's chat, but I'm pretty sure 98% of the people.
Oh, I didn't.
I mean, not Fatty, but whatever Fatty was saying, right? Like that's how I was seeing it. It was ridiculous, bro. Like even when they first started, when they first dropped the polls, I mean, it was landslides both ways. How can that be? That's not possible, Aaron.
So
you understand what I'm saying?
Hold on.
It's not possible.
Aaron, just 1 second, Aaron.
How you gonna cut me off on my own show?
Because listen, this is important to me. I
Does
will
he
never
know the orange sweater is on? What do
You know what I'm saying? Is that an orange?
Aaron,
It is. Get him. Get him.
Aaron, I never addressed the chat, but Miss Mills, thank you. I know I'm looking good. I've been losing some weight. I know you can't even recognize me right now, Miss Mills. Miss M, just thank you.
Just interrupted the whole stream to get his flowers.
That's all I wanted.
You've been disingenuous all night.
Go ahead, Aaron. I know you got your orange sweater on. Go ahead.
You've been being disingenuous all night long, Aaron. I got to go back and get those comments you said earlier. I don't know why you're doing this, bro. You know how we all feel when we see that boxer. We all know he won, but for some reason they picked against him.
Yeah.
I don't think
they saw it that way. We know it's bullshit.
Yeah, but the boxing is not the correct thing because we see if you fall on the ground or not. Here, it's a sparring of words tied with entertainment and emotions. Everybody got the fighter they looking for. So, unless it's a clear KO, right, it will give people an opportunity to be like, well
it was a good KO though. It was not as close as you said. Like that's what I disagree with what you were saying. I was trying to go back and I said maybe because I heard your assessment and I said maybe I need to go back and watch sir because I must have missed something because I was doing some other stuff. And I don't think it was close. I don't think it was like if you really start understanding how much I don't think Fantastic he double talked in that debate. And
so,
I might need
let me ask you: if basically what you said is you wanted me, I done had an orange hoodie on at the time, to go on the panel, right, and be like, by a landslide, Fantastic is your winner, like that. That's what you wanted me to do.
I knew that you was gonna be political. Like that you the greatest politician on YouTube when you got up there and started talking. I saw it. But when he said, man, this is what Aaron said, man. He's like, man, it's closer than a lot of y'all thought. I look left, I look right.
Because look, let me show you why though, right? Let me show you why, right? To Bean's point, me and him really align with the understanding of it would be unequivocal about if we both saw something happen. We would be like, you saw what I saw? Yeah, we saw that, right? And then we see a whole bunch of people not see what we saw, and we go, how is that possible? I get it. But what you're saying is what you thought was important to you was double talking. You see, like, I'm not saying that's your only criteria. What I'm saying is people's criteria will start to show what they are biased or what they lean to or what they thought the point system or the objectivity was. And that's why I kind of had to present arguments for both sides. You see what I'm saying? Like, okay, I get this side. Then you got to nitpick because honestly, if you're being as objective as you can, there's no way you can retain all of that information for a 3-hour show. It is very, look, I took notes. Okay, I take notes here. It is very difficult to retain every single point. I don't have the best retention like a podcast or a Fatty or an Anton do. Like their memory is insane. Mine's is not. I take notes and I'm like, and then also I'm not trying to be wrong. So I'm not about to like 100% give something.
I got you, but based on your notes, tell me one counterpoint to fantastic point that Brownville made.
I never said he did.
I have one.
No. Hold on. Did I ever make a claim that he did?
I just asked the question. I never.
Okay, then. So
listen,
don't.
Listen. You are assuming that I said you did. I never said you did.
I know you didn't.
Tell me.
Right now, what you're highlighting is the problem with the point system as you laid it out, Aaron, is because to me, I don't think a lot of that other stuff matters. That's why I'm saying I think I would if it's my debate, I want Hamp to moderate alone, right? Because I know when a person starts going left, taking the conversation somewhere else, not answering questions, I know he's gonna reel that back in. Wait. Let me finish. I'm saying I'm knowing he's gonna reel that back in, but I don't want it to necessarily take points away from the other person, right? It's what you either substantiate your argument or you don't. What you do in between that, I don't think should affect points because I don't want to beat you because you made an ad hominem remark. I want to beat you because the point I made is more substantiating than yours.
Okay, so, I don't disagree with that. But I think two things I take into consideration. One, the suspense of somebody giving their opinion, biased or not, is entertaining as well. Like the fact that sometimes when you have to go by, just listen, sometimes when you have to go by a jab or a haymaker and you like, yep, one jab, one haymaker, right? It does take away from the one person that says not guilty. And I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying, once again, entertainment part matters. And that's the part. It's best to leave
it a goddamn debate, Aaron. You can't win a debate of entertainment. Do you understand how crazy that sounds?
That's great. That's great, but Aaron, who do you think was the most entertaining?
That's a good question. Let me get to these super chats that came in. Jack says,
is a good question, though.
I blame Lil Podcast for this debate. Pound the intellectual. Okay, Jack says, I nominate the blame be placed on Moxie. Yeah, we can blame Moxie because she was in there acting up. We definitely blame Moxie. Okay, Carl Anderson in the building says, debate is not an exact science. The format in questioning can differ among judges. Additionally, the relationship between judges and debaters may influence scoring.
Which is exactly why you need to eliminate that. You either give them the round or you don't. 10-9. You either give them the round or you don't. And that way we know if you gave him the round, it is because you believe he substantiated his arguments. Upon questioning, which y'all tried to do with Sharon, and he couldn't do it, right? Explain exactly what it is that made you say he won that round. What point was it that he said that made you think it was substantiated more than his? Right now, at some point, it may actually come down to belief, but more often with what we're doing over here, it's not. It's gonna come down to popularity. It's gonna come down to favoritism and bias, and you'll be able to at least expose that for the audience, which I think is beneficial.
So I also want to say I think Fantastic took a gratuitous shot at MJ. I don't think that was necessary, her statement. And I will say Brownsville did pull out, huh?
MJ who?
MJ. So Brownsville.
MJ. Hold on, I got you. Yo, MJ, the one that you want.
Your friend.
All right, look, I'm not. This is not.
I'm
not doing none of that.
Right. Set it up, bro. Set it up, man.
Oh my Lord. I'm just pointing out when that super chat came up, and then Fantastic responded the way he responded, and then Brownsville said, "See, you did it right there." That was hilarious. it's good entertainment. So it is what it is.
Well, just the one thing I will say, just to be fair, and I know E-Man and Jabba probably don't want to disqualify me for this, but I really only watched like 4 or 5 minutes of the first part of the debate. I turned it off after that because I can't take Brownsville. I don't like watching disingenuous ass people. But ironically, to me, the whole night, he made the most realist statement the whole night when he admitted that Sharon was fucking biased. He said it out loud. I know Sharon gonna pick his cousin. I was sitting there like, boy, you a real one. That's the realest shit that was said all night long.
Yeah,
him being able to admit that, to me, that meant a lot. I give him a lot of credit for that.
Well, I'm not going to disqualify you, Beans, because I know you're on a higher intellectual caliber than most of us because you went to college.
Y'all ain't shit.
But what I wanted to answer E-Man's question earlier is when Brownsville got Fantastic to change his whole argument when it came to the supply and demand concept. Because Fantastic, what are you shaking your head no for? He got him to change his whole argument.
No, I'm shaking my head. Yeah, that did happen.
I'm sorry. I reacted in real time. I apologize, Boogeyman. Don't
listen, Jabba. You know the rules. If either man is pissing you off, you know how to get rid of him. He from the South. Don't even worry about it.
I don't got my fun.
Okay, I'm messing with you.
I'm just gonna talk my shit.
Go ahead, I'm playing.
I don't have an orange sweater on, but I got an orange sweater on. What I will say is that I think the reason why I say Fantastic won is because I think Fantastic understood the assignment of debate, and I think Brownsville was more focused on arguments. There's that slight nuance, and I think that's the issue. That for me, that's why Fantastic won. I think Brownsville held his own, yes, but I think Fantastic was more for the debate versus the argument.
So hold on, let's go back. Let's go back to your point, because where I disagree with you at, right? So you said that he made him withhold his point about the supply and demand. The reason I disagree, he did not make him. He changed his point before Brownsville even added into the conversation. He said, "I misspoke." If you go back and watch it, before Brownsville actually put enough information, he said, "I misspoke. I misspoke." So he said something.
No, when he initially said the man comes first, and Brownsville was like, "Got you," because he said, "Oh, so then the point was about how men have a sexual demand." Fantastic realized in his mind, "Oh shit, he's right. I'm going to lose this."
So that's what we saw, two different things. I think he answered in real time and said, "Hey, I misspoke." He said, "Hey, you know what?"
Because he realized in real time he was wrong.
I don't think so.
But is the argument, is this a part of the argument of which comes first, the chicken or the egg, right? Which comes first, the objectifying or the object? Which was it's hard, right? Yeah, it's very easy that the object comes first, right? So,
which I believe was a horrible question, because both. Because in business, the supply might come first. And then in business, you also could say the demand can come first. Somebody can say, "Oh, we want these hoverboards, y'all don't have it," or I can create an object. So it wasn't a right or wrong answer for that. So either you went left or right. It's all depending on how you want to
do it. Listen, going back to what Fantastic said about the whole car situation, right? The demand is transportation. The car is the exploitation of that demand.
Let me give you an example.
Yeah, that's
Go ahead, Aaron.
No, either man, you're the businessman. You got it. Let me drink my water.
That's the problem.
That's the problem. Listen,
this is because y'all always believe, you businessmen always think that y'all can compare everything to it. But humanality is way more complicated than that, and you can't always compare everything to business. And I think this is one of those.
You didn't watch. I can tell you only watched the first 5 minutes.
I'm not talking about the debate. I'm talking about what you're saying right now. I'm not even
talking about supply and demand, which is a business aspect. I'm not putting business in there. That counts for business. When you study economics and you're talking about business, it's supply and demand.
I understand that, but which one?
Business into this conversation?
But what I'm saying is this: in your opinion, right? I understand that it was said in the debate, but I'm saying in your opinion, right? Do you think that business model is applicable to man and woman relationships? I don't think it is.
Yes.
Well, then you have to tell me how so.
I'm about to explain to you in this context. Yes. So what they're asking is this, right? So let me define the supply and demand in the relationship version of what they're saying. They said, which came first? Did the men want to have sex first, or did the women want to have sex first? That's literally what we're arguing from a supply and demand. Who wanted it first? So that's what I'm telling you. It applies in business the exact same way.
No,
Did
that's
you
not
want
what
the
we're
iPhone
arguing.
first?
No,
Did
because
you want the iPhone first, and people want to communicate
No,
via iPhone?
either man, I saw this part. What they were arguing does the man objectify the woman first, or is the woman presenting in a way that causes the man to see her lustfully, which enacts his objectification? That's what they were arguing. And I don't think that's hard to argue which comes first, right? Like, that's insane. You can't even objectify something that isn't there. That doesn't even make sense.
See, let me tell you why I think that is an incorrect statement, Beans, because
men have an imagination. Wait, no, for the sake of argument, can you objectify something that isn't visible? Yes or no?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm about to explain to you. My imagination, a man's imagination, a woman can be fully dressed, and a man can see through that with his imagination and objectify it. He don't have to actually physically see it to objectify it.
Either man, this is exactly why I'm going to kill you in this debate. Either man, listen to what you're saying. You're literally acknowledging that he sees the woman. It doesn't matter if she's fully dressed. It doesn't matter if she's naked. She can have on whatever that shit is the Muslim women wear.
I'm going to moderate here. All right. So either man, what podcast is saying is that she would have to be not there at all, not existent, for you to invalidate his statement. This is how he's trying to prove he's a better debater than you in a non-sanctioned debate.
I'm not trying to do nothing. We having a conversation.
I know what you're trying to do, but
I'm not. We're having a conversation, and it's a point of disagreement. So we're
did say that earlier podcast.
It's me. Come on now.
Okay, but Aaron, for the sake of the audience, because you always think they're slow, can you not acknowledge that I'm right? Like, you can't, in order for you to.
That's what I'm saying. No, it's not my job to determine who's right. I'm here to moderate. Thank you.
Okay, but my point is this though. So if even if I concede it, right, that a man's between the man himself and the woman herself, right, he is approaching her, right? That approach is there, but we have to concede to the fact that the men are. Once we concede to the fact that men are visual creatures, then the objectification begins with the woman, because he couldn't objectify if she didn't exist. That's just a fact.
But that's the argument that we try to live in a fantasy, right? We live in this fantasy, say we couldn't objectify something that doesn't exist. So if only men
get back on track. Let's get back on track. So where we at right now is the whole back and forth about supply or demand came first, which in context, you could make the argument that there was a comparison to objectification is why the statement was the supply and demand exist. Or you could make the argument those are separate things. So both are reasonable. Fantastic did switch it on his
objectification and lust, Aaron. Those were the things that they differentiated.
Well, that's something totally different.
No, that's what I actually inserted as there was a difference. But forget all that, right?
You did. You did.
Yeah, it was me. So the point being here is that supply and demand in that context, Beans is saying that's for that. I don't think either man was specifically speaking to the objectification, because the conversation did filter to fixating on supply and demand in a general sense. And then they try to corner the market and be like, well, in relationships, this relationship is. So that's why they talked about, I don't know why we mentioned a car as either way. Either man, finish your point so we can move on to another point.
So I'm glad you mentioned what you said. So at the beginning, when he said, do you objectify your wife? Right. And he responded, he says, I legally, yes. He said, yes, I legally lust after my wife. Right. So he asked a question about objection. He inserted the lusting part. So do you believe it was fair for Fantastic to draw those two as the same?
Yes,
absolutely.
I didn't hear him say yes and then going on to say, I just heard him say it's okay for me to lust after. I didn't hear him say, yes, I objectify her. I did not hear that. So
No,
if you're telling me,
he said, yeah, he asked about objectifying, and he
I
said,
understand.
yes,
Okay.
I lust. He changed the word, but he still
okay, that so once again, the yes is important because the yes is acknowledgement of the previous statement of object. I didn't hear him say yes to that. I heard the word converted to lust, and then him trying to differentiate the married people versus non-married, and is it a good faith argument? And as far as good faith, he's in the right. I wouldn't make those apples to apples comparison. Like I understand the difference. So
I just think it's apples
so
to
you
apples.
said you believe that you believe that the argument that Brownsville presented in that particular section of it was better than Fantastics?
What I'm saying is that when Brownville says we shouldn't lust after and prioritize sex and objectify women, you know, all the little things he'd be saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
By him participating in it does not mean that he's wrong by saying we shouldn't, right? Because one, you can do something, know it's wrong, acknowledge it was wrong, and still do it, right?
But the problem with what was said is he clearly said you can legally do it. So he's trying to say that if this way is legal, that means something else have to be illegal.
So no, it don't mean that. It just means he used the wrong word, right? Like that. It don't mean it has to be illegal. He just used the wrong word, right?
Okay, so but this is what I'm saying. Like I know you want to talk about the debate, but can we be smart now though? That nigga, that was stupid. Can we? Like that was stupid.
That's how you like to address people. I keep telling you that's not a good idea, but I can't stop you.
Aaron, it just was, bro. Like I looked it up. Stupid is the nicest way to say it, right? Or it's either stupid or idiot. And idiot is way more personal.
You could say you believe he misspoke unless you believe he intentionally meant that particular word.
No. I'm not talking about the word. I'm talking about the position. See, I don't care about the word because, like you said, I could assume whatever I want to assume that he actually meant and probably used the wrong word. I'm not as proficient as I am in speaking. I use the wrong word, 1% of the time myself. So that's neither here nor there. What I'm saying is the argument itself. You see what I did right there? Think about it though, Aaron. If you're making the argument that you do it as a married man, right? And we know that single men also do it. How can you make the argument that it's wrong?
So I'm agreeing with your initial statement. When this is the thing, right? This is why the context that was added was and they went deep. I don't know if you was there. He kind of went into it. You got these men on the internet doing these things, right? So he later stumbled into that, tried to throw that point in there, right? And like you said, you don't want to penalize people for all that. I can penalize, right? And so he tried to add the context is I'm speaking in these terms. So I'm speaking about you internet people. I'm not talking about like general statements per se. I'm specifying it to a group, to an audience, etc. And when you online talking about, that thing, all those statements, he like, yo, that's wild. And you don't know if those women want those. That part, you see what I'm saying? Like, I understand why he's saying that.
But it's still fallible. Think about it, Aaron, because that he would then have to actually make the argument that he never lusted or objectified his woman until he married her. And we all know that that wouldn't be true.
No, he could just acknowledge that he was wrong for doing that. So he acknowledging that something is wrong.
That's what he messed up, because when he put the word legal in there, he made it seem like it wasn't wrong that he was doing it.
No, so I hear that part, right? But I'm trying to stick where Beans is at. My thing is this. I would have said no, I did not lust after those women.
That's what he should have said.
Right, that's what he should. Because look, you can't prove nothing. You can get in your emotions and go, I can't believe you're the only man on this planet all you want. But how that's why I was saying, like, he be invalidating his own positions. When he said, when Fatty asked him a question, right? And he said no, I was like, smart. Don't say nothing beyond no. And Fatty said, let me test it. Can you give me an example? And I'm like, oh, Lord, why? Don't fall for that. Just say no. But see, that's the thing. You have to be acutely aware of no statements. No. And leave it alone.
saying if he was to say I was wrong for that, I'm not gonna lie, that would have been great, a great rebuttal. But then he would have been fucking lying, right? And even though I don't necessarily agree with your point system, if it's anything I would take a point off of, it's fucking lying, nigga.
And that's the problem. You can't prove that. That's your personal opinion, or your emotions, your feelings.
Aaron, when he was asked, had he ever objectified women, he said, "Of course I did."
Agreed, and that's why I said he should have never said that. That's my prior statement. Like he should have never.
Wait, Aaron, are you hearing yourself? If he acknowledged that he did it to women prior to being married, and then say, "But I didn't do it to the woman that I married," I could absolutely argue that motherfucker lying.
Oh, I agree. That's not what I said, but your point is valid. Fine.
Yes, I'm saying that's how I would be able to prove that he's fucking lying.
Okay, yes, but I'm saying I'm basing off you couldn't prove it was lying if he said no. You just feel like personally, I don't believe no man has ever done it. Why you pick her to marry? You just get into all the reasons why you assume he did it, but he never acknowledged he did.
It really don't prove it because he could have said that I was dating, and then when I got with my wife, it was arranged.
Yep, I was gonna say that.
100%. I'm already thinking of responses. Like 100%. I didn't even see her before we got married. Like I met her on the day of. Like it could be 100. None of us know, and that's why I said he boxed himself into that point by going into deeper answers. When Fatty says when somebody asks him a question, he was not comfortable with just sitting on it. Fantastic was, I said my point. Like I'm gonna leave it alone. He realized that Brownsville was talking too much and then tripping over his own foot. And he like, oh, I'm gonna just let old boy do this, and I'm gonna say things like, "That's 3 minutes." He talking all this. Can I get my 3 minutes? And just like hitting, highlighting, dipping and dunking, and it's like, okay, but it didn't register with Brownsville to not do that, and that's the part where I'm like, he'll get better at it. He'll get better at it.
Argument versus debate. Fantastic, understood the assignment.
I see Jabba as a fantastic fan. Okay, Sway producing this in the building. He says, blame podcast because he been ducking the BS in this space. That's true. That's true. He been ducking it and blocking people for a long time. Harrison Davis says, salute. What up, my brother? What's going on? Ed Unchained. Shout out to Ed Unchained. All right. He was holding me down in the chat. He was one of the very few. It was actually a lot of people that was like, yeah, you are being unbiased and fair, whether they like it or not. He was holding me down. So shout out to Ed Unchained, who always get in trouble. Okay. Actually, economics is a study of human behavior. Ooh, interesting. No. That was a shot at Beans. Okay. Can you show me the money? No, I'm sorry, I got that wrong. Can you show me the way? Says to do things the smart way is the right way. No ifs and or buts. Pookie, ninjas. Ooh,
Talk your shit. Talk your shit. Yeah.
So, and shout out to Venus because I want to know what Venus thoughts were because she be rage quitting in the chat.
So I think you're right that Fantastic realized. So Fantastic would ask for 3 minutes and only take 1 minute and 30 seconds because he really wanted Brownsville to start talking again, right?
100%.
And so I agree with that statement. And then I think the part that killed Brownsville argument the most is he kept going to it's subjective. Everything I am saying, it's not what Fantastic is saying. He would say, oh, all women are queens. Then it's subjective. All this stuff there. Then it's subjective. And that was really killing his argument because when it was killing his argument, because it was saying that nothing that he said had a foundation to stand on by itself.
Versus this is when what up, Chris J? What up, brother? This is the problem that I was having is this Beans is very big on being mean to people and he won't stop. So he called people stupid. He say you don't assess information in real time. All these things, right? And even though I might agree in moments that he's right about that, and you shouldn't say that, but I'm listening and I'm like, are you hearing what you saying? Do you understand? If you say that statement, you're gonna pigeon-toe yourself in this corner. Like I'm just thinking, like, do you? Because when Fantastic said, do you call all, like when he asked, you said I'm a panderer because I call all women queens. Fantastic is 100% wrong. That do not make him a panderer. Absolutely not. That you ain't proved nothing, right? Then Fantastic said, let me ask some more questions. And I was like, yep, now you're going to get him because he's going to keep trying to say, oh, I got a point. Well, if a woman, I think Fatty cheated because Fatty was cheating. And he said,
Fatty definitely cheated in that.
He cheated, right? He said, like, because first
Fatty was
said,
jumping in. He jumped in every now and then.
Hey, look, no Fatty slander. So I think he said, are all women queens, right? And he says, yes. And I was like, shouldn't have said that, right? And then he says, but I say queen as a term of endearment, right? He told you what he meant by the term, right? And I'm like, okay, I see you position that and you kind of put yourself in a decent position. Now, Fatty goes, if a woman does the drape thing to somebody, is she a queen? No. And I was like, no. All you had to say she was
a bad queen or evil queen. Or
right?
Any word that defines, if he would say, yeah, she's a horrible queen. She's like, that would have actually like really set on some things that he still stood on that point. But since he said no, now he said, I just disqualified everything I said 2 minutes ago.
Yeah,
if he would have said that would have been that actually he would have won that debate if he would have called her a bad queen.
Yep.
He would have won that not the debate. I'm sorry, he would have won that section.
Oh, yeah, he would have got that part of the argument, right? Because I'm just like, man, I'm thinking because Beans think I actually process information in real time. I actually don't, right? I'll be days behind. And I'm just thinking to myself is every time I'm like, I have to be quiet, right? Because I have the responses, right? Because I know the counters, right? And I'm thinking to myself, did he just say that? Oh, you did. And the thing about it, Fantastic didn't actually go in for the kill a lot. He countered a good amount of times to make his point that, and you know, come on, man, I'm Fantastic. I do this. Like he did what he did.
Nah, see, Aaron, you don't
understand. What I do now.
Let me tell you something. I'm explaining to you what that is. It's not that when you said that he not going in for the kid, this and that, like, and that you think it's about putting the shine on him. It's not. It's about letting that person gut themselves. Let me tell you something about what intellectual people do. You will see it all the time if you watch any real debates. They will let you gut yourself. They will absolutely let you step all over your own talking points, pull you into positions where you saying shit to contradict yourself, because at the end of the day, they can absolutely use that to say that you lost the debate.
I get that.
The thing about the debaters is that they are always considering the debate, bro. I promise you.
But Beans, the problem is Fatty gutted him. Fatty actually gutted him more than he gutted himself. If we've been honest, Fatty was the one who asked the critical question that made him really change his perception. Like asking if she was a rapist and is she still a queen? That came from Fatty. If you really start looking at the things that really killed himself, it came from a moderator, and that's one part that I did not like. I actually agreed with Sharon when Sharon said, hey, don't debate for him. Actually allow Fantastic to do the debate.
But
and I think Fantastic. Hold on.
Hold on. To be fair, Fatty is quick on his feet. And I told you, no Fatty sweating in here. Don't do it. He'll pop up on you. You have to. Look, okay. We
no, but see, but no, I think when we really critique these shows, we have the right to tell what we saw. If he,
I'm joking. Why? Come on, now. I don't care.
But what I'm saying is, because I actually think it would have been a lot closer debate if Fatty was not asking certain questions.
So basically, you said the debate loss is partly Fatty fault. So you think Brownsville was getting jumped? Answer the question truthfully.
Absolutely.
Dang, son.
Absolutely.
Oh, what?
Absolutely.
I disagree.
I think Brownsville was getting jumped.
Absolutely. Listen. I know y'all guys might not want to look at. Don't get me wrong. He still got beat up. You know.
Seatbelts, everyone.
Sitting on down Main Street, you're relaxed and feeling good.
Dang, that's wild. Okay.
And listen, let me tell you how good it was. Fatty jumped in and he stopped his cousin from jumping in.
So, man, you know what? So,
tell me I'm wrong. Do you think I'm wrong, Aaron? What's your perspective? Am I wrong?
You're not gonna say it because he's a politician.
So I want to be able to get Chris J in here because I don't want to sit there. I don't want Chris J sitting there silently with the white bucket hat on. You know, I want to make sure I acknowledge my brother, make sure he knows that he is loved in this space. And I want to get his thoughts because he's the only unbiased one on the panel.
How am I biased?
You know you biased.
I'm not biased.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
That debate was abysmal, but better than last week's. So that's number one.
That's not biased.
It's number two.
Hold on, can you define abysmal?
That's probably true.
Okay. So that's okay. Google's your friend. Number two. When it comes to Brownsville, he's a good conversationalist. He's a good person to talk to and just have a nice conversation. He's not that good of a debater. And I can throw Sharon in there, and I do say that respectfully.
So you taking shots at Sharon? Sharon, you taking shots at Sharon Bracey?
This is so unbiased. Let him talk.
No, because
y'all some real biased people up in here. I can't believe y'all throwing Sharon under the bus, and he wasn't even trying to make himself part of that.
Sharon, because I saw the debate last week, and my only issue with that debate is real simple. Like the last one that stood out to me was he saying Fatty's wrong because he's never been married. That has nothing to do with whatever his argument is. Can you say he's right? Can you say he's wrong? You say he's wrong because he's never been married, which makes no sense. So in that case, switch Fatty out and put Edelman in there since he is currently married. Does that mean what he says? Does that?
Yeah, but talk about today. This ain't more on Sharon time.
That's actually that's just a reference to today because that's his cousin that was up there today.
Yeah. Okay.
So, like I said, great conversationalist, terrible debater. He contradicted himself within his own topics. When it comes to the objectifying topic, he contradicted himself. When it came to I can't remember whatever particular topic, but he just kept on over talking, and whatever his points was, whether it be Fantastic, you or Fatty, when you ask him qualifying questions, he then switches answers within the same topic. And I was like, you're going to lose credit for that every time. I'd rather you be.
But Chris, was it a good show?
Was it a good show?
Was it a good show?
Better than last week.
No. I want you to watch it. Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, would you ranking what we see in this space? What would you rank it from 1 to 10?
Ooh, 5.
That's crazy.
That
mean y'all putting out some really bad shows. That means a lot of y'all got 1 shows. If that was a 5, a lot of y'all got some 1s that y'all putting out.
I will agree with that too.
What was you looking for though? Like, because that's I mean, I think that has something to do with the way that he might be ranking it. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact,
too many people talking right now. Red Pill Ranger, that's you?
Yeah.
All right, bet.
To answer Bean's question, when it comes to a debate, I was like, good. If you guys don't have a point, can you guys prove what you're saying? Can you provide some type of evidence or something? At least Fantastic brought up stats. One person brought up his feelings, and I was like, nah, I'm not liking this.
Right. See, that's what I was going to say. Is kind of, I'm glad you answered it, but I was going to say it was irrelevant. I think the better question I would have had is, do you understand why a person may contradict themselves the way that you say Brownsville did, right? Like, do you know? I could give you the answer, but I want to see, like, what is your opinion on why you think that happened?
Like when his stance on the objectifying women, and then now his stance was clear on that. I was like, all right, cool. He's against that. What's going on? Somebody, okay. He was clear on that. I said, good, stand on that. Then when he say, well, I can legally objectify my wife and that type of stuff, I was like, all right, we're good here. He's about to back.
Well, it becomes about talking points, right? I think, as a matter of fact, I don't want to give him credit for it. I was gonna say I think he pointed this out before on Ham Show, but it's a lot of times when people have talking points, what they try to do is they try to adjust their answers around their brain. Right. That's what I mean when I say they don't process information in real time. They're trying to adjust their statements and their talking points around the thing that they already believe, the thing that's their soapbox, right, around their talking points, instead of just processing in real time. And you can use other words besides I concede or conceding in order to make your adjustments in real time, where it's not looking like you're losing. You're losing. I'm not gonna tell you what those words is because I'm probably gonna use them against either man.
Okay, fair enough. All right, let's get some clarification. I want to get
stop hating on me, bro.
Don't start. Don't you start.
All right, don't worry about it.
Don't do it tonight.
I'm listening. I'm just gonna step out screen real quick.
No problem. Let me get
Lauren.
Aaron O is bullying.
Lauren is just here to hang with me. Y'all chill out. Jeez,
I want to just talk to Lauren.
I don't want you talking to Lauren.
Okay,
leave her alone.
Let me talk to the African then. Hey, African, I'll talk to the
officer. We got on the
wow, sir, what the hell?
Hold on, Eden, man.
Let Aaron
forget
run
I
his
voted you
show.
last
Like,
year,
this
remember?
This is why you always get in trouble.
Hey,
right?
fuck you, Eden, man. I didn't like that comment.
You the first person to curse today. All right, we was doing so well. 1 hour and 30 minutes in. So I want to get people to present a specific point in the debate that they want to add context to, as far as, hey, when they said that thing about success is subjective. If that's what you want to talk about, let's get on that.
Wait, Aaron, I just need 2 minutes before you do that, and I'll drop.
No, I want you to stay.
No,
because
I don't feel like arguing over talking. I already see what this is, but I just wanted an apology from everybody in the space, because remember last year when I was supposed to debate Fatty and I dropped out and everybody was mad? You know why I dropped out? Because what I saw today is what I knew what would happen to me. That unfair ass bullshit. That's why I dropped out, because I already knew it would not be fair. And that show today was not fair. It wasn't. The moderator should not be making better arguments than the person in the debate. The moderator shouldn't be making arguments at all.
That's a fact.
There's a difference between clarifying questions and forming your questions in the frame of an opposing argument. And that's what he was doing, and calling them clarifying questions.
Well, actually, Saran set his cousin up. Fatty didn't start doing that till Saran kept badgering.
All right, I'm not here to argue with Fatty.
I'm not arguing with you. Can I please do my statement? Okay, then let me say. Okay, well, let me say what I said. Then I let you finish. Let me say what I said. I'm not trying to argue either. I'm just giving my point too. So Saran kept badgering Fantastic, and Fatty said a couple of things about it, gave a couple of warnings, but we know how petty Fatty is. So Saran kept badgering, he kept interrupting. Sometimes he asked Fantastic 5, 6, 7 questions in a row. He was badgering him. So Fatty was like, okay, perfect. You open the door for us to badger the other person. So Fatty just leaned into it. Fatty wanted me to ask him.
Let me challenge you.
I thought you
let
were
me challenge
finished.
you.
You know what?
Let me challenge you to think a little bit deeper.
I thought you didn't come to argue.
No, it's not an argument.
It's like y'all can't help it.
But no, you got to hear what I'm saying, right? Let me challenge you to think a little bit deeper, because here's where
see, that's an insult. I'm thinking deep enough. I don't need you to tell.
You're not.
You can say your passive aggressiveness.
She's
not. Just say what you have to say without your bullshit.
Calm down.
Disclaimer, bitch.
Calm down.
Say what the fuck you gotta say.
Say
what the fuck you gotta say.
I'll talk to you later, Aaron. I'll get you
goofy ass bitch. God damn.
I don't understand.
Because she can't. I don't play passive aggressiveness. She was passive.
What the hell was that for?
She was passive aggressive.
Apology rejected.
If she has a question, just ask your question. We don't need passive aggressive weird ass disclaimers.
But she.
No, you're not thinking deep enough. Shit was a quick jab. I don't do jabs, my nigga. Y'all know me. I don't do jabs. You do a jab.
Hold on. Let's hit his bias. Go ahead, Aaron.
So hold on. No, because Red Pill is saying a lot. So you saying that you believe
Aaron is trying to talk. It's okay. Hold on. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah. So her initial stopping point was where you said that Sharon started it first. So she was trying to start there. And then after that, you said, nah, this and nah, this. And then if you say she's passive aggressive, fine. If that's your assessment, fine. But I think it would have went better if you would allow her to ask her question and then find out how that was presented. Because I think you just blocked that immediately, and I wasn't able to figure out if she was coming to the conversation. Because initially, I didn't hear no passive aggressiveness the way you stated. So that's why I was trying to. What point is she trying to, respond to? Because people get to saying 7 points, and you didn't lose your reaction to that. So that's what I wanted. But then you start cursing her out and cussing name. I'm like, well, I don't know why people do this.
Yeah, that was wild. I was confused.
Brownsville said that you was the king of the Rim Brothers, and I disagree with him 100% until right now.
That's cool, but Canadian
crazy.
So wait, hold on, Beans. What is wrong with my assessment?
What's wrong with your assessment is that you're starting with him, right? Like,
yes.
When she made her statement and he started talking, what did she do?
Cut him off.
Right? But he wasn't even necessarily talking to her. Like he said, I just wanted to give my take on what I saw. So what about that aggression from her?
He made so he was
in the mind state, correct?
I'm gonna answer your question. He made his response based upon some of the things she said, which one could then assume you're responding to her, even though you said he was talking, it ain't about her. I don't want to nitpick and go whether you right or wrong about the assessment, because it's pointless to me. When he then went on to make some points, she goes, oh, well, let me respond to that point. More than fair. Men do that all the time. Hold on, slow down. So that don't void her from being able to do something. When he rejected, fine, no, I don't want you to. All right, cool, right? But then after all that it was unnecessary to go that far into it. That's all I was saying.
Beans. Beans. We've been doing it all night to each other, me and you. So it's crazy. I know you might not look at it this way. I can cut you off. You can cut me off. But as soon as a woman cuts you off, then that's when the problem comes. You don't see?
No. See, this is what I'm saying. No, okay, watch this. I'm gonna show you why I think I'm the most genuine person in the space. I understand what you're saying and I see it. Now let's see if y'all see mine. Aaron is making the argument right now that when she tried to respond to him, he wouldn't allow her. But when he first started talking, even if you concede or if I concede that he was responding to her, she didn't want him to. So how can you make the argument, don't respond to me, but then when I choose to respond to you, it's all good now? Exactly, cricket. This is what I'm talking about, because y'all don't want to hold women accountable. But it's okay. That's not what we talking about. We talking about the debate. Let's get back to the debate.
Here's
the
thing.
Wasn't she still talking?
Even if people are wrong,
she had
hold on.
Put the money up, Chris. She has stopped.
Hold on. Even if people do something wrong, right? There's a certain matter of decorum or tact which you should conduct yourself, right? Whether we agree or disagree, there's a certain way you can conduct yourself. Now, I understand that when somebody cuts somebody else off, you are extremely aware of like, yo, she really started that. Why you didn't address her first? I know how all that goes, right? Mm-hmm. That's not the point. The point is it's okay to interject. But when he said, I don't like passive aggressiveness, it didn't initially start that way is what I was saying. Now, did it later could get into that? That's his assessment to make. But it didn't have to go down that path, because let's be honest. Do you think he didn't want to argue back and forth? Your honest opinion, you're the most genuine guy in space. Do you think he didn't want to argue with her?
In this particular moment, no. If you're asking me if he would have, yes.
You crazy.
Yes. All you got to do, listen.
No problem. I accept your answer.
See, this is what I'm saying.
Being technical.
Wait, look, hold on, bro.
He's being wrong.
This is what I love about this. This is what I love about this, right? Because it's on the live, right? So when I do a reaction to it tomorrow and I show exactly what he said, and you see how when he started off talking, that you can tell by the tense in when she was talking that he wasn't necessarily trying to be combative towards her statement. He was just trying to make his own, which is exactly why he said that. What Aaron asked me is if he wanted to argue. I'm saying, no, I don't think he wanted to argue. But if you ask me, is he ready all the time, on 10, any second, ready to go at a woman? Hell, motherfucking yeah, nigga, he ready to go. Yes,
so I got you. D. So do you think it was justified for him to call her bitch?
Fuck, man, I hate that you asked me that because I have to be honest and say no, right? I have to be honest and say no, but I don't think she was justified in either when he was just trying to make his own point, even if it was in response to what she said on a panel with 9 other motherfuckers.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Fair enough. When we talking about
fair
her,
enough.
But let's do a whole diatribe
fair
about
enough.
him.
No,
That's
fair
crazy.
enough. This show is not about to be stopped, but to fixate on those points. We're not about to fixate.
I tried to take it back to the debate. You the one who wanted to defend us some more.
I wasn't actually defending nobody. I was making a statement about what I assessed. Did I say you were wrong, sir?
Yes.
No, I didn't.
No,
So the thing is, right? I just wanted to hear where people's disagreement was based upon the debate, and I wanted to hear where red pills was. I have no problem with anybody. Say your point. Like the whole point of the show.
I do want to talk about the point you was talking about. Success is subjective. Like I think at this point, that is crazy that we're going to argue that it's not subjective. For example, I can look at me and say I'm successful, but if I stand beside Bill Gates, I'm not successful.
So stop right there, right? I said that, right? But I also said there comes a point where there is a societal agreement in some instances where you can make the assessment if you've been genuine in the conversation, right? That the majority of women have stated they want 6 figures. Podcast, you agree or not?
Yes.
Yes. So even if we know that that's not 100% factual, we know there's at least enough evidence to be genuine in the conversation to go, well, they may look at that as a measurement of success, right? And I'm not saying.
Let me tell you why I disagree with what you're saying. Me being married for 7 years, standing beside somebody who's been married for 40 years, it's reasonable for them to say, hey, you have not accomplished success yet.
Let me tell you why you. Okay, hold on. Wait.
I hear all the time. You can't say you're successful after 10 years.
Stop. This is where I disagree with you, because you know what could happen. Either man, you're successful, I'm more successful, which doesn't invalidate what?
That's not what happens, though.
No, don't say that's not what. Don't listen. Now you talk about don't say what not happened. That don't invalidate success. Is my point. You can be successful, and I can be more successful than you.
Have you heard that you're not in a successful marriage unless you got 10 years? That's what I'm telling you.
And there's no listen. Stop. There's no consensus that 10 years was the mark. What I presented was the majority of people would agree that if we were to have a measurement, right, it would be, look, y'all have to die married. That's the best measure of success for most people. Married, single or not, most people would come to that agreement. Yeah, y'all died. They stayed together. They died married. Now, we can throw all the nuances in there. Was they happy? All that stuff. But I'm saying there's a general consensus, and then there's the facts of it. And the facts is it's subjective. Yes.
That's a fact.
Hold on. Let me add.
Go ahead.
Let me add to this one. I agree with what you're saying. They don't put a general measurement according to the term when people get mad. If they do that, do you part? I would have to agree. The actual measurement, you have to die in marriage. You cannot get divorced. You can't be 30. You have to be all the way to the end. Because I know you that you do not like it because
don't worry
if that
about
was the case,
and just make your point, CB.
if that was the case, then it will end up becoming a contradictory debate. So you have to have a general measurement, and I'm correct on that part.
Well, the reason that I don't agree with that is because when we had these conversations and grandpa was sleeping in one room and grandma was sleeping in the other room and they barely talked to each other, but they died when they married, we wouldn't call that marriage success just because they died.
Nuance. And that's the problem.
Now we're talking about that means success is subjective. If we gonna put nuance in there, it's still subjective.
Because this is your problem, right?
All y'all been saying the same thing, that it's subjective the whole time.
Either man.
This is why I'm glad.
You're saying success is not
objective. No, it's not.
Oh no! Why did you put them on top?
Either man.
Success is
How long
not
was your
objective. That's
military
what you're
career?
saying.
No,
Y'all
absolutely
can't
not.
talk at the same time. One at a time.
Granville, happy birthday, man.
Happy birthday, Granville. Edelman, how long was your military career?
I was in the military for 8 years.
For how long?
8 years.
Okay, would you say you had a successful military career?
No.
No. Why not?
I don't want to get into it, but I don't think so. I didn't do 20.
Were you honorably discharged or dishonorably?
I was honorably discharged, but I didn't do 20.
So Jabba.
So because you didn't do 20, that's why you're for the sake of conversation.
No, Jabba.
He just said he don't want to get into it though.
So don't get into it. But Jabba, let me redirect. Right, you have
y'all not jump me like y'all did.
You ain't about. So wait. So wait, either man, you a victim.
I did get jumped.
Wait, either man, you a victim. You a victim. All right, so look. So Jabba,
y'all did jump him though. Y'all did jump him.
Wait, this ain't no sanctioned debate. I told you the.
I wasn't gonna pry. I was just asking the length of his career.
Jabba, hold on. If he wants to smoke, you pick the right day to show up. So let me give you this example, right? You have to understand, Jabba, your first question should have been to either man, what do you think his success is in the military? Once he then presents his position, then you dissect it, right? But what you initially did was gave an open opportunity. You don't want to do that, right? So
no, but I was asking about the sequence, the duration of his career. If someone says they were in the military for 8 years,
totally irrelevant. That's why I'm telling you. Like the first point you ask him is to measure his standard. What is success in the military to you? Then he'll gonna give you the baseline, and from there you dissect it.
Come on, Aaron. We can walk it out. Come on, man.
No, you don't want. Listen, you don't want this smoke with me. You better focus on podcast.
No, I want to ask you questions.
You don't want this smoke with.
I want you
focus on podcast when you get this work.
I got you. Hold on, let me straighten up my hat for you.
You better focus on podcast. You better.
I'm ready. So
this ain't what you want.
Do that.
So what's my? You ask the question. You want to know what I think success in the military is? You want me to answer that question, Aaron?
No, I don't care.
Okay, that's what I thought.
No, I was telling Jabba how to structure a proper question.
Right,
no,
cool.
I was just showing Jabba how to structure the question just quickly. So if I wanted to stump on you, then I'd be able to do it. But because I have no intentions to do that tonight, I'm just here so I won't get.
But the point that I was making Java is, if you ask other people about my military career, they would say it was a success, even though I think it wasn't.
I would agree with that too.
But then that makes it subjective.
Yes.
That's my point.
Okay, and look. Okay, Beans. Let's put this to debate. Didn't we all say that already? What either man is trying to say?
Yes.
Thank you. So we gonna move on because we ain't making no headway.
Aaron, you was not arguing that. Aaron, you wasn't trying to argue that it wasn't.
Lauren said, "Can we talk about something else?"
I never made an argument about it not being subjective.
Right. He absolutely.
Hold on. So, what was the whole point of you talking about the 40 years you died together? You weren't trying to say that was not subjective.
That's what makes it subjective.
I'm not going to repeat my statement, sir.
Okay, you're right. It's your show. Let's move on.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I was on the show. If you have the timestamp where you believe I said that, I'm not going to give you the information for you.
I got
you have to supply it,
I took notes just for you.
Now you want to be
you talking to me? This is me.
I took notes just for you. I'm just letting you know.
Hey,
I said this is when Aaron, the spit fell from his lip. At this time, I got you.
And look, and you would have lost. If you thought that was my position, you would have lost. Cause clearly Beans is one of the ones that actually listened to what I said.
Well, you didn't say much. You were smart. You smart not to say too much now.
Can I say something finally?
Go ahead, Lauren.
Don't have me turn on the what they call the Go ahead, Lauren, before trouble start up in here.
I just wanted to acknowledge today is July 10th. We had an amazing debate today. It was very interesting, and I think we also could do a lot better going forward. And I think all the suggestions that were provided today were great. But I just wanted to acknowledge, as of Central Standard Time, it is still Granville Guillory's birthday. And he needs to be acknowledged by the original Fight Club members that are on stage today. So I just wanted to say happy birthday to Granville. And I also made sure that Sherelle was here as well.
Happy birthday, Granny.
Wait, you got Sherelle?
Yeah, happy birthday. Hey, twin.
What up? What up? It's birthday time. Wait, it's birthday time. We can't be celebrating.
I was wondering who this was.
We ain't got no drinks. We ain't got nothing left. See, y'all
Bro,
You don't need no drink.
I need all the drinks, dog. I just drove 670 miles today, but
oh, you made it, brother.
I'm up here in this bitch with y'all. Yeah, I made it, dog. It was a struggle, but I made it up there.
All right, that's good.
Hey, I appreciate that.
Well, once again, happy birthday, brother, man. We glad you here rocking out with us. I hope you have an amazing time. You enjoyed your time. I hope you saw the debate. I hope you saw that they try to say I was biased, but I feel very disrespected.
Fuck them hoes, Eric. Fuck them hoes.
You know what I mean? They try to do me dirty.
I got your back. Look, I'm gonna say what you ain't gonna say, Aaron. Fuck all you hoes and you bitch ass niggas, you hear me? Fuck all y'all. Aaron ain't gotta say it, I'm gonna say it. Fuck you hoes and you bitch ass niggas. There you go, Aaron. I got your back, Aaron.
That South is different, man. Whoo, wait. Anyway, let's make sure that we stay on the track of the conversation, though. We don't want to get too off here. GBGville, who'd you had winning the debate, sir?
Both of them guys really annoyed the fuck out of me today.
All right.
They really annoyed me. You know who I really thought won?
Fatty.
I really listen. This is wild. And I'm gonna have to throw Sharon into it. I think the moderators won because y'all tried to at least get these two motherfuckers to actually have a conversation and actually try to get them to break down the shit they were saying for the retarded motherfuckers in the audience like me.
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? And I can appreciate that because this is a wonderful thing for this space. We've been asking for this, and especially podcasts, for almost 2.5 years now.
That's a fact.
So it's actually happening now. And we're going to work out the kinks and everything. Everybody be along for the ride. We're going to get it copacetic. It's going to get steady. And just enjoy how it blossoms.
So
but the moderators did their thing. The moderators did their fucking thing. I'm going to give it to them. I would like to see Brownsville. I would like to see Brownsville and Fantastic again at a later date when we mine out. When y'all mine out, because I don't know how to do this shit. I'm a chat nigga.
I'm never going to see that.
Y'all mine out. How you
I wanted to ask about the question. The questions that were asked, were they? Did they know about these questions beforehand?
No, they made it up as they go, Chris.
No, there was no. There was no restraint to that structure there, and I know why Fatty designed it that way because he didn't want to prevent the participants from not being in control of most of it. You know what I'm saying? So I understand that part. Also, he just like I know, it's all right to people that don't try nothing always judge the people that do. So like,
I got a question. If one had to be Biden and one had to be Trump, who do you think in this conversation would have been Biden and who would have been Trump?
That's wow. I don't know how to answer that because neither of those personalities fit. But does Trump do more talking or less talking?
I don't know, but he damn sure do more roasting.
More roasting, more blabbing.
That's a good question. I don't want to get caught up in that because I don't know enough of their politics. But
Trump is more of a talker.
Got you.
Well, let me ask you, Aaron, let's scratch that question. Who do you think in this conversation was the Democrat and who was the Republican?
No, that's not a fair assessment because they're both conservative.
Hold on, before y'all do that, I just wanted to come up and say happy birthday to Granville. Happy birthday, Granville.
Thank you, Brittany.
Hey, Brittany B.
Yeah,
sis. How you doing?
I'm just saying hi.
Yo, nigga, don't talk to Brittany. She coming to tell me happy birthday. You give her grace so she can shower me with happy birthdays. Don't do that.
So
don't do that.
Yeah, shout out to G-Ville, and make sure y'all take what's that, a sip of that alcohol one time for the one time.
I know you're not promoting alcohol
because he's not.
I was told.
Hey, look, hey, I'm the club promoter tonight. Okay, let me give a shout out to MC Heavy TITS. Says, love you, Aaron. You were the most balanced. See, I told y'all. I knew some people was looking out for me. I knew some people had my back because they was doing me bad. They were
I was told that you answer all questions when you got the orange hoodies on. What's going on? He answered one of. See, Brownsville need to take note. Don't answer no questions.
No, see. So here's the difference. I answer all questions. However, if I think somebody wants to try, it's a bad idea to try to beat me with the orange hoodie on. Pick a day when I ain't got it on because it won't look good for you. This is why, this is the thing. Everybody know E is my guy. Podcast my guy. I don't have a desire to beat them in no debates. This is what people don't understand about me. I have a desire for them to win. So that's why I stay out the way. I don't want to be the reason why y'all don't.
Let me tell you, Aaron, you're a better man than me, then. Dog.
I know I am. I know I am because
I'm
what you willing to do
in every show.
Oh yeah, because I know. I always take the higher road.
Silent Chicago dudes.
So this is unanimous. Is the panel now saying this unanimous?
See what I'm saying? You see the passive aggressive shit? This is what Red Bull was talking about.
So is it unanimous?
You heard that?
Fantastic.
Bean. One advice. You want to beat Aaron? Get a hitman to steal his hoodie. Then you can win. Other than that, you're not going to win.
Out of your fucking mind, man. Let me tell you something, man.
A Canadian-born Nigerian.
Somebody translate.
Everybody already knows.
Who do you got winning? Right? Who you got winning this debate? Did you watch it?
He just called my name.
I watched it. I was kind of like, I caught it before it started because I won. Fatty, don't debate people who haven't never done debate in their life before. When I looked into the whole thing, all I can see that Fantastic wasn't trying much, but it kind of like set him up to fail.
Right. That's what you're supposed to do.
It was a reverse tactic. You know the guy have no experience in debating at all.
Right.
All you gotta do is to move back, lay the trap, and let them fall in it. So it's kind of embarrassing.
Yep. That's a fact, bro.
I've been looking for Chicago Rilla. Tell anybody that when y'all see Rilla that I've been trying to debate him forever.
You want to find Chicago Rilla?
Right now.
Hold on. Wait, stop. Hold on. Stop right there. I want to hear from Lauren. Which segment or part of the debate did you find the most interesting as far as what questions did you see presented that you thought was presented well, invalidated, countered, etc., that you was like, oh, that was good, or that's clearly why they lost?
Well, I feel like there was no win or lose because I didn't see a title of what we were debating.
Mm-hmm. Phil?
I mean, I could be. I did say Phil because I had to go back before it was where does it say what they're debating? It's just point of views.
How would I say it? It's a fraternity calling space like Mr. Fantastic, DJ Helm, Blackman Unfiltered, the Rim Brothers, and they want to be
the Rim. Okay, so the Rim Brothers versus whatever
that those two idiots acting for Brooklyn. Once again, they're not from Brooklyn. They're rejects.
Okay, yeah, I was kind of lost on what they were debating about, and then I got a little confused on the Queen's question because Fantastic was very specific on saying all women were queens, and he said yes. And then he didn't quite clarify that, child molesters could also be queens. So I thought that was not the right answer.
Problematic, man. What do they mean by that? What do they even mean by that? This is what I'm saying, bro. Like Aaron, I know you want me to embrace the entertainment side of it, but come on, man. The white motherfuckers is gonna make sure that the intellectual side is tied down first, bro. Because here's my question: did they ever say what they meant by queen?
Okay, let me ask you this. I'm going to answer your question. The same way I told Jabba to ask either man was success, that was not established, right? And I don't disagree with you on that, right? The problem is I know to establish that. The issue is I don't want to look like I'm trying to win the debate. I already know how the perception is going into it. I know how it started, and I was like, ooh, because if you saw how I responded immediately, like, you ain't taking no position, like you invalidating your point. Then I had to backtrack and go, let me be quiet before it looks like I'm trying to. So I had to fall back.
But I'm not saying you all should have been doing anything, because I already told you, in my opinion, the 3 judges should be closed. They shouldn't be saying nothing at all. But what I'm saying is, look at Lauren represents.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on, Williams. I got you. I'm sorry. Yes, it was answered. Well, not what queens are, his reasoning or what queens mean. So he was saying it is a form of endearment. So it was like it's like a word of endearment. That's what the word means. So it's just endearment is what he said. So not what a queen actually is, but the reasoning behind why the word is used was defined.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. That's thank you for pointing out that that's not what I asked, right? Not how you're using it, but what it actually means. And that's what I'm saying. Lauren represents the audience, right? So you see her sitting here saying like she's confused. If you make the argument that she's a queen, right? Like, for whatever reason, I just started watching House of Dragon, right? And when you look at House of Dragon, you see there's a woman, she's a queen, right?
No spoilers.
She's a queen because that's her title, right? It's a representation of her position in the house, in the seven realms and all that, right? That's what that is. So what I'm saying is, when they say a woman is a queen, right? You have to tell me exactly what that means, because then because you know the queen got away with certain shit. But when we're saying it in a way like we're saying a person is beautiful or attractive, right? Or a person is strong, or a person is fast, then they need to be that. They can't be the opposite of that and still be like, you can't say, man, that person is strong as hell, and they can't even live a 5 pound weight. That doesn't make any sense.
He still defined how he was using the word queen. And so what we got to realize is you can use a word that's not original to the definition. If I ask you the qualifying question on what you mean by it, I have to accept your definition by what you meant.
That's not a oh my God. Okay, either man. Do you
have
realize that we use nigga as a term of endearment?
Exactly. So
okay, but that's what I'm saying, though. So you understand what I mean? Like, there's
all right, stop. So Beans, don't do it. You're not winning.
Always stop while I'm talking.
I'm gonna answer your question, because you're not winning. You're not about to win no debate today. You don't need to prove that you
There's no debate.
So I'm not trying to win a debate. He said some shit that
I heard what he said, sir, and you want to highlight how you're right and he's wrong. Okay?
No, I want to highlight why the fuck is he not realizing that a term of endearment is not a definition of it.
Okay,
right?
sir.
Literally saying that I'm using it passively.
So
it don't mean anything.
One moment, I got you. It's important.
College goers are wild.
It's important that we tie it to the debate, because this is what the conversation is. Fantastic did say you could use another word. Why'd you pick that one? So that part is what Beans is saying. These words are defined. So either man substantiate your reasoning behind why you presented the statement you did, so that way Beans can feel a little better about why he gonna disagree with you regardless.
So, because I got you. But in this space, we use words outside of the content from a definition that we mean. So, for example, if I say, hey, Beans is my nigga, he knows that I'm not trying to use it maybe in the original way that might be defined in the dictionary. Can we agree upon that?
Yeah.
So what I am saying is, when he said that he was actually using it as a form of endurement, I accepted what he was meaning by what he was saying. Can you accept that? Or are you saying that just because he was using it incorrect in your mind, you saying that you can't accept what he meant by that?
No, it's not that he was using it incorrect. What I'm saying is it has to have a meaning, right? So that's what I'm saying.
He gave it a meaning. The words matter.
Endearment is not a meaning, right? That's not a meaning, bro. That's what I'm trying to get you to just accept that. I could call you boo face, nigga. That's a term of endearment. There's no real meaning to that. It doesn't actually mean anything, right? And that's what I'm saying. If I say all women are this thing, What do I mean when I say they're all that thing? Because there's going to be qualifiers that make them that thing. And if they don't, if the qualifiers don't apply to that, then they're not that thing. And if I'm correct, Aaron, didn't he lose that debate on that same technicality?
Yeah, no, we agree. We agree that he lost that debate. But what I'm trying to say is, if I use a word here and I define what I am meaning to do in that, you're saying just because it's not in the definition, that means I can't use it that way?
No, what I'm saying is term of endearment is not a definition. That's what I'm saying. For the 14
it's not a classification. It's not.
Right, exactly.
So let me ask you a question, because I like what you said about the N-word.
No, either man, no.
Either man, let it go, please. Let it go. You're not gonna win this.
It's not about to jump either man.
It's okay.
So either man, you a victim.
We a victim tonight.
Now, the whole point that I was trying to help people understand is that we want people to use words the way we use them.
No, we want you people to use the words correctly.
Right.
Queen has its own definition.
Stop. Everybody stop. All right, because Beans and Eater Man is not about to go back and forth. Eater Man is saying
Beans ain't talking no more.
you just interrupted, sir. Don't be a victim. So Eater Man is saying, look, if I say the term queens is used as a term, I'm using it as a term of endearment, right or wrong. If Fantastic goes, I accept that, then it's on the table. If he rejects that, then that's when the differences come. And I don't even think they got that far. But Fantastic,
no, I rejected it. I did reject it.
Fantastic said you could have used a different word, and so there was a rejection to some degree there. I don't remember his exact phraseology or whatever, things like that. So that's what I was trying to say. I understand what you're trying to say. Beans is still going to be right. When you debate with Beans, you have to know how to debate him. And he turns everything into a debate. So he can't not help it. That's what you don't understand.
Listen, so I totally get what y'all guys are saying, right? I get what y'all trying to say, that we gonna use it as the definition, define it as, and we gonna act like you can't use that word out of any other context, right? So
right. It's a debate.
Which is crazy to me, because half y'all niggas on YouTube don't use words correctly. Then we start holding y'all accountable to the definition.
We should start doing it.
I think you should start that, and you should stay on that.
Start doing it.
All right, fellas, calm down, because I got my bro Fantastic here. He's here to answer any of y'all questions for all you haters in a moment. But before I let Fantastic come over here and then try to sway the audience to vote for him again, I want to get to Venus because she didn't get to finish her point, and I want to hear her point because she rage quit in the chat. Okay, I know Venus, all right? And I know what she did. So Venus, go ahead. It's on you.
How did you know I rage quit?
Because I know you.
You do.
I didn't make no announcement. I just left.
We nerds up in here. We can
My
see
blood started boiling. I was like, I can't take the injustice.
I know.
Mm-hmm. Eater Man, what happened? What is it?
I'm just waiting for a nigga to. Hey, Venus. I'm just waiting for a nigga to use the word disingenuous again. I'm going to the definition on it because they don't use it right. That's all.
Look, Eater Man is mad. Like, look, just call me out. Don't call nobody else out. You gonna call me out?
Well, let me say this since Fantastic is here. Two things that were bullshit. He included gay was convenient right early on in the conversation, but then later on in the conversation, when what was the damn argument? When Brownsville was making some argument, I think about people being in prison or something. Then Fantastic wanted to separate the gay men from the straight men. So I'm in the chat like, wait, so now we're separating? Because when it came to marriages, you said gay marriages are included when you wanted to make your points about women. But then when he wanted to make his points about men, no, because it's not the straight men are being accused, but it's the gay men. Then it was a separation, right? I peeped that too. That was kind of crazy. And then it was another thing where I think Fantastic is, you have to, I agree, you need to know how to debate because he's very technical. right? And he's going to have like data and all that stuff. But if you are deciding to debate somebody's ideology, then you have to accept the fact that there's not going to be a lot of tangible evidence. Like, you guys are asking him questions about his ideologies, right? What is Rim Brother? Why do you say Queen? All of these are based on his ideas. So if they're based on his ideas, right? How do you not accept his proof? They're his ideas.
Well, one, I could invalidate his immediate point because he said he didn't create the Rim Brothers. He just put an acronym to what they identified as. So that's not his ideology. He's saying it's identity. So I could poke. I mean, he know stay away from me. I like everybody know, leave me alone. Let me be the conversationalist. This ain't gonna go good for none of y'all.
Wait,
all right?
no,
So
that's not a good argument because
that is a good argument because
excellent argument.
Aaron,
Sorry to
wait,
say.
hold on, stop.
Go ahead.
Stop. He never said I didn't, nor did he say he created the red pill, incel, or manosphere. We're talking about his perspectives about them, right? Those are the things being challenged, and those are his ideas, his opinions, right? But then you're challenging him on his opinions and his ideas about them being problematic or whatever to society, they're dangerous, whatever his ideas are. But then when he answers your questions, you want tangible proof.
You gotta
But you're
have it.
debating someone's ideology. It's just like when they asked Fantastic. Fantastic said most women want to be in toxic relationships. It was the same thing. They said, okay, Fantastic, can you prove that? No, it's my opinion.
So that's a fair point. I was going to show you why I'm right in the point that I was defending, and then you're right about what you're trying to speak about. See, like he can't have an ideology on something he either don't understand or already acknowledged existed prior to him. So that means it's already defined. So he can't go redefine what the R, the I, the R, the M, and then just claim that it's just his opinion and ideology. It's already defined. Either he don't know or refuse it. And then he's saying people are self-acknowledging these things, right? And so there's a lot of false information presented there. Now, to your point, go ahead.
That wasn't me.
No,
okay.
I did a bell on turn that you did hit the point right there.
He didn't.
Wait,
But,
so you
go
saying,
ahead and
Aaron? Are
finish,
you saying
Aaron.
you don't believe that you? Not necessarily are you saying that about this, but when he said that the RIM version of it just came together like that organically, do you believe that? Like he could have been calling them Myers, right? MIR. He could have been calling you mirrors, right? He could have just said manosphere, incel, red.
Exactly. Thank you, podcast.
Or ERMs.
Right.
Which sounds better.
Right.
Yeah.
But somehow the rim just came organically.
Yeah, no, it was again. That's why I keep bringing up the homoerotic shit.
Of course, there's like there's probably some other
innuendo. Let's not play coy.
Messy and shady. Just
context.
No, but that I ain't got no opinion on that. Like that, that's not what my statement is about. I ain't got nothing to do with how he came up with what he came up with. That's on him. That ain't got nothing to do with me.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter again that you keep going. My bad. Hold up, y'all ain't done. My bad. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
So shout out to everybody, man. So again, the fact.
Well, fantastic.
What the fuck?
What up?
I want to make sure I know what you're responding. Are you responding to what Venus accused you of?
Well, let me address that first.
Okay.
So Venus brought up the ideology thing first. Again, like you said, I've done debates. I got debates on here that's over 5 years old, like official debate style judge, all these different things, so on and so forth, rules, all this shit, right? So I've already done this. Okay. So like when you're trying to argue an ideology, like you said, that's a very, very poor debate. And this is one of the problems I had in the debate. Brownsville, and this is why, and Eric can tell you, I said this. I was like, hey, we need to establish what the debate is about. Because if we just make opening statements and say, I'm coming from here, you're coming from there, it's too ambiguous. And he tried to go down the thing and say, well, we disagree on this, we disagree on that. Okay, I understand it. That's not a debate. That's pretty much going to be an argument. And especially when, again, 99% of Brownsville shit was, Venus, I'll ask you this. Venus, tell me one thing that Brownville said that could have been verified through factual numbers, data, anything. Tell me one thing that he argued that could be actually verified.
I'm gonna be honest. I checked out I was probably there for like 15 minutes, so I don't have no answer for that.
So let me help you out. None, zero.
Bingo.
He didn't
I'll
talk about
give
anything quantifiable. Nothing. Purposely.
I'll give him credit for bringing up IFS, but that's not
That was
necessarily a good
inaccurate. And
source.
again, and
Well,
hold on, and Chris, and when I pressed him on that, he was using a sentence. He named a source. When I challenged him, hey, give me the numbers of the source. You're talking
right.
about that's an opinion from what I didn't look it up, but he was giving me an opinion.
Okay.
He was giving me an opinionated statement saying that again that makes no sense. 50 years promiscuity hasn't changed, and then I directly counter him with you know what I'm saying, out of wedlock birth rates and STD rates, which have both
It's
jumped exponentially over fucking 50 years. You see what I'm
correct.
saying? So that was what's making it difficult for me. Now to Venus's second point, what was the first? The first one was ideology. That's why I say ideology is a poor standard for debate. For the most part, unless you have two people that are going to strictly be, hey, Islam versus Christianity, we know that that's all opinion based, right? But again, when this man comes forth and he's saying that there's something wrong with the ideology and all these different things, and like Aaron said, he has very little to no understanding of it other than his very, very small perception and his even being around it. You know what I'm saying? He can't have the argument because he can't tell you when it started. If you don't know when the quote unquote red pill incel manosphere started, okay, how can you know what I mean? If you don't know who are the particular people. And then someone brought up a point in the super chat. They was like, "Well, hey man, you had this crusade against Tommy Sotomayor and Kevin Samuels. Are you saying they didn't move the needle whatsoever? Well, they didn't move the needle. Why are you bringing them up as cruxes to your argument? Why are you talking about if
That's
he's
fair.
saying and
That's
then
fair.
my bad, go ahead.
So no, I did got a question. So I think this is the first time I've seen you open yourself up for I don't know, to be attacked. I guess it was some things that you kind of open up where it can be responded into a proper way. Why do you felt like you debated against him that way?
Well, again, I had to do a lot of carrying, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So I'm trying to play along with the thing. And like I said, he was pretty much navigating the debate until I brought up the fact of the matter, like, hey man, look, we're over halfway through this thing, and everything that's been asked has been his opinion about how he feels. And like Bina said, she is right and exact in saying that. I can't tell a man that what he thinks that he don't think what he say he thinks. I could never prove that. It's trying to prove a negative, right? So that's why I say we have these things that, well, a righteous woman and I'm better than you because I'm married and all these. Okay, well, you as a married person may say that, but I get another married person that may not say, hey, all people are the same, married or not. Hey, if you're happy, you're happy. So that's what I'm saying.
Oh
It's
my
just
God,
problematic for you
fantastic.
to come from that angle. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry, but I'm sorry. I
No, you good. Go ahead.
don't want to forget because this was the other thing. It was okay for everyone to accept you qualifying divorce as a failure, but the literal opposite of divorce is marriage, right? But when he wanted to qualify that as a success, you didn't want to accept it. But it was accepted when you qualified divorce as failure. How come?
What do you mean? I didn't qualify. I no, I actually challenged that notion. I didn't challenge. I challenged the fact of the matter that divorce is failure because again, the majority of that's why I asked the question. Y'all gotta follow, bro. I said, do most relationships fail? He said yes. So if most relationships fail, how therefore can divorce be a failure?
Oh,
See,
I
if
got it
you,
wrong then. I came in at that time. My bad. That's what
Yeah,
I thought
yeah.
and
the
this
So
the thing
conversation
though,
was.
if he was smart, right? See, if he was smart,
he
Aaron.
would ask more
Hold on,
questions.
hold on. Let podcast work. Do it. Go
You
ahead.
know
Do
how
what
we
you do.
because here's the thing, right? Like, and some people might argue semantics, but if Fantastic debates the way he says he debates, then he understands. Just by him making the argument that most relationships fail, you're conceding that divorce is failure. You're literally using the word. You're literally using the word fail when you say most relationships fail, right? So
Wait, but I
just
have a
by you
Okay,
question.
so now
saying that,
hold up.
Well,
Now
hold on,
podcast, you gotta give me the other side. Hold on. He got to
stop.
give me the rebuttal.
Hold
My bad.
on. Let Beans cook, and then you can retort.
I
Go
thought
ahead.
he was he's still going?
Yeah, that's usually what happens when people don't like it. That up this great, but that's what I'm saying, right? So if he was smart, he would have just caught that. Now, yes, absolutely, you're gonna have to concede to the word change that Mr. Fantastic would have implemented, right? But in that moment, well, you just acknowledge that it's a failure. You see? But
I think
either way, he wasn't
So no,
spot
it's
at
on
all.
me. It's on me. It's on me. So no, it's on me. Is he still going? You not done?
Go ahead.
All right, cool. So no, again, that would be wrong again, because if it's the majority of something and it's the standard, right? Or not necessarily the standard, but the most common thing that's happening. Okay, especially again when we put it in the lens of we're talking about black women, is it indeed a failure? If it's the standard and that's what usually happens, okay, if let's just say, right, that all fucking, and they'll tell you this, right? So cars, right? Certain cars will make it to 100,000 miles. Certain cars won't make it past, right?
Yeah.
So if all the cars fail at a fucking 100,000 miles, it's no longer a failure. It's the standard. It's the expectation. No. Hear me. No.
What? Fantastic.
I'm gonna say it again.
Fantastic. You won tonight. Don't do this.
What are you talking about? Don't do this.
Look at Aaron. Look at Aaron.
Well, hold on. Well, again, hold on. Well, y'all are making. Hold up. You're making these hyperbolic noises. But so I'm gonna say this again and disprove my point. If the failure is the standard, the argument then is it a failure?
Yes.
If nobody, hold on. Wait. So if nobody can pass the test upon a certain point, what did they usually do with the test?
They scrap it.
Thank you. Why? Stop. Why? Hold on. Who just said that? Who answered the question? Who answered the question?
You think, nigga?
All right, thank you. So thank you. So you scrap it. Why? Because no one is able to fucking attain it. So is everyone going to be a failure, or are you going to reassess and say, okay, what we did was not realistic or not adequate? And that's what I'm saying. So that's why I know if I use the word failure, that doesn't mean I'm conceding anything.
Right, but what you're saying right now, that's true. That you really want this? You want to get embarrassed, or you want to let me handle it? So what you're saying right now?
I was still muted till that nigga got direct. I'll just go ahead.
No, but what you're saying right now would be that would be applicable if you could make the argument.
Let me
that
drop off
nobody can do it, right? The problem is that we absolutely know that there are people who do it, right? There are absolutely people who stay married until one of them niggas die. Right?
Yeah, but is that the common thing? So now we're gonna set so now Beans, you're on the opposite spectrum of that. Now we know that's the least common of marriages, without a doubt. You agree to that, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so can we set the anomaly as the standard?
Absolutely not.
All right then. So that's what I'm saying. So that's why I always cover all my bases, bro. Again, you can't.
Fantastic, you're wrong though.
I'm not wrong. How am I wrong?
But fantastic. The base that you're not covering right now is that the root word in failure is fail. Right. So there's no way around it. Like the argument that you're making, you can present it that way, but it's still not relinquishing.
That's not. But you're saying the crux of your thing where you hiccup is you're saying. My bad. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is the way that you're presenting it is not incorrect, right? The only flaw in it is that then it does not become a failure. Let's use the car analogy, right? Specific cars have specific things that fail on them. So a lot of people get the Mercury Sabre, they'll tell you, man, the trans gonna go out on that thing. Hey, if you get the Ford Taurus, man, them shocks gonna go out on that thing, right? They have specific things that fail on the car, right? But they're still failing. There's no way around that. Right, that's what I'm saying. That's the part that you can't dispute, is that it's still a failure. Now, the argument I would present, though, right, is that, well, if it's subjective, right, then you can make the argument that even though it's a failure, that's subjective, right? Because there are a lot of people who will tell you, hey, man, look, the point of a marriage is to build a legacy, generational wealth, raise your kids, get them off to being productive members of society. So let's take Dale Curry and his wife. Well, they did that. They built their legacy, they got their wealth, they got their kids to the NBA, and then they split. Would somebody say that their divorce or that their marriage, the marriage itself, was a failure? I don't think you could absolutely say that.
Thank you. That proves my point.
Because we would say that they were successful parents, but their marriage failed.
Even though they were married for 30 plus years.
Right.
I get what y'all guys are saying, But as from their marriage failed, but they were successful parents. You could be
And
successful.
again, this is what I'm saying,
Your
Edelman.
argument is biblical,
So
though.
Edelman, again, this is the point, and this is the point that I'm making. It's still going to be subjective from person to person, and I specifically said this in the debate in my reply. Two different married people can have the same opinion of divorce. Okay, two different divorced people can have things of divorce. And then, like you said, and to this point, I do believe. I think Eda Man brought it earlier. I'll check the stream out. Like when Fatty over clarified when he asked the question. He actually stole one of my counters by him doing that and saying, "Okay, can a person be divorced and be happy?" When he went down that train, you know what I'm saying? He kind of over pursued that, but that's definitely where I was going, right? To make that point. So again, this is what happens when you have a very opinionated point of reference and argument stance versus anything that's verifiable, because I can argue against that at any point in time. And then being to your point, to ultimately counter your point, tell me things in the world that do not fail. Tell me something that's indestructible. Tell me something that has lasted from the beginning of time to the current to the time it was made until now. You see what I'm saying? And then that further brings it full. My bad. It brings it full circle to the point of me saying, well, if everything fails, is failure really? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The definition, just using saying, I concede it by saying the word failure. That's not a concession.
It absolutely would be though, and but let's not circle that, right? Because this is the thing I would say, right? So I'm agreeing with you as far as the subjective side of it, right? Because earlier Eda Man compared a marriage to a business, right? Well, if you see somebody who had a business that ran for 30, 40 years, that made a whole bunch of fucking money, and then the business was, not doing so well, and they sold it, took their money, and got out the way, nobody would say that they was a failure at business. Right? Donald Sterling lost the LA Clippers. Nobody would say he was a failure at business because he lost his team. He checked the bag for it. Right? So that's what I'm saying. It does become sort of subjective. You have these cats that make six figures, right? And they're successful because they're making six figures, even though they're working 80 fucking hours a week to get it, right? But like you said, if you stand them next to a guy that don't have to do a damn thing, his money is working for him and he's in the billions, would they still be considered successful? You wouldn't be able to tell them guys they're not successful. They're going to look at I'm successful on my particular level. That automatically makes the argument for it being subjective. There's no way around it.
I just want to tell y'all guys, thank you for having me tonight. Bean just misquoted me in real time. So I'll see y'all guys later. Appreciate
Yeah, let me say this before Venus goes, and that's another thing too, right? So he could accept the point of, and he specifically pointed it at me, right, as divorce being a failure for me. But then whenever I brought up the fact of the matter that black women are the only demographic with a higher divorce rate than marriage rate, he tried to throw it away. So it can't be bad for the men or me, right? But then when the women do it and they're the only fucking group that has a higher divorce rate than marriage rate, it's a-okay, and it's the men's fault. You can't be those both things at the same time. So that's what I'm saying. Logical fallacies, a lot of contradictions in this argument. So that's what I'm saying. That too.
My question was about I think the test or the car analogy where you were like, if most people fail, we can't really base the standard off of the minority. That's kind of what you were saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so most rich people in this country are deemed successful and they are the minority, right?
Yeah.
So we can base a measure of success on a minority, right?
From a monetary standpoint, yeah. But
No,
that's
from a period,
no, it's
right? Like
not.
if we
But
have
again, that's what I'm saying. So you literally just proved the point. You had to change the whole thing, and even then, like you said, rich people go broke. There are people that are rich. Hold on. There are people that are rich and they lose their money. They're literally companies that are $1 billion companies that go bankrupt. So again, it's still proof. It goes back to the failure analogy where nothing lasts forever, Venus. Nothing lasts forever.
I didn't change anything, and to be fair, no, some people were rich from the day they were born to the day they died. Some people attained their wealth and kept it until they died.
Okay,
So
what
that's
percentage is
not
that though?
exactly. But again, okay. Let's go back to percentage, right? If you're saying we can't base success metrics off of a minority, but if we look at everything else in life, that's what we literally do, right? The top performer, that's the goal, right? The one who is the highest salesman in the company, that's the goal, right? The fastest runner in the race, that's the goal, right? So we literally do that in every other part of life. The highest credit score, right? Like we do that every other part of life. We use the minority as the success standard. We should be up there, but you're saying we can't do that with marriage. I don't understand.
Well, again, it's a different fucking perspective to it. You're talking about all those things you're talking about for the most part are individualistic or something that's based on you and your decision making. You're not coupled to another human being. So I can be the perfect husband, she can be the perfect wife, everything can be going great, and she say, "Hey, fuck this, I don't want to do it no more." He says, "Fuck this, I don't want to do it anymore." So that's why you can't hold it to the same standard as something where it's a business and a person has to make calculated moves. They have to do this deal or not do this deal, and they're more directly involved than again being coupled to another person. Right? Let's go there. Right. So let's stay on your premise. Hold on.
Hey,
Hold on. What are you
Wait,
doing?
hold on.
You ain't buying no extra minutes here. Calm down. Calm down.
Oh, I'm on a timer. I didn't know I was on a timer.
Hey, I didn't say. Listen, yeah. When you see me, it's I see a lot of people try to jump in, and you kind of stop, but then you want to continue on. So I want to allow you to try to finish your point, because I think it's, in my opinion, I'm gonna say this, it's probably a better idea to concede to Venus's point at this moment.
No, it's not.
Okay, it's not.
Let me go out.
Continue on. Go ahead. Continue
so
on.
I'm actually going to stick in her thing, and I'm glad you said it because now break it. So now we're going to combine it too. We're going to combine successful business people or the standard, right, for richness and all these different things, and divorce. And we're going to use Jeff Bezos, and I think her name was Mackenzie Bezos, right? So Mackenzie Bezos started out with Jeff Bezos when he had nothing. They both had nothing, right? And they built up this company called Amazon, and they became billionaires. Huh? Who said it's not true?
He was not broke.
Okay, well, from a billionaire standard, I'm sorry.
Compared to where he at now, compared to where he's at right now,
he was a successful. Go ahead. I don't want
a billionaire story. He wasn't anywhere near a billionaire, and he actually tells this story as to where they started out selling books and all this stuff, but that's irrelevant, right? So the thing, what happened one day is that Mackenzie Bezos said, "I no longer want to be married to Jeff Bezos," and she divorced him. At that time, I think he was, I don't know if he was number one, the richest man in the world, but he was top three. He's been like top 3 or 4. He was. So thank you, Aaron. So he was number one in the world. Okay. She didn't say he had any issues or problems with infidelity. She didn't say he was a horrible man or a horrible person. Mackenzie Bezos said basically, "Hey, I just don't want to do this anymore. I changed my mind. My feelings have changed for this man. Hey, we built everything, so on and so forth." And you know what she did, Venus? She divorced him and she took a settlement for I don't know how much, Aaron, but she became and she became one of the richest women in the world by simply leaving a man that she said herself did nothing wrong to her in a divorce. Okay. So would you say that Mackenzie Bezos, who was married to the richest man in the world, okay, and made him I'm pretty sure he dropped down after that divorce because he lost so much money, okay, was that not a perfect example of what I'm talking about as to where even the minority, the richest man in the world, had his wealth knocked down because a woman simply said, "I don't want to be with you anymore." That's why you can't use the point that you're trying to use.
Wait, but that was never that's not the argument. You're not wrong, but that's not the argument, right? So when you said all that stuff about she woke up one day and just decided to, you know what it sounds like? The kid who failed the test and it's because, oh my God, I didn't get sleep. I got 2 jobs. I didn't have time to study. At the end of the day, you failed. We don't care why. You failed, right?
Who failed?
And then when you said
who failed?
The person who failed the exam, they failed. The
Well,
person
no.
who
So now
failed
we got,
that marriage,
but now you
they
got to
failed.
analogize it to the marriage.
Divorce is failure, man. I'm sorry, Miss Fantastic. Divorce is failure.
Okay, so again, you hold on. Don't third party. No. Hold on. Wait, stop. No. You need to. You use the analogy. Now tell me who failed between McKinsey and Jeff Bezos. Who was the failure?
The both of them, the marriage failed. We're talking about the marriage.
Wow. Okay, so
Now
yeah.
And
you're
heads up,
changing
and
it.
heads up,
Wait, hold
fantastic.
Great.
He
on,
did cheat.
Christopher.
He did
Please,
cheat.
can you please hold on? You're changing it now about wealth and other things that were not a part of the argument. We're talking specifically about marriage being a success if it lasts
No,
and
you
a
literally
failure
brought
if
up
it
wealth. That's why
doesn't.
we were here. You brought wealth up. You said the people that make the most money, businesses, all these different things. That was the first thing you said, even before you got to like physical stuff like racing and things. So let's not forget what we
Okay,
said.
so maybe you misunderstood my point. It was never about the wealth per se. It was about top performers. That's what the whole
Jeff
argument
Bezos is a
was.
top performer. He was the richest man in the world.
Jesus Christ.
Let's
I hate
Anyway,
when
so
y'all
I'm
do
gonna
this.
move
Y'all
to
get
ask
my
the
frustrated
original
when
question again. I think she should ask the original question.
That's correct, podcast. We should go back to the original question after I read these super chats, okay? MC Heavy says using sir or ma'am in the UK is offensive because they actually have royalty over there. Dang, that's a good point. I ain't never been over there. Somebody fly me out. All right, Stan Archer says next Wednesday's debate is podcast versus Eater Man. I would love to see that. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a slaughter, too, okay? Chocolate Bunny says, rematch, topic on pandering to both men and women, the ups and the downs. Well, you got to get the panderers for that. MC Heavy TITS says, so now a 70 is equal to an 80 because standards have changed. That is an interesting statement, okay? Stan Autry says, being in a miserable marriage is success. Make it make sense. Oh, well, it depends on the criteria, okay? When he talks about I'm going to say black women marriages, because I'm not good at saying B-dub, failing, he does mention other people failing at their relationships. Yeah, he does mention that. That's fair enough. Davey Richards says, when we getting a AO versus fantastic real debaters? I mean, y'all don't want to see that. Come on now. I want to see Venus versus fantastic. That's what I want to see. Okay, CJ sparring matches says a marriage failing doesn't mean you're a failure in life. Fantastic. You should concede Venus' point. She's right. Ooh.
Problem is he didn't make the.
Hey, be quiet, podcast. It ain't your turn yet, okay? CJ sparring match says Venus, I still don't like you most of the time. Laughing out loud. Yeah, I'm just saying that. That's kind of messed up. Okay, who was talking? Venus was going to restate her position. I think podcast requested that.
The question that she originally asked him.
Okay. Oh yeah, I don't know if I remember that. Exactly.
I done got spent around so many times, but I'll pivot. I just had one other thing. I just had one other thing about when he compared marriages. He said that marriages can't be judged in the same way as businesses because marriages are dependent upon two people. Businesses are dependent upon many people. So we can't say that either. There is no business if there are no clients, right? If there are no workers. So a 2-person relationship compared to a 25 or a 2,500 person relationship. So if we're gonna go with there's more than one party involved, then that's not a good argument either. Because businesses have way more than one party involved. I mean, 2 parties involved.
Well, actually, Venus, you could make the argument that a business only has 2 parties. So if I have a business and I have a supplier, and all of my business is getting supplies from this person, that's 100% of my business, unfortunately. So
you get your supplies from this person, and then you do what with them, Aaron?
It doesn't move off her point though. It doesn't.
Yeah, but either way, we can still sit there, right? The issue again is the context of it. A business relationship and a intimate relationship are 2 totally different things. Okay. In a business, you have certain laws and agreements and contracts that are signed that cannot be fucking just arbitrarily changed at the drop of a hat. If you do that, there are penalties, legal and possibly criminal. Okay, penalties. If you violate something, you say, "Hey, I'm going to do X, Y, Z, such and such, and so and so, whatnot, what have you," and you don't do it, you can get sued. You got to pay the people, and like I said, the pitting off is that bad, you go to jail. Divorce is totally different. You have a contract that's there, and one person, again, arbitrarily can say, I don't want to do this anymore, and now they got half your shit. So it's not the same.
Well, fantastic. You're wrong, because what you just said is, in a contract, one party could violate the contract and then get sued. Fair. In marriage, within the rules of the contract, there is an option to divorce for unreconcilable differences. Only one party has to feel that way. So I don't think you showed a difference for how the business voiding of a contract and the marriage divorcing of a contract is uniquely different if it's pertaining to what the contract allows, in which the contract of marriage does allow a divorce for a single party to file for this such and so reason.
Exactly, but the single party doesn't get penalized. The single party can penalize the other person. That's the difference between the business. If me and you have a contract that says, hey, use the thing you just used, supplier, right? Hey, you're the fucking business, I'm the supplier. I fucking paid you X amount of dollars to supply me with these supplies. The supplies don't show up. What happens, Aaron?
Okay, I hear what you're saying. But so in this argument, you have to prove damages, right? So how are you substantiating that in a divorce there is damages to one party?
That's the point. That's the whole point, Aaron. You don't have to prove there are no the damages are arbitrary. Damages are hold on.
Wait. What if there are no damages?
And even if it's not no damages, one party can still get paid. That's the point I'm making. A person can literally say nobody did anything wrong, like you said, irreconcilable differences. There's no evidence of anything wrong. There's no evidence of anything that happened. I do not want to do this anymore. And you penalize the person that still wants to do it.
So
that's not the same in business.
That's like getting fired at an at-will state. You can get fired for no reason. It's the same.
Well, okay, hold on.
And you still want the job, but they don't want you. Same thing.
Well, I will say this.
So now we're saying, hold on. So now we're saying marriages are jobs.
We are this whole thing. We're comparing business to marriage, right? We're
talking business contracts. We're talking business contracts. Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't employment.
Yeah, it's not hiring.
So a job.
No, hiring is not the same as a business contract. That's like you said, that's totally different. Now, if you want to accept that premise, Venus, and now say, I guess, like the man is over the woman and the woman's working under the man, I guess we can go from that angle. But I'm pretty sure you're never going to admit to that, right? You never say that, being that you're Venus and you're all about, men not knowing all of the things and shit, right? So we're just going to stick to it. Like I said, we're talking about contractual.
I'm just trying to follow. So I guess when I hear the word business, it wasn't limited to a specific type of business transaction.
I specifically said contracts, though.
Right. So as an employee, I have a contract, right?
Well,
I do. And
a hiring, like you just said yourself,
in a certain state, if it's an at-will state, you can let me go. And I didn't like your example. I didn't do anything wrong. You just don't like looking at my face. I don't know. You can let me go legally and nothing will happen. Right? So it's the same, like you're saying, one person could wake up and decide, I don't want to do this anymore.
Something
so can a
can
job.
happen, though. That's the difference, is that something can happen, though.
Say again?
Aaron, stop playing with me. People file lawsuits for
all the time
for being illegitimate,
unjustly firing.
Yeah,
but firing.
Okay, that's a fair point, but what she said doesn't invalidate her point. You're adding that this also could happen.
I tried to get y'all to concede to that 10 minutes ago. It does not invalidate her point. Her point still stands. Okay. Right? It still stands.
Wrongful termination. Okay.
You should just reset it and just ask, what is a failed marriage? What is a failed marriage?
Okay, 1 second. He can make the argument, right, that you shouldn't compare, right, businesses to marriages, right? And then he can present the evidence for why you shouldn't. But she's making the argument that you can. And that's just true. See, it's not even nothing going. You can have the discussion about it real quick. That was cool, but I think we should, move forward because she's right. You can.
I will clarify.
You can or you can't. What were you saying? You can what though? That's what I'm.
You can absolutely juxtapose businesses and marriages. Yes, you can.
Yeah, I
even said earlier I don't like it when people do it, but you
can. But like I said, I get it, but you got to put the context in there. Of course, you can compare fucking apples to oranges. They're both fruits.
True, but you can't do it. You can actually do this logically, right? Like what you're highlighting
Them both being fruits is logical.
No, I'm not. This is what I'm saying. You highlighted the differences. She highlighted the similarities. Who's wrong?
And that's what I'm saying. So she's trying to say that I'm wrong and it can't be done. And I'm that's thank you, podcast.
Yes.
You just showed the essence of debate.
But that's because of your wording. That's why I'm saying she can argue that you're wrong because what she said was
she can argue it, but she can't prove it because I'm giving substantial shit to prove my point.
Wait, listen. She said, because I didn't hear you say it, she said that you said you can't compare it. Well, then you're wrong. It's that simple. You can compare it, right? Which makes her argument legitimate. Now, if you conceding right now that you can, but that you shouldn't because of its flawed templates, then I 100% agree with you. But if you said that you can't, then maybe it was just miswording, but she's right. You can.
So good. We're going to move on from there. Whew. Okay. For super chats. CJ says a marriage failing doesn't mean you're a failure in life. Fantastic.
You read that already. So I guess you just like him, right? Favoritism. You're going to read his shit twice, huh?
I have a clarifying question.
Jesus Christ. You know what? Let me just, I don't know. The thing pop up by the thing, okay? 85% of divorces don't get alimony. Is it that high? 85%?
Well, of the number of divorces, 85% of it.
A lot of damn
yes,
shit.
but then you don't talk about alimony. You talk about alimony, but you don't mention child support. You don't mention the what do you call, like somebody got to give up the house, not the house, but somebody got to give up like a car
like
or something like that. Alimony. Alimony is only qualified as a payment schedule deemed by the state. You have to give this person in order for what's name. Splitting up assets of homes, that's not alimony. That's not considered alimony. Alimony has a specific meaning.
No, there's the financial component that usually goes ignored is that women get men's like 401ks and retirements and shit like that, right?
Thank you. All those things. That's not alimony.
Yeah, my cousin who recently got divorced, his wife got like more than half. She got like almost 65 to 70% of his retirement, which, you know what I'm saying, was a few $100,000 that she walked away with. You know what I'm saying? So that's the part where people get frustrated when they try to say, you're not making a monthly payment. Well, yeah, but you took something else.
Thank you. You got the motherfucker's pension. You got half the property.
Yeah. So I mean, it is what it is. If you remember, well, no, y'all don't like using movies, but but this is what I want to ask, right? So, Aaron, if you see, if you think that a marriage, because the argument that he was trying to make before he left, right, was about the longevity of the marriage. To me, I think coming from I think that's a problematic argument because I think that's based on religion. And I hate when people try to put religion into debates, right? Because it's based on your belief. Religion is the only place where you're told that marriages are supposed to be indefinitely, right? Secular attitude is not we're supposed to be married forever. If it ever was the case, I would concede to that. But in 2024, it is absolutely not the case that we're supposed to be married forever. So to me, don't you think it's problematic, right, to maybe even judge a marriage, right, based on the ability to die in it? I just think that's problematic.
Perhaps you should save that for your debate with either man.
Well, we're not debating.
I have a question about the debate.
Why would you invest in a relationship that's going to end?
I have a question about the debate.
Well, here's the thing. I'm with you, Chris J. Every relationship I ever been in, I thought I was going to be with them forever. Right.
Okay, but let me ask you this.
Hindsight is 2020. Hindsight has shown me, and the world has taught me that that's not how it goes. Yeah. Right. If the numbers say that half of marriages end in divorce, the average length of a marriage in the Black community is 5.5 years. The average length of a relationship is 2 years. 70 to 80% of these relationships are ended by the women. Well, then I would ask, why would anybody invest in a woman at all?
Well, I'm just saying, if you make that decision, it's best to at least have the optimistic outlook. Because if
But
you
that's the
do,
response. But I'm responding to him, Devin. You heard what he asked. He said, "Well, why would you make an investment in a relationship that wasn't going to last?" Well, the better question would be, why make an investment in a relationship at all? If we going by what the data says, right? That's what I'm saying. No, I don't think it's questioning investing in a relationship, bro. Some relationships you can get a lot out of them in 10 years. You know what I'm saying? You can get a lot out of them in 15 years, a lot out of them in 20 years. And you can build, sometimes you can build relationships that don't necessarily have to stay sexual, right? We had some kids together. We built some stuff together. We walk away from each other on the sexual relationship side of the game, but we still family. We still got kids in tow. We still got spiritually and emotionally connected off of our past and moving forward through our children. You know what I'm saying? Like, and some of them relationships be better than marriages.
That's purpose-based, right? So that's why people tell you to be purposeful.
Right.
Because if I was trying to get a green card and that was my only purpose of getting married, if I got my green card and then we divorced, I wouldn't say that was a failure. I'm like, my purpose for the marriage was the green card. I got that now. So
the important question to the numbers that podcast brought up will be why. Why did the marriages fail? All you're saying is 50% failure rate, black women, blah 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 blah. The answer is why.
Okay, let's not get caught up on
but technically your marriage doesn't
But I get
end.
but I do acknowledge what he's saying. I do acknowledge what
I
he's
get
saying.
you. Remember, we're supposed to tie this into the debate, okay?
So regarding the debate,
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you talk about me? I got you. So this is my question to podcast, right? Do you believe that black women love toxic relationships?
Do I believe that they love toxic?
Okay. Well, I fantastic. Wasn't that a question that you either said or was posed to you?
It was posed to him. Brownville brought it up because he said Fantastic had said it in another discussion.
I don't like the way it's posed, but just for the sake of the conversation, I'll say yes.
Yeah, he asked the question. Yeah, he asked the question.
How do you
He
quantify
said
that?
no. He said it's something that I said, right? The majority of black women like toxic relationships, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I said that. I forget where I was when I said it, but I did say it. Yeah.
How do you quantify that?
Why did you ask that?
Exactly. Because
we can translate it to dating out of their league, like way out of their league, not just out of the league, way out of the league. We can just put it that way. It'll simplify it. Okay, now we can continue.
What's the argument for it?
That's what I'm saying. So he was asking me, like, it's my opinion. He was doing the opinion based thing, so I'm like, that's my opinion. And to substantiate my opinion, I backed it up with again the things that black women support. If black women are supporting entertainers and things that they're paying money for that denigrates women, okay, and then black women are engaging in the same thing, like, because he used the thing where he said calling his wife a bitch and stuff like that. If they call each other bitch, how can you then therefore say that they aren't? At least I gave reference points. He didn't. He just was like, well, no, prove it, and that's why. And like I said, I don't know if Aaron understood why I did this.
Wait, Fantastic. You saying if the women call each other bitches?
Yeah.
And
how can so we're gonna have if a man calls a woman a bitch, it's a problem,
right?
But if a woman calls another woman a bitch, it's not.
Wait, you're saying you don't understand?
That's kind of like the nigga argument with white people, though.
Well, goddamn! Welcome to the debate, Devin. Welcome to the debate, Devin.
I'm just being real, goddamn, because
haymaker
between each other, they're using it as a term of endearment. Between a man, they digest it as disrespect.
No. And again, I say no.
I mean,
no, it's not.
You know,
no. Again, that's also wrong. Me and My Bitch was originally made by Biggie Smalls, and what? What? Hold on.
Who ain't gonna lie? I like the
do that.
Hold up. I'd rather what? I think what did Megan Thee Stallion do? I think I'd rather be a bitch, right? I'd rather be a TCH, right? Megan Thee Stallion made a song. Hold on. Megan Thee Stallion made a song in reference, of fucking Tupac, right? A remix, and I think she called it "I'd Rather Be a Bitch," right?
Mm-hmm.
right?
I know a rapper
That's a
from Houston that
horrible
says
argument.
How's
Nigga.
it?
What you talking about?
How is it a horrible argument?
I'm just
Yeah,
saying generally
because
because I
Lawrence
be trying to get that off. It's some bitches I fuck with that I can say that too.
All right
Like
then. So that proves my
I can
point.
jokingly say
no, it
my bitch, but
doesn't.
most of the
Some
time,
women, again, that's what I'm saying. I've seen a number of women that allows their man. That's my bitch,
yeah,
and
yeah.
she answers to it
Right,
But it's
happily,
an
some,
gladly.
outlier
some.
kind of.
I'm glad you said some.
How's
Right,
it an outlier?
somebody go
Well,
get him.
I'm saying personally,
Women will
anecdotally, in my case, I do be trying to get that off because I'm playful like that, and a lot of chicks they not trying to go for it, but the ones I do click with way more, like my long relationships, I could joke around and be like, my bitch, because I don't really like to say it that much because I'm really a gentleman for the most part, but I do like to joke around sometimes and be a little, like brass. And but most of the time, most chicks not going for it. So I call it outlier, but that's anecdotally. It might be a lot
Yeah,
more.
exactly. That,
Let's
again, so
let's
again,
wait,
that's
wait, wait.
your opinion of the very, very
Wait,
limited number of women that you've dealt with.
come on, man.
Okay,
Let
there's
me
a
address
whole
that.
there's a whole genre of women that are in the sex work thing, and they don't have an issue problem with a man calling them bitch at all. That's
Again,
actually
you
how they
can't deal with
respond
the
to it.
minorities. You
That
know
was a
that.
Is it?
That's what I'm
terrible.
saying.
You could have used a
Do
better
that with
one than
them,
that
you ain't gonna
one.
be able to do it with me. You can't use the
Hold on, what are
minority.
you talking about, bro? Again,
You
You let
said
me
sex
finish
worker.
talking.
It's a
If you
majority
let
of
me
women
finish
sex
talking, you're gonna know
workers.
what I'm talking
no,
about.
again, hold on. See, y'all problem what you're
I'm trying
doing
to
is listen.
talk,
Hold
fantastic.
on,
I need to put
hold
my
on.
mic on.
Well, no, my bad.
I'm trying
You
to
said what?
talk. Don't do it. Don't do it, Aaron. Don't you do it. Not why I'm trying to
Hey,
get.
they
Not why I'm
see
trying
that
to make
way.
my point. You
Well, my
can't
bad.
use
I
those,
thought
right?
Chris. It was both of y'all talking at the same time. I was trying to respond to Chris. I wasn't trying to cut you off. But go ahead,
Oh
podcast. My
shit! I
bad.
didn't even hear. I didn't even hear Chris. Chris, go ahead.
No, go ahead. This is all
You
good.
sure? Because I ain't even hear you.
No, he said he used sex workers to back his point. Then I got to answer the majority of women sex workers, and since the answer is no, to use that you have to use something a lot stronger than that. That's not going to hold water. That's all I was saying.
Including the music reference, right? Which is because that's a form of entertainment, right? My argument would be, well, Lawrence Fishburne made a movie smacking the fuck out bitches, right? Does that mean now because he made this form of entertainment media that we get to go smack the fuck out bitches? Absolutely not, right? So the bigger picture is this though, right? Is that the what Devin used, right? Which is understanding to the argument Fantastic has is that they cherry pick it. They cherry pick when they want to be offended by it and when they don't want to be offended by it, right? But we do that though, as it pertains to the word nigga, right? It's you can go to some neighborhoods where it's white boys, Mexicans hanging out with black folks, and they're using the word, and they'll tell you, man, he one of the guys,
Right.
right? But if they was at a club and some white boy was like, nigga, who you think you're talking to? Bebop, bip, we didn't turn this bitch upside down. Right. So I'm saying we don't have to pretend like we don't get the logic just to call women out for cherry picking it. Right. Don't cherry pick it. Don't make it seem like if I do it, if I say it to you, that it's somehow super disrespectful. But then on the flip side of it, right, when you say certain things to me, fuck what y'all say to each other, you're gonna try to tell me that I ought not be offended. That's why I think it's problematic at. Same thing we saw earlier with the passive aggressiveness versus true Red Pill Ranger just jumping right out with the aggressiveness, right? That's from experience. We've seen that. We've called that out on these panels. So don't play that role with me, and then don't expect me to play the opposite role with you, or not the opposite. But what is it? The equalness, say the equal, the two forces meet each other, immovable force type shit. You know what I'm talking about, Fantastic.
Unstoppable force, a movable object. Yeah.
Yeah, that
So
part.
again, podcast. My bad.
Don't exist. No, go ahead.
No, so again, podcast. The problem. Well, let me address Chris first, right? So again, Chris, y'all are trying to say, are the majority of women sex workers? No, but if you add up sex workers, then you add up entertainers, then you add up casual, everyday black women. Is that the majority of black women? Is that the majority of women? Yes, it is. Y'all keep trying to limit it to and say anything that I'm using to prove my point as if that's the whole. No, it's a part of the whole. There's several parts of the whole. Several. They're non-sex.
Women are okay with it.
Well, let me finish. So again, there are several women, and I'm giving you women of different walks of life, Totally different, even juxtaposed, totally opposite. You have non-sex workers, you have not sex workers that both, even Devin said it, and podcast you said it also, that you personally know, and again, this is only going to be opinionated and pretty much anecdotal because there's no way to quantify it. That's the reason why I even asked for the Google, because he's making something that's an unquantifiable thing. It's my opinion against his. You can't disprove what I'm saying. You can't disprove it. It's your opinion. That's the whole point of I was making, and this is why I was getting so frustrated in the debate. He kept asking me stuff to say, "Oh well, are most women?" Did you say? If one, he said, "Did I say something?" Yes, I said it. Okay, so obviously, if I said it, I must fucking think it. All right, and I'm using my fucking reasoning to justify it. Can he disprove me? No, he can't, because it's my opinion. There's nothing that, and that's the whole point I was trying to make when I made him Google it.
So just to
So
clarify,
we can go podcasts like you were saying earlier, back and forth. You can't disprove what I'm saying because it's my fucking opinion. You can't prove I'm wrong. You don't know all fucking black women, just like I don't know all black women. It's a possibility I could be wrong, but can you prove it? No. That's the again, and you as a debater understand this. That's the wonderful part of debate. It's not really a lot of the time for me to prove. If I bring up the point or you say something, you disprove it, and no one was forcing him to disprove anything. He didn't have to disprove anything the whole night.
It absolutely becomes anecdotal. It's one of those things, right? That probably won't benefit a debate. But if it did come up, there's still a way to present more arguments. But the problem is that they don't understand that in that moment, you're not trying to prove that you're right. You're trying to get other people, right, to accept what you're saying, right? And so that's why you have to kind of lean towards them. So like in my own experience, let's say I've known 100 women and 80 of those women was okay with being called bitches, right? But I'm arguing for the opposite. I wouldn't say, well, in my life, 80 of the 100 bitches I knew, you know what I'm saying, they like being called bitches. What I would argue is, man, I've known a bunch of women, and I can tell you a nice percentage of them didn't like that. And if you look over the course of media, if you look over the course of your own particular life, if you see what we are able to see, what women complain about in real time, social media is absolutely able, you're absolutely able to use that. I think it might have been Fantastic who I think I heard say, social media is the real world now. We need to stop saying it's the internet. No, it's the real world.
Yeah, it's the real world.
So these are real people up here telling real stories. So you have to consider that, right? So if I go to the internet and I polled women on the internet, what percentage of them do you think would say they was okay with this? Nobody is gonna say 51% or more would say they was okay with it, and I would automatically win the debate.
So but now you go back. Hold up, but you can't win a debate when you just said yourself that again. What did you say? They cherry pick. So if it's an issue and problem for men only, is it truly a problem? That's what I'm saying, bro. You can't hash this out on one thing and then contradict yourself on the back end.
But it's not men only, Fantastic, because we know damn well they okay with men saying it when they're gay.
Okay, but now you're talking about a poll. That's like asking a woman about motherfucking her body count. It's the same thing. If a woman, how many women are going to be truthful and admit that? Yeah, I love when a dude call me a bitch.
No, true. I got you, but this is what I'm saying. I need you to do me a favor because a lot of people don't understand this. That sometimes it's okay to concede, right? You just said it's only when it's men, but you do acknowledge that they let their gay male friends call them bitches, right?
I said women too. I said women, and it's not just limited to the men. They allow the men to do it, and y'all said I couldn't use the women.
No, but here's what I'm saying. Do you think if we polled, and I think most of the time they use 1,000 people or less, right? If we polled 1,000 women, do you believe 51% of them would say that yes, they okay with it?
No, I agree with you on that. But the problem is when you ask the poll, that's not going to be a true thing. That's why you got to be careful in polling. When we start trying to hold up.
You're right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So when black men said that, hey, black men are the most involved followers, oh, that's a poll survey. You can't take a poll until you find out that they went back and they even asked the mothers, and the mothers said the same thing on the poll as the men did. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? So again, you can't have this. You can't do okay. It's cool on one thing if it's a portion point, but then it's bad on the other if it doesn't.
No,
that's what I'm saying. And then, like you say, you
100%. I 100% agree with you on that, right? Even though I would still do it, but you're right. I'm gonna be wrong when I do it, but I'm gonna do it, right? If it don't support my argument, I'm gonna be pissed the fuck off.
right? Like I did a poll on my community tab. Who's the best debaters in the space? Me, Fatty. I think it was me, Fatty, Aaron, and Hemp. And I was last on the list. Nobody fucking believes that, right? Like nobody with any intelligence thinks that those guys are really better than me at debating, right? Not at debating. At conversating, maybe. At debating, they ain't got a shot, right?
Conversing.
You can't say on one hand, and let me show you how I can checkmate Aaron on that. Because you can't say on one hand that my memory is better than yours and I process information in real time better than you, and then still say you're going to beat me in a debate. Those three things can't align with each other.
Well, let's try this, Beans. Have you ever made a mistake in life?
Never. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I have.
So,
in real time.
You ain't shit.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My pride and my ego was like, hold on, let me answer this for you.
It's all right. I'm different, man. Just you know it. It's just I'm different.
So
but to that point though, right? But to that point though, I'm just saying though, like at the end of the day, if you're gonna tell me that the internet is the real world, then we have to concede to the data that we get back from the real world, even if we don't like it, even if it doesn't support our argument, right? And so that's what I'm saying. Once you concede that the poll is gonna come back no, you have to concede to it in the argument. We can have our opinion on it.
The internet,
we don't believe it, but as far as the debate go, it would be a receipt.
So the internet is the real world, but it's industry based. So like we can take parts of the internet to prove a point, right? We can't apply everything on YouTube to all of the debates. We can take a portion. Oh, when this went on YouTube, this is based upon that social media world, right? And then we go to other places. So it's the real world, but it's industry based too. We have some segregations here. So we haven't obviously mapped that out well enough. So I believe it's usable. It's just it's not as concrete as we have structures in the even though social media technically is the real world because we live in the real world and it exists in the real world. I don't want to get over technical.
Yes, but see social media though, right? Like not Sharon's page,
correct?
Not podcast page.
I'm with you.
But social media, yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm pretty sure 49 to 51% of the polls is not gonna come back saying what I believe. And I understand that. And accepting that data, but I would have to. You know what I'm saying? I would just have to concede to it.
Okay, so I want to ask Fantastic a question to make sure I'm understanding, I'm following his logic. When Brownsville positioned that statement about the bitch comment, he said that to you. He challenged you to the point of or whatever. I'm sorry, I might be mixing it up. But when he positioned his argument to you, he said it as if you were. He challenged you as you were saying that's a statement of fact, and your counter was no, that's just my opinion. Correct?
Exactly. The same thing he did the whole night. It's my opinion. Prove my opinion wrong.
Okay, so then I agree with you. Then yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so Jabba is biased. Okay, let me get to the super chat. GBGville said it's July 11th. A goat was born today. Happy birthday to the one, the only, the debonair bandit himself, Thanos Theory. Turn up,
I didn't know that.
Turn up. Oh, I did not know that. Shout out to Thanos. Happy birthday.
Today, Thanos.
Aaron, I'm going to challenge that bias comment because you said something earlier.
Damn, that's crazy.
Team Fatty is here. He says podcast versus Eda Man Williams on conservative newsjacks next week. Let's go.
So we got this. See, that's what I'm saying, Aaron. This what I mean. I'm all for it. I didn't want to dissuade Fatty, but it can't be like it was today.
Hey man, stop being a crybaby. If you like the debate,
no. You're not gonna.
Hey, hold on. No. You ain't gonna hold on me. No, you hold on. So
you're not gonna call me a crybaby. That's not what you're not
you
gonna
lucky
do.
I ain't got the little baby that say, when? My point being is this. my point being is this. You love to debate. So therefore, you got to go through any stadium. Any stadium. This how y'all debating over here? I want all smoke. Oh, y'all debate over there with that structure? I want smoke over there too. You don't run from
how that works.
Huh?
It's a reason why boxers don't necessarily go to the UFC.
Agreed.
Okay?
So you are the best debater in the most
Yes.
structured way in which you think debating should be held. So when you
No,
make that so then you got to
one-on-one.
take it, huh?
It has to be 1-on-1. It can't be 3-on-1.
Nah, no, you add in structure. There is no specific. There's nothing specified that says it has to be 1-on-1, sir. That's your own desires.
It's a fucking debate.
So what?
He literally said podcast versus Eat a Man.
There are literal debate teams.
Okay, but it said podcast.
I heard what it said, sir. I heard what it said, sir.
Not podcast versus Eat a Man and Aaron O and
no. You want your own specific criteria. Therefore, you are not the debate king, as you say you are. You are the limited debate king. Okay, the limited debate king.
For your own. Not in your bias, Aaron. You said something earlier.
JJ Carver with the I only send Aaron money. He said. So pretty much we are mixing up term of endearment with inappropriate reappropriation or just reclaimed language. I don't know, man. I'm saying make it tell me what it means though.
I'll say this: if JJ gets in the debate, I'm putting my money on JJ. I don't think y'all can beat him.
Man, y'all just admit this shit a popularity contest. This is where we need to reach out to people who don't fucking know us, bro.
This is y'all problem, man. Like this like you can't remove popularity contests from nothing in this world. If people have a bias to popularity, you ain't gonna be able to remove it, sir. Because I'm gonna tell you,
Aaron, what was that word you said? I need to know what that word. What was that word?
Which word? Which word you talking about?
What was that? I don't know. I just wanted to see what that was you were trying to say.
See, Brittany B don't podcast that much no more, so she don't really know when you've been podcasting for 7 hours. Sometimes when you trying to speak, it's if you don't have enough water, and I'm running out of water because y'all taking up all my great time, you know. Sometimes when you speaking fast, it's a struggle. You don't get every single word out. So because you so smooth and you do the Georgia Bev thing, you jump in with your drive-bys and say your points and dip. You think you ain't gonna make no mistakes. I'm gonna get you.
All right,
don't even worry about it.
I'll be listening.
But Aaron, this is the thing though, right? So
yes,
think about it like this. Yo, I don't know about y'all. Maybe it's just a Chicago thing, but I don't pull up to lose, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I won't. If it's a debate, the word debate insinuates that it's a competition. When it's a competition, I want to win, right? So my thing is, you can't take that element out of it. You can't ask a person who you're telling to compete to take the competitive element out of it, right? So I can't like be so quick to just concede to the entertainment side of it. The entertainment side of it will cause people to lose, bro.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So let me ask you this. Well, let me ask you this. If you throw a debate and 3 people show up, is that a desired, and I'm not saying that's what you have to do, is that a desired outcome? Or do you say, let me get 500 people in here, right? Because and 50 of them, because this is how I am. I really don't care about views and stuff like that. That's not a thing to me, right? I got real life things to deal with, right? This where I come to have fun and rock with people that rock with me. But some people are not like that. It really matters to them. If you got 500 people and you can sway 10 people or 15 people, that should be good enough if you don't care about views and numbers and things like that. So it just depends. The entertainment part matters because if your audience, you know how important it is to carry a conversation because you do it all the time. Could you do it in a boring way? Do you think that's be something acceptable? Because let's be honest. Debates are like formalities to some degrees, right? You can literally watch a debate and it could be like a formality. Like, okay, you present argument. Okay, 30 seconds are up. Argument, present. Like it could happen. You agree?
Yeah, that's boring.
Agreed. So I'm not saying to what degree the entertainment has to be. I'm saying it has to be there to some degree. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, but how many people have you heard tonight say that they felt like Fantastic was being jumped by Sharon? They felt like Brownsville was being jumped by Fatty, right? Even the people who were there and were entertained are telling you that they thought that shit was problematic.
Yeah, so I'll respond to that. They can feel however they want. Make your assessment by what was said, right? And if you deduct, because look, this is what you don't understand. When people are saying, I think Sharon won, or I think Fatty won, or I think Fantastic won, or I think Brownsville won, what they're doing is they have their own point system. So with their point system, if you jumping in takes away a point or whatever the case is, you jumping somebody takes away, they're still judging from their point system. So I don't disagree. Add some elements to change it to help you. But at the end of the day, you got to go to any arena if you're going to deem yourself the best debater in this space. Now, if you're saying if you want to control it as much as you can, fine. But you got to
No. I think too much control is problematic. I don't think it should
I agree with that too. I agree with that.
You see what I'm saying? Like when I was over on Glenn the other day, like we was going in, and it was respectable interjecting and cutting off, and nobody was getting too butthurt about it. You know what I'm saying? It was what it was. You know what I'm saying? I think that's okay. Fair. You know what I'm saying? I absolutely think that's okay, because a lot of times, like I see this happen with Fatty, and I don't think people understand it. They looking at it like he don't want to let you talk. A lot of times it's not that. He does, like if it's you and him in a personal battle, yeah, he's trying not to let you talk. But we talking about conversation, right? Conversation and debate. And they're thinking that he don't want to let you talk. He ready to just cut you off. It's not that, it's that he understand. He understand what you said. Yeah. He understand what you're trying to say already. You don't have to go on this other 3, 4, 5 minutes soliloquy to try to make your point to me, because I already get it. Now, if you're doing it for the sake of the audience, then say that. No, this is for the sake of the audience. I want to make sure they understand where I'm coming from. Because a lot of times, because we listen so intentfully, we understand, bro. You ain't got to beat me up with it.
And podcast rail another great point. I brought this up to y'all several times, Aaron. Fucking Buddy was, I mean, you gotta stick within. This is the only criticism I have, like all the mods. He was going over the 2 minutes every time. And I was purposely making sure, like, hey, look, I didn't, after he did it like the 5th time, and I acknowledged it, I was like, hey, just clock don't really mean shit. Get as much time as you want. That too belabors the whole thing, because like you said, bro, you're supposed to make concise points. Like podcast said, hey, make your point, I counter the point, and then if we rebuttal and moving forward. But because all his shit was, and that's what I was saying, the whole shit was kind of weird until I guess pretty much, I don't want to say, like, you know what I'm saying, said something that brought it up to you guys, like, hey, can we make this about something substantive? You know what I mean? Something that we can verify. Because that was a big reason why there was a lull there, because, oh, well, you believe this and he believes that. He believes this, who believes this. Okay, cool, fine. We just gonna argue about who's right about who thinks what they think. So, right, so that was another big part of it.
Yeah, there was a lot, and I was there from the beginning, so I was with you when you were trying to find a affirmative position or the disposition, all those things. I agree with that, and that's why I kind of started that way, and that's why when we first started, I was like, that statement you made don't make no sense. And so, but once I did that, I was like, oh, I thought I put too much of words in the beginning of the show.
Yeah, you don't want to set bias. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. That's why you're trying to say impartial. Yeah, exactly. People could challenge your impartiality, even though you were accurate as fuck.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this though. Matter of fact, I'm not gonna ask Aaron, because Aaron don't never want to answer nothing. Chris, let me ask you. When we get the first woman versus woman debate, wouldn't you agree that they either need to debate like in lingerie or like just with bras on?
That's mad.
Chris, you gonna leave me hanging? Wow. You ain't shit, man. No, because it's all about the entertainment factor, right? It's all about making sure the numbers is up, right? Now I'm making an entertainment argument. You want to leave the screen.
But podcast, that was my whole issue with last week's The Point and most of this debate until the end. Can you guys bring he got to substantiate your argument. At least Mr. Fantastic brought up stats. Brownsville brought up IFS. That's a
You
quantitative.
biased, Chris J. All right, that's enough. You biased too. Y'all
All
all
right.
taking these subtle shots at Brownsville and SBG gang.
No. Listen, well, if you let me finish, I could
I
tell
don't
you
think I
about
want to hear no more of that. Nope.
IFS.
I
No,
won't.
IFS is a good website to use. I wouldn't use it for a debate because of how they organize their website and their articles, but at least he brought up something. But if these debates were more stat based or fact based, trust me, this will be perfect.
Chris, what's the point? You said last week's the point. I don't know what a point
Go to bed.
You need to go to bed. You got issues tonight. I want to say this podcast. When it comes, okay, if I was to ask the audience, right, what is y'all favorite debate? Where do y'all afterward for the last 71 days? Did you guys run home and go, oh, I want to watch a debate?
Mm-hmm. I did.
And they answer gonna be no. So the point being is,
you mean from this space?
Yeah. We talking about people in this space because unless y'all got access or exposure to another space, y'all gonna stop disrespecting the audience. That's be y'all problem, and that's why y'all have a big issue with your own audience because y'all don't embrace it.
Outside of these two debates, what other big?
Hold on, Chris. Shout out to Jasmine Jafar. Okay, every time she debates, and she's a damn lawyer, so can't nobody call her stupid. But every time she debate, she had them jugs out, baby.
All right, so you mad disrespectful, right? So the thing is, I actually think Venus would win a good amount of debates with people that she would debate because she makes really good points. But to podcast point, I'm not harping on it being complete entertainment. I'm saying one of the things that I do relatively well is have a baseline understanding of human behaviors in certain areas of life. And I know that to be on YouTube, they want to be entertained, sir. So you're going to have to entertain them to a point. It don't have to be the whole show. So the debate part,
you're right.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to make it
right.
like
and the reason why I can see is because we talking about these gorillas and these apes over here. And so I have to concede to the point that you're making, right? Because
now I'm feeling some kind of way because I'm an audience member of the podcast, and he just called me an ape.
Bro, listen, because they think I'm bad because I give my tax directly. This man is literally making an argument that we can't present an all intellectual show and they will be entertained by it. Who's really attacking them? Who's really saying the bad thing about them? Me or Aaron? Right?
Well, I can easily answer that, sir.
Yeah, you can answer it, but you ain't gonna do shit but lie. You showed us earlier today that
No.
you willing to lie.
No.
Remember? You said I would have told him. What'd you say? You would have told him? Yeah, no, I didn't. I didn't view my wife like that.
And you know what? And 1,000 lashes for you, okay? Because
1,001.
You can't prove it's a lie whether you like me or not. And the point that I'm making is this: I believe you can have an intellectual debate,
absolutely,
because it exists. But ain't nobody claiming that they unhappy about the entertainment that comes with it. I have no problem with somebody setting up a pure intellectual debate, and that's all that they want. But if you then, as long as that's the outcome you want, I think listening to the audience, they was like, "Ooh, this kept me here. Oh, I like this. Oh, they laughed." In an intellectual debate, there is no laughing really. Like I
guess styles make. Well, what do they say in boxing? Styles make fight, right? Right now they throwing PH Diva's name in the chat. I think that's
PH Diva. Somebody said PH Diva versus Mr. Fantastic. I would like to see that.
If she cams up, as long as she cam up, I'm with it.
She got to cam up.
But
everybody else is cammed up.
No cam, no deal.
That's crazy. That's crazy. So you debating somebody's.
Hey, I'm debating. Listen, I am debating the 145 pounds that she claimed to be the last statement she made in the fucking thing. I just want to, you know, that
Hey,
neck
shout out
got
to
too many
PSG.
rolls. Hey, on my house, she got to step on the scale.
But
Stop it,
this what
man.
I'm saying though,
I
because
like
this why I
PSG, but
don't
no,
like
real
when
talk
Aaron's
though. I
saying
do
that,
like
right? He's saying
PSG.
that it ain't gonna be funny. Aaron, it's me. Like it's me, dog. Do you would you say you ever watched any one of my shows and it was it funny?
So I'm gonna answer your question, right? As long as you're saying that is the entertainment part about it, then you're not trying, because it sounds like you're trying to act like there's the statement you made now was basically saying intellectually can also be funny, right? So
No,
if
I'm saying you can be funny in that. It can be
that's
jokes in
okay,
that
that's
battle.
all I'm arguing. So we agree then. That's all I've been saying the whole time.
I mean, yeah, from that standpoint, but I'm actually talking about the debaters. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the two debaters are supposed to be the focus of the entertainment, not the judges. Right? Not like the audience is going to change the whole template of the show. Like,
Okay,
we can get up there and do our thing, and it would be fucking funny, and it could be heartfelt, and it could be intellectual, and it could be everything. Me and Fatty probably would have been a better debate if we could get put the past in the past and just go straight at each other. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing I know about Fatty is that he understands about debating from both sides. You know what I'm saying? And so do I, which would make it a good debate. So how many times have you heard Fatty say, let me play devil's advocate real quick?
A lot.
Right? You see what I'm saying? So that's because he's really fucking thinking from both sides. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just saying it don't have to be a lot of interruptions. The two people up there can actually get down how they live. Let the focus be on them more so than all these other distractions. That's all I'm saying. Other than that, the format is absolutely
it's doing well, right? And you got to give Fatty his credit. He kind of one thing about
Quay to come over here and debate. I want Quay to debate you, as a matter of fact.
I don't even know what that is.
My man Quay from Candy Convos.
Oh, okay.
And debate Aaron.
Yeah. That's
Quay gonna give your ass that work, son. And he wears suits and shit like that.
If I can actually get one of my guys from Clubhouse to come on YouTube and debate y'all get it washed.
I don't really believe that.
Yeah, I highly doubt that. But
who is y'all?
I will put money on that.
Who is y'all?
Hey,
Aaron, all right, fantastic. Calm down, T. How come you can't take your victory like just a graceful winner? Like
I'm a competitor by nature, bro.
Right? What's wrong with these niggas? Fantastic.
Like this is crazy, right? I don't understand.
Hey, but I'm gonna leave y'all be. Y'all have a good night. Peace.
All right, Chris. I appreciate you coming up. JJ Carvel says, "Happy birthday." What's that word to say?
Milk.
Okay, gotcha.
Milk. No. Nilga.
Oh,
that's an exclamation. But I thought that was an L. That's what I'm saying. Nilga.
I'm over here. That maybe there's more fantastic language here for me. I ain't gonna lie. It's a fantastic statement right here. JJ Carver says, "Happy birthday to my ninja G-Ville. Check my reappropriation language. Term of endearment example is like honey, sweet babe." Okay,
exactly.
Shout out to the
gang.
GBG in full effect.
No, that's only if you get booted off the panel, and nobody really gets booted off my panels because y'all civil now. Y'all learn y'all lessons, so that's what I love about it. I do have. You said what?
I said shout out to your chat.
Yeah, but my chat cool. I have one question. Let me ask you this, Jabba. Let me ask you this. At one point in the debate, I think Fantastic was like, "Do you think all women are queens?" And then he said, "Yes." Probably shouldn't have done that. Jabba, I ask you this. If women identified as 304s, right? Let just translate the word 304, right, to whatever word you put in there. Do you think Brownsville would call them by that preferred term?
So I'm a feminist, and so I'm biased.
Oh my fucking god!
No, he would not. He's already said that. He said that before.
No, just take it back, man. Like you can't. This is unfair, bro. Like you are a scourge on society, man. You know this.
Oh
like
wow.
I was okay with you being gay, but a feminist, this shit got to stop. This shit got to stop right now. We're gonna hold an intervention for you. Okay, we're gonna watch you watch all Rocky movies and mafia movies and shit.
Oh God. No, he's that question has been brought up to him before in Sharon's panel, and he said no.
But because those other brothers identify as the R, the I, and the M, he has no problem calling them that because they self-identify. It's interesting.
Yeah, no.
I see what
this is why I say that's why I said he panders, because he doesn't want to acknowledge that double standard that he has. So I'm like, that's why I call you a panderer, because you're not acknowledging that you can classify all these guys as this using that specific acronym in that way. But if a woman was to say she was a 304, would you still call her a 304? And he said no. And I'm like, bruh.
Wait, so Jabba, here's my question. Do you believe what percentage of the space, right? All the people watching in the chats and shit, what percentage of them do you think believes that Brownsville and Sharon, for that matter, are not pandering?
Outside of their bubble?
Yeah, let's go with outside of their bubble. That's great. I'm glad you added that caveat. Yes, outside of their bubble.
I'd say 100% everyone.
So everyone believes it or they don't believe it?
They don't. They believe that they're pandering.
They believe that they're pandering.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I don't understand why this seems like Sharon pushes back and he says like, y'all don't understand why y'all saying that. But then it's like, well, outside of your particular space, everybody sees it this way.
And not just this space, but again, there's a clear delineation as to where his message pivoted.
To play devil's advocate for Brownsville, I don't know about Sharon, but for Brownsville, I don't think he really sees it as pandering. I think because he's like, that's a specific action, and I'm not doing that action. But it's like, no, you really are. That's why I'm like, I'm gonna still call you.
You're saying that you don't actually believe that it's intentional?
I don't know. I think Brownsville is trying to present it as if it's not intentional, but I'm still going to call him a panderer because there's no way you can have that double standard. Like that's just like that's a blatant double standard. Obviously,
so you're basing your opinion that he's a panderer based on his response to that particular question. But I'm saying in general, do you not believe that this man has hit YouTube with his cousin to do this on purpose? Like pretty much damn near to just replace Daryl Long.
Yes, it's intentional, and that's why it can still be pandering even though it's intentional. Again, especially if it's intentional for profit.
Yeah, there's no way. Like anybody who can't see it to me, like just I think they got a place for you.
But the women aren't going to see it because again, it gives you an immediate. Everything you need.
All right, calm down. So
in the argument, is it?
Hold on.
Not in the argument. Is the intention not in the argument itself? If the argument itself that I will call these guys by what they self-identify as, but I won't call these particular women by what they self-identify. It's literally right there in the argument that it's intentional.
So. The thing is, right, and I'm gonna stick with Brownsville because he did this debate. Y'all just like take shots at Sharon. Y'all feel free to do that, right? Brownsville said something that I think is important. One, if you can make an argument for how he's not pandering, it opens the door to be argued that he's not. Even if you could make the argument that he is pandering, right?
Wait, say that one more time. If you
what? Yeah, that didn't make sense.
It did. If Brownsville,
that's why I want to just say it again.
I have no problem with that.
Brownsville is saying, Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Y'all want me to go to sleep?
I mean, he told me he was a feminist, so you know.
Okay, so if you can make the argument that he's not a panderer, and you can make the argument that he is, there is an argument that he's not, and then there's an argument that he is. If you can make either of those arguments, you understand what I'm saying? So if you can make the argument that that's not pandering, then he could argue he's not. If you can make the argument that he is pandering, then you could argue that he is. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Aaron, that's literally the definition of argument. For or against. That's why I'm confused.
No, that's not the point. The point is, Aaron, the argument is speculative. Here's the difference. Wait. Here's the difference, Aaron. The argument for him being a panderer, there's evidence for it. I just provided it to you. A lot of people don't like this. Google it. It's called context clues. I know your internet don't work well. I'll give you the definition. Context clues are hints found within a sentence, paragraph, or passage that a reader can use to understand the meanings of new or unfamiliar words, right? So context clues, when people are talking, you have to listen to those. They give themselves away a lot of times when they're talking. What I'm saying is I can provide context from his own words to show that he's pandering. The only evidence for him that you can provide for him not being a pander is speculative. It's literally your opinion.
Okay, so define pandering.
Specifically making statements to a specific demographic for the sake of favor or appearances.
Yeah, when I purposely gave the definition of that, and somehow y'all didn't give me credit for the definition. He brought up, he said, "What's the definition?" I literally pulled the definition up on screen, and it talked about pretty much a person's giving person the credence despite their negative whatever, like their negative behavior or whatnot, what have you. That's the point I was trying to make, and I didn't understand what y'all was missing. He can't make the argument that all women are queens, but then when I pressed him and I said, okay, is a woman that, and like this is where Fatty is a woman, that does certain things, would you consider her a queen, right? Because again, we're arguing his standard. And I literally broke that down and said, you just said to your standard that women that do certain things are not, it wouldn't be queens. But and I said all. That's why I kept stressing all. So again, as soon as he got away from all and he admitted that there are women that would not qualify to his standard, that the debate was over that he lost that argument. And my thing was we stayed way too long. And once he conceded, it's the mods thing, like the moderator like, hey man, no, you conceded a point. And it was even a point where he conceded some shit 3 times. And I asked him in 3 separate things, he conceded and he agreed to my point that counted his on 3 separate occasions. And he was still allowed to but no. I'm like, no, it ain't no but no, nigga. You admitted that you were wrong.
But Aaron, do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? How the argument to be made for him being a pander, there's actually evidence for that. But there's no evidence to provide to say that he's not.
I have the evidence.
Oh, okay. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna let Vina say that. We can argue there's no evidence to prove that you're not a pander.
I have it. If I can't do it because I'm on my phone, but can you pull up the definition? Because Fantastic got away with something very slick during that debate and nobody caught it. But per the definition, he is not a panderer. Can you put it on the screen?
Podcast will pull it up.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're always using me as a damn encyclopedia.
Yeah.
Aaron asking me to look up stuff again.
It's called Scapegoat. Get used to it.
There you go.
Scapegoat child.
He asked
if you look up the word pander.
Oh, you want pander or pandering?
Oh, just pander. I think that's what I put in. Okay, this gratify or indulge an immoral or distasteful desire, need, or habit, or a person with such desire. Number 1, we would have to know what each and every one of those women's desires were. Number 2, what immoral or distasteful desires is he pandering to by simply saying the word queen?
Hold on, stop going down. So your point again, why do you want it? I hate when y'all do this. You just get it said or. So let me give you
So I
simple.
did
Hold
both.
on,
That's why I asked both.
hold on. No, you didn't. No, you focused and you kept saying your crux. And this is why I say y'all think these people are good debaters, but they're not. You're not. You made the crux of your argument the desire. No, I would not have to know the desire. That's one. That's one of the three options. I could use this, and the easiest one would be habit. Okay, habit before the. You know what I'm saying? That habit. So again, the habit would prove it, and he said it himself. A woman that has a habit of being an abuser. Okay, that would be a habit. It has nothing to do with desire, because even a person that's abusive, right? They cannot have the desire to do it, but they just do it anyway, or out of defense or whatever. But habit, though, a person is an abuser. Abusers say that's a habit of them doing it. Okay, all right. And then the other one, what was the other one we gave him? He said it himself. Like infidelity or something, right? Like a cheater, a woman that's a cheater, right? Again, when you say you put the on there, you're not saying like it's a one-time thing. That's a habit. So no, it with exactly
But
with the
but
definition. And
but
then
this
hold
is why
on. And like if you put up pandering, that now
Right.
podcast, go back
Right.
to
No.
pandering.
I got you. That's what I was about to say. So prefixes and suffixes matter, and they change tenses of words. So if we look up pandering, you absolutely, it says to please other people by doing or saying what you think they want you to do or say. That's literally from Cambridge.org.
Pull it and put it back on the screen, podcast, so you can show it. Because
I just had it on a different page.
I don't know what that statement means.
Right. So to pander to someone, right? Or pandering.
Mm.
Right.
Okay. Well, hold on. Hold on 1 second, Venus. Let's break this down. The statement given, right? I'm just the moderator, so don't try to rip me to shreds here. Statement given. You said I was a panderer because I call all women queens. That's the statement given. With that statement, can you apply that him being a panderer to that definition with that statement?
Yes, he has to. He is pandering to women. I specifically said that when he's pandering to women.
Okay, hold on. Calm down. Jesus Christ, calm down. Okay. Are you telling me that women want to be called queens?
Yes.
Absolutely.
So you have evidence for that?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay. If that's the argument, because I don't know.
Well, hold on. You say do I have evidence? The women in the chat were actually talking in real time, and they were saying there's no problem with calling women queens. They were saying it's a term of endearment. They were agreeing with him. So if the women are agreeing with him, that is my evidence right there, because the women like it.
No.
How you saying no?
May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
My mama, what?
Would that then go against women not wanting to be in toxic relationships if they want to be called queens? Well, I don't know.
I
have that written down.
Right?
No, and again, no. You can't. It's the same thing. So they apparently, to him, they don't want a man to call him a bitch. But then my opposition to that is they don't mind if they call each other bitch. So you can't. It can't be one or the other. It can't be sometimesy. If you're gonna have a standard, it has to be the same across the board.
You're arguing the other when you say they like being called queens. That would be the opposite of
They can like both. Hold on. Wait, podcast. So hold on, Venus. Hold on. So Venus, can a woman like being called queen and like being called bitch?
Not the same woman. No.
Prove it.
I'm a woman. I don't like.
You're one woman. So you mean to tell me there's no other woman on earth that likes being called queen and bitch?
I can't answer that, but not.
Of course you can. Again, that's y'all not good at debating. Y'all, it's poor premise.
What do you want me to make up an answer? I don't
know.
know.
I want you to disprove the point. A debate is about making a point, countering a point, and proving it with something. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. That's why I'm so frustrated.
Fantastic. You're getting frustrated. You asked me a question. I gave you a
But you're being obtuse purposely. So again, I'm gonna ask the question again. Can a woman like being? Is it possible?
Woman. How am I being obtuse?
You're a woman. I didn't say you. I didn't say you, Venus. I said a woman. So I'm gonna ask you the question again. Can a woman like being called queen and like being called bitch?
Not to my knowledge. No, those are two
Okay, well,
different types of
to my
joints.
knowledge, there are. To my knowledge, there are. There's several of them.
Just you see what's happening. So fantastic. Here's the thing, though. The better argument would have been, right, is that the title doesn't necessarily dictate the behavior, right? So that's the point, is that it's a lot of women that want to be called bosses. They don't own a fucking business at all. It's a lot of men. Guess what the argument gonna be? I can hit a women's now. It's a lot of y'all want to be called king, and you ain't. Exactly. Checkmate. people can want to be called things that don't necessarily facilitate their behaviors.
Or to your point, podcast, a lot of women will want to be called bosses, but don't want to be called bossy.
I'm bossy. I'm the one bringing bust to the trap. I don't know.
Wait, so y'all agree that by this definition, he can be called a panderer?
Yes, clearly.
Absolutely.
Catering. Hold on. Again, let's hit the act of catering to or what?
Profiting from the
profiting. Yeah, profiting. Oh my God, that's even better.
Oh, fantastic. What was that word? Yeah,
I couldn't see it. That's I'm looking on my phone. Shut up. So again, the act of catering to or profiting from the weaknesses, vices, or unreasonable desires of others. And if we're talking about people that don't want to be held accountable, people that do not want to admit to the wrongdoings that they're doing, that and you're profiting from it.
So here's the thing, right? So here's the thing, right? I heard Brownsville position is this. I came to this space and I seen a whole bunch of men disrespecting women. And then everywhere in this space I go, I continuously see men disrespecting women, right? So I'm going to make it my goal to uplift women, to counter that. I see that happening the majority of the time when I'm seeing things happen. So I'm countering that. You said what?
That's checkmate.
What's the checkmate? I don't know what I said.
That's literally evidence for him pandering.
Okay.
I missed it. I didn't catch the evidence. What did?
So by him saying
again, so if your message is to only be hold on, so I can explain it. So
don't explain it, fantastic. Wait,
what did he say?
I want to make sure Aaron acknowledges that I've told you I can use his own words as evidence that he's a panderer, right? That is legitimately.
Aaron, say it again. I didn't catch it. Can you say it again?
Ooh-wee. I'm too good at this shit. I've never even heard him say it.
Brownsville when he came into this space, he said he wanted to be a counter to the disrespect that women, I'm paraphrasing, but he wanted to be a counter to the disrespect that women receive on a regular basis by men in these spaces.
That doesn't make you a panderer if you want to counter something.
Yeah, but he didn't say he wanted to counter the false things. He didn't want to say he wanted to counter the things that are not true. He just said counter. So if you're going to be a counter without any other context of the reason of being justified or unjustified, that is pandering.
Well, he may have given justifications. I just may.
He didn't though. He didn't do it. He didn't give not one.
My sentence. You let Brownsville finish. You wasn't doing a lot of cutting off. I say something. You mad at me? Like I did something to you. So
justification was the disrespect towards women. So
what he said was the behaviors of men is negative, bad. I'm paraphrasing because I don't know his exact words. And not how men should be conducting themselves. Men should be stoic. Men should not be arguing with women. So when they doing this and that, disrespecting women, I'm gonna come up here and acknowledge the women by this, that. That was the reasoning before that. So he did give reasons why he wanted to counter it.
Or why he wanted to pander. It's okay for you to say it.
Yeah, so either he can give the reasons. It still fall within the several definitions that we giving you and all the different tenses and everything to tell a group of people that they are, it's not your fault. It's the men's fault, and that's y'all left that part of it too. The men. Hold on, my bad. Go ahead.
Yes,
you said
no, not you, Aaron, personally, not you. My bad. I said y'all, but I'm talking. My bad. But from his argument, and he's saying when you cannot criticize the men and say the men are messing up here, and here, but whenever you get to the women,
Now there's no answer. It's always back to the men. Okay. I can properly say, for if you are just opposed to something and say, just like what Fatty asked me about, well, what about the women and what are the men doing? So on and so forth. The men are keeping the thing going because the men are actually contributing to the women being able to profit from it. That's the men's fault. If the men stop paying for it, the woman wouldn't be anything for the woman to profit from. That's directly on the man. That's all on him. But then at the same time, like you said, because the women are supplying it, you see what I'm saying? And then let me say this too. So the supply demand, I heard you guys talking about. I had to fix what I said because it was circumstantial. Okay. Now I don't know why people suck at analogies. This is why I gave the car analogy, right? And then dumb motherfuckers in the chat. Shout out to podcast, man. A lot of these motherfuckers are dumb. And it's mostly these troll assholes, but it is what it is. My bad, Aaron.
Bro, listen, y'all gotta stop doing this. It's not dumb. It's stupid, man.
But either way, so people were like, "Oh, so people need transportation. They need cars. Well, what the fuck did they have before cars? You fucking idiot. They used horses. Before a person made a car, you didn't know you needed one because it didn't exist. So again, in some cases, if you're talking about something, there has to be a motherfucking supply before the demand. It doesn't exist yet.
You
So
didn't know you needed something until it existed. If that were true, then you wouldn't have thought to create it. That's not true.
All right, calm down. So,
oh my God,
hold on, fantastic. Stop. The need word.
Y'all just said this girl is a good debater.
Stop.
That's actually a good point, though.
Stop.
It is
That's
a
a
great
horrible
point.
point.
Like,
Stop.
what do you? If there was no need, why would it be created? That does it. Like, what?
Okay, so hold on. So wait. No, Aaron, no, stop, Aaron, no. She just said it. So again, I have to. Okay,
Fair
so
enough.
hold on. Is every invention needed? Does every invention get picked up by the masses and used?
No.
Every
All right
invention
then.
does
So
not.
stop.
That's not the argument. Again,
That is the argument.
Fantastic. Calm down. Nobody's yelling at you. Calm down. Listen to what I'm saying. Your statement was sometimes you don't even know you need something until it's created, right? Creation comes from the mind, right? So the reason you thought to create this thing, there was a need for it. We need something more convenient than a horse.
So
what can I create?
I'm sorry, Venus. I just want to give you the. I think you know this because I think a New York person came up with it, but it's necessity is the mother of all inventions.
Thank you. Yeah,
that's literally what you're saying. So yeah.
No, but that's inaccurate. That's a false statement. There are millions upon millions of inventions that are made on the daily. They never get off the ground because someone thought, one person. This is the wonderful, and then y'all keep doing this, bro. Okay. We're not just talking about the invention aspect of it. It's also the supply and the demand. Okay. Mm-hmm. So if you have the supply, but there is no demand, the supply is pointless. The supply is moot. There are plenty of things that get made and they never get used. What happens? They stop being made because there's no demand for them.
That's
so again. I'm gonna say it again.
Hold on, true, bro. But see, you know what a lot of times you, Andrew Wilson, my man on World Class, a lot of times y'all hate to concede to anything. What you're saying is not wrong, but as it pertains to the car analogy, it's just fucking wrong, man.
No, it's not.
Yes, it's
not fucking wrong, bro. This
because they obviously
oh my God,
that they needed.
I use an invention. The car was an invention. That's why I say y'all niggas think y'all can debate, but you can't. I use a car. Is the only invention?
But how is
no? Answer the question. Is the car the only fucking invention?
No.
Transportation.
No. So I'm asking you a question. I want you to answer mine.
I have to explain this to y'all because when you analogize, you have to say something that people are common with and that most people, if not all of the people, can relate to. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Okay. Now you gotta answer my question.
Hold on. So if I would have said some shit that only gets used in the fucking let's say astrology field or some shit, right? All right, and nobody knows shit about astrology, but it still gets used instead of the demand for it. Now everybody, what the hell are you talking about? So I use the fucking car. Now hold on. When you agree to the premise, and like I said,
You
Not
asked the
every
question that
fucking
I answered
invention is
already. I'm not
needed.
answering nothing else till you answer my question.
I'm not done though. I'm not done. So I'll answer your question after I'm done. So, like I said, until you can prove that every single invention is made because of a need, no. Because one person's ingenuity does not always come from need. Hey, I got an idea. I want to turn it into something.
That's
There are
true.
plenty of fucking inventions throughout history that have never gotten anywhere because they were bad inventions.
That's
You conceded the argument when you admitted that there's such thing as bad inventions that people don't need. Now ask your question.
Now here's the question: who used the car analogy?
I did.
Right, and that's why it doesn't matter. You used it. It's a bad analogy. It's okay.
No, the fuck it's not.
Wait, see how you don't want to let nobody finish, bro? It's a bad analogy,
bro. I literally just explained it down to the fucking team.
Explain my position.
Man, hold on. Fantastic. Let him finish his point. If you disagree, fine. Let him get through his whole point so we can understand.
This is another dumb part of it, bro.
Bro,
but go ahead.
You still gotta let him get to his point. I don't know what he's gonna say.
Yeah, we debating just because we disagreeing, but we not like in an actual debate. But the fact of the matter is this: it's okay to say, well, this is a bad analogy, but I used it just because I wanted everybody to know what I was talking about. Like, that's okay to say. You know what I'm saying? Because guess what? Cars were absolutely invented for necessity. Absolutely. And you put yourself in a position where somebody gets to make that argument against you. That's what I'm saying. Just concede to the fact that it's a bad analogy, and it still doesn't change the point that you're trying to make with the analogy. Because, like you just said, all inventions aren't built, aren't.
It's not the same.
Necessity.
Yeah, no,
it's
because
not
what
the
you said
same because
after
y'all
made
admitted that there are inventions that are not needed. Okay,
exactly. But you didn't use one.
So hold on. So hold on. So if I give, so listen, what I'm telling you, right?
Yeah.
How would I know of? You know what? Tell me an invention that's not needed. Go.
That's not needed now or was never needed.
Either or.
Beepers.
Actually, you're wrong. Doctors still use beepers to this day.
Son of a bitch.
Okay.
But watch this. Do you see how easy it is for me to concede to that? That's a good point because they do. That's a good point.
What about
but I still need you to answer my point. Hold on. So answer my question. Tell me an invention that you know of that's not needed, or was better yet was never needed.
Well, because I see now you want to switch it up. I was gonna say.
Well, no, you asked me the or, and you actually made a great point. But that was my overall premise. The things that aren't needed, most people don't know about because you never got to even see it or know about it because it wasn't needed.
Absolutely. But that's what I'm saying. That's what
podcast. So how can I hold podcast? You see what I'm saying? You see this is why I'm getting frustrated.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult for you to even give us the example. I understand.
Thank you. So that's what I'm saying. So why would I analogize? Hold on. Why would I analogize something that I don't even know about?
That's not the point. The point I'm already saying that I understand why you used it.
Say that, then.
I just said I understand why you used it. I'm saying, but once the person makes the argument that cars were made out of necessity, just concede to that shit and move the fuck on, nigga. Don't argue.
No, because it's not just a car. You can't. Now you're faulting me for using a commonality that people you just proved the point, podcast. I can only use something that's successful because nobody knows about most things that are unsuccessful.
True. Do most of the people?
All right, then.
Do most of the people in the space understand that? Before you just
that's not my fault.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Fantastic. Yes, I'm asking you to dumb yourself down. Yes.
No, and if I have to do that, that means the people in the debate aren't qualified, and if the fucking mods can't understand it, they're unqualified also. That's simple logic, bro.
The point is that once they make the argument, fucking cars were made out of necessity, nigga, just concede to that shit and move the fuck on.
Because if I'm like you said, if I concede, I can't concede to a point where I can't concede.
Bro, come on, let's not go there with each other. Bro, your point is still stands. Your point isn't eliminated because you concede to the fact that cars were made out of necessity. Your point still fucking stands. That's what
that wasn't my point. That wasn't my point. Exactly. That's what you're missing.
You're not understanding what he's saying.
Your point
I'm understanding exactly what he's saying.
No, you're not.
Do you understand?
Yes, I am.
Again, it was not that cars weren't made out of necessity. That wasn't even your fucking point.
Thank
That
you.
wasn't even the reason why you used the
So why would I
analogy.
concede it? So you just
Because it
proved my
don't
point.
fucking matter. It
Why would
doesn't moot your
why
point.
would I
That's what I'm
concede to
saying.
a point I wasn't making? That helps your opponent win.
It doesn't. That's
Yes,
what I'm
it
trying to tell
does.
you. Wait, fantastic. Answer my question directly. What was the purpose of you using the analogy of cars?
The purpose of me using the analogy of cars is to say that everything that is made is not necessarily needed. Some things are, some things aren't.
No, it wasn't. You was
But
using
hold on.
you was
Wait,
using
let
it
me
as an
cut me off.
analogy. Fantastic.
Cut me off. Hold up. Again, bro. Some things are, some things aren't. But you're right. That wasn't even my original point. The original
Exactly.
point.
Thank you
Hold
for
on.
fucking conceding. It wasn't
We
your
argue, but bro, we arguing, so I gotta catch back up to where the fuck we even started off at.
yes.
The point of me saying the car thing was because what the fucking question was?
Yes.
Cars. What did I even
Supply,
answer to now?
demand.
Now I'm way off.
Demand, supply.
Supply and demand. Yeah, thank you. Supply and demand, right? So the point was, again, just because something it wasn't made, the demand, the car was not demanded because it hadn't been made yet. It wasn't a whole group of people saying, hey, we need cars, we need cars, we need cars. They didn't know what a fucking car was. How can you have a demand for something that you don't know exists?
Exactly.
Hair cutter.
So hold on. Give
Wait, Aaron, can I make this
Just because you
last
got a
point?
new hat, don't
here with
mean
that light skin and really
He killed his own
No. I'm
argument.
not even going to stay up here. I just came up here to give you a useless invention so you motherfuckers could get on with the conversation because I'm trying to watch this shit. Y'all are getting on my fucking nerves. A vacuum hair cutter. Okay?
What
There
was
you
wrong with
go.
that?
Useless invention.
Anger man. They use those in every boot camp. They use those in every boot camp facility in the United States to this day, brother.
But you don't need it.
This nigga
Useless.
is right. You don't need it. That's his point. Is you don't need
He
it.
could have said a walk. He could have said a Walkman too. Let me get Venus in here. Go ahead, Venus. Oh man.
I'm talking about Walkman, bro. 80s baby.
So I feel like Fantastic killed his own argument. When he says to podcast, name me an invention that's not needed, and podcast can't. So then if you can't name an invention that's not needed, then you can't argue that everything in creation wasn't needed.
No.
That made absolutely no sense.
No, that's
Yes,
not how
it
that works.
did.
That's why I was just trying to get him to concede, Venus, that his original point for even bringing up the car wasn't about the necessity model, right? It wasn't necessarily about whether or not cars were made out of necessity. That's why I'm saying people don't understand that in debates it is okay to concede certain
No,
shit
I
because it
understood
is
it.
irrelevant
He
to the
doesn't
original point.
understand. No, I understand why you said it, but I'm going back because he could have conceded that and still made another example to prove his original point.
Why would I concede something now? Argument. Y'all say y'all understand debate. I'm going to tell you this again, man.
Fantastic. You have to let
Conceding
people
anything, especially when
finish.
you're not
That's a
making a
fact,
point,
though.
that
You
is
do
a
have to let
loss.
people
When you
You
finish,
have
concede,
to.
you're giving points to the other side.
You have to
yes,
let people
but
finish.
yes,
Fantastic.
but not in these and not in this format. Fantastic.
If your
You gotta
argument was,
go ahead, Venus.
if you're, you gotta like hear what people are saying. Like half of the time you jumping in midway through and the point ain't being made, and then you're arguing like a sub point, right? So then we never really get there. But your original statement was that people, what was it again about things being created? Oh, people don't know that they need something until it's created, right?
Yes.
That was the argument. The easy way for you to defend that could have been just by naming something like that somebody accidentally created. But when you
Okay.
use the car, right? And we can definitely point out a need for that, right? Horses can only go so far for so long. Machines
Oh my
can go
God.
further and longer, right? So you would have to had used something that I wouldn't be able to even say that. That's the point that podcast is making.
No, and
Your
that's an
original point is
absolutist.
not wrong, but your example opens the door for you to look wrong.
It don't. Again, for a person that's trying to use an absolutist argument, yes. And again, that's a fallacy. That's another fallacy. So, Venus, my counter to you would be, okay, when was the first car made, Venus?
1887.
I have no idea.
Okay, so Venus, would you concede to the point that there were thousands, hundreds of thousands of years that people were able to commute even long distances, okay, without cars, Venus?
Sure.
Okay, why? Well, so Venus, now let's walk this down, Venus. Venus, why did they not create a car in 10 BC? Go.
They didn't have the technology.
Why not? It's everything that's here now is there then. They what again, Flintstone, you seen the Flintstones, right? Flintstones had cars. You don't need mechanics to make cars.
They had horses and carriages. Like they had.
No, don't run from the question. I'm gonna ask you
I'm
again.
not running from
Why
anything.
did they? Why did not they not
Fantastic.
create?
I
Why did
answered
they?
the question.
Why did they not create? Let me help
You
you
see
out.
what
Why
I'm
did they
saying
not
about how
create
you keep
engineless
cutting in?
cars then, Venus?
Fantastic. You stop cutting in. I fucking heard it. They did not have the technology. That is the
Yes, they
answer.
did. All
They
you
were
need is
not
wheels.
yet
Wheels
aware.
would Venus. Have you ever seen a boxcar race that kids do? Like,
Hold
what's the
on.
name?
Why do movies look different now than they did 20
No,
years
you're trying to
ago?
change the argument.
Because they
You're
didn't have the technology. You
again.
keep
I'm gonna
this is
tell
what it
Venus. I'm gonna
is.
tell you again. So Venus, once you create the wheel, all you need is wood. That's a car. That will be the prehistoric equivalent of a car. Why did they not do it, Venus?
My answer's not changing. I don't know what else to tell
Okay,
you.
so your answer is a poor answer. So that you proving my point to what I said. There are a lot of things that are made that again people don't know about it. So you can't need something that you don't even have the concept or understanding of. So my point stands. Yours falls.
No, but she's
Yeah, I'm
arguing.
exhausted. I can't.
But she's arguing that they have the information, right? When she's using the word technology, which is an actual true statement, right? So go ahead, Angry Man.
The problem is, hold on real quick, Angry Man, before you go. The problem is, again, you don't need technology for an automobile. Well, not automobile, but like I guess, well, you still say automobile because I just gave you the perfect example of the box cars. It's literally wheels and wood. That's it.
Well, you can't say automobile because the
Look up the
keyword
word
in automobile is
technology.
auto,
Beans,
right? So
Beans,
you
can you
can't
put
actually
technology
use
on the
auto.
screen? Just put technology on the screen for him. Because he thinks it only means machinery. Clearly.
I
So
don't.
let's look it up for
How
him.
can I? Hold up. How can I believe it's machinery when I just literally said stone or wheels and wood?
Can you put the definition, please,
I
of
literally
technology
just
on
said
the
wood. So
screen?
why are you still trying to say you need to see the definition?
Why are you so like
That's okay,
fucking
man.
why
Like
can't you
that's
calm
okay.
down?
So back
Like
to the
what is the
pandering.
issue?
There you go, Aaron.
Yeah, can you just put that on the screen real quick, Aaron? And then I'm gonna drop because it's like 2 a.m.
Uh,
We yelling for.
Technology.
The application of scientific knowledge for practical purposes, especially in industry. So is it safe to say that they did not have the knowledge? Is it safe to say that?
Can I answer your question?
Sure.
So what would be a lack of knowledge, Venus? Not knowing that something exists, correct? Would a lack of knowledge being not knowing that something exists, Venus?
Not knowing yet how to put things
No.
together.
Don't read. No.
Wait,
Don't
Yeah,
what
no,
the fuck?
Don't
no,
Why
no.
can't
rephrase
I
my
Yeah, to
answer?
question.
answer that.
Don't
Why
rephrase my
can't
Yeah, to
I?
answer.
question. Don't
Yeah,
rephrase my question.
yeah. Don't rephrase it and just answer it,
I
B.
didn't rephrase.
Yes, you did.
All
Answer
right.
it. Trust
Good
me.
night.
Trust me.
All
Just
right.
answer it. Yep,
I
trust
told
me. The
y'all
answer is
boost these
yes.
people
Wait,
head
wait,
up
wait,
and
wait.
lie to
I'll
them,
walk
bro.
it down. I'll follow you down the path. The answer is yes.
Since Mr. Fantastic said that they do utilize those vacuum hair cutters, I have another one for you, sir. Touchscreen refrigerators.
People don't have them in their house,
But they're
No,
useless.
huh?
They're useless. You don't need social
I'm
media
not arguing the
on
uselessness, but
your
people are still
refrigerator.
purchasing them. I don't know.
I mean,
I think a
people.
You
TV.
said they
I
don't
think a
need them,
TV
though.
in a refrigerator is
He said
purpose
don't
is
need.
useless,
He
but
said they don't need them, though, B.
But that goes into a whole other argument because people also purchased pet rocks.
Shit that they don't need.
People buy shit they don't need all the time. But you said a useless invention.
So, but real quick though, right? So fantastic. To answer your question, right? The question is yes, right? But now you have to walk it down, right? Because Venus was correct. I'm mad that she left. I get why she did.
I don't know why y'all like
Hey,
doing it.
fantastic, fantastic. You got to stop. Like, you won't let nobody finish the sentence. This
He
is
was
crazy.
finished, wasn't he?
Nah,
He was just
No,
saying, he
he
was talking
was
about her
not.
leaving.
No,
Once
I
I
watched.
agree.
Hold on, Beans. I watched the whole debate. You were so professional. You very rarely cut him off.
Yeah,
This
because that
whole
win was
show,
on the line.
you can't stop cutting people off.
Bro,
I don't
because
understand.
I'm reliving, bro. Aaron, my bad, brother, but I'm
Trying to get that
literally
belt.
reliving, like, I don't know, however many hours of pain, and pretty much, like I said, trying to navigate people's misunderstanding or lack of understanding of what a proper debate is, and poor points being made, but me arguing them, and people acting like I'm not making points. So I apologize, brother. It's a little bit of frustration, and it is kind of late. You know, I know you're on the West Coast,
I think
but
I proved how good I
Can I
am at this
ask a
point.
question? Because I didn't get to see the whole debate. Can I get context on how you use the car analogy?
That's what I was going to bring
So
up.
I use the car analogy in the supply and demand thing, right? And I was making the juxtaposition between supply and demand of industry versus supply and demand of man and woman relationships and dynamic, right? So he asked me the first time, and I think I said the demand becomes before the supply. Then I said, no, I misspoke. Let me change it up because you know what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure out what it is, and then from the industrial aspect of it, it's supply then demand. Because again, like I said, that's why I said the car. Before the car was made, people didn't know they needed cars for thousands upon thousands of years. They were able to get around on horses. They were able to get around on, animals, livestock, all these different things, stuff without an actual engine in it. And the thing about it was there were even, motorless cars and, things similar to cars being made. That was my point.
You still
hold
on, Am. You could potentially invalidate your own point. Do you mean people didn't know they wanted cars, or do people didn't know they needed cars?
They didn't know they needed them, Aaron. How'd you know? Aaron, hold on. Aaron,
wait. Just stop right there. Do we need cars?
No.
Well, it depends. What do we? So what? That's what. And now you get it. That's a slippery slope argument. Nowadays, Aaron, it is not feasible to use a horse or a oxen to travel. It's not feasible for today's modern world.
Because I think where the problem is coming in with this argument that y'all have, because what Fantastic is saying is true. I think the problem is coming in where you guys are not defining need. So human beings need water. We need food. We need shelter. Now, what type of shelter can be debatable. We need transportation, but what type of transportation, that's debatable. So if you are being technically we don't need cars because we survived for a very long time without them.
Okay, but this the thing though, because I'm the smartest person in the space, I realize none of this shit don't fucking matter. It's irrelevant. Because the reason why he used the goddamn analogy was about whether or not men objectify women first, or do women objectify themselves.
I don't even think that was the reason.
No, it wasn't. And that's in podcast. That's the other half of it. So podcast, and that's what I was explaining.
Hold on. Before you
that's
get to
not
it,
where you used it.
Hold on. Before you get to it, I gotta catch up on the super chats before the audience throw me in the trash. Okay. JJ Carver says his sort of pandering involves making flattering statements to win favor with his female audience. Duh.
Correct.
Dang, they probably trying to say that man is a panderer.
Right?
JJ said it must be true.
Hold on. Let me get through these. Please, Lord, let me get through these. JJ Carver says him being a panderer is him gratifying their desires to be treated as a queen. Thus, why he calls them queens. He does not sincerely think they are all queens. Hence, when he then tried to change the definition in the debate of queens. Okay. I got to read all these super chats. Don't even start. Okay. True. In reality, Undefeated says the person that created it came up with it, the idea. It never was needed until it was created. It never crossed their mind until one person made it. There are some situations where
Thank
people
you.
put the idea in people's minds and they can't create it, but somebody else goes and create it. But we don't have to fixate on that. Okay. JJ Carvin says, y'all are slow. He basically talking about everybody on the panel. Okay. Both supply and demand can come first, which is true. And even I think
I made that argument. I literally made the
Fantastic
argument.
said that to be fantastic. You special tonight. You real special tonight. Okay. It's literally called supply first or demand first. Supply comes, example, tech innovation, period. Demand first, example, change in customer taste. Why do you write all that stuff to make my head hurt, man? Okay. Truth and Realities Undefeated says you can't miss/need what you don't know exists. Now you get into the beans world there, okay? Miss Sanicia Arnold says, you are not as smart as you think you are, and you prove it every time you speak. Venus. Ooh.
That was a charged statement.
Good thing. Good. Listen, good thing she left before that statement was read. Okay, JJ Calvor says, so we've never heard of supply-driven versus demand-driven markets. Google that. Google crew, both can be first depending on the context. Okay, now we're gonna go to Angry Man, and then we're going to allow Fantastic to cut everybody off and scream at us because he is superiorly smarter than all of us, and it's pissing him off. That's why he's screaming. Okay, Angry Man is on you.
I was just going to say that there are numerous cities and countries around the world where they do not have cars. They just use bikes.
Yeah, I was thinking about bikes when you said type of transportation 100%. And those little scooters, to push.
Get on my nerves.
You know what I'm saying? So,
and shout out to white people. These niggas.
Yeah, those are actually predominantly white countries that have bikes and not cars. So, yeah, shout out to them.
And what about the countries that ain't got no shoes? They wear sandals.
We arguing about the necessity of his fucking analogy. Like that's crazy.
They usually must be. So just let me say this, man, about so shout out to what JJ Carver. I actually did make that point, brother, and that's why I said, and I tried to catch myself because he was trying to pretty much trip me up or make an argument so that one versus the other, right? And then I made that distinction to say it can be both. Okay, from an industrial standpoint, it's supply then demand. But then from a relationship standpoint, man and woman dynamic, it's demand and supply because the men are always going to be in demand for women and sex. Okay, so therefore the women have to supply it. So I literally righted myself, made both arguments on both sides, and everybody was he was looking befuddled, and I'm like, what the fuck?
So wait, Mr. Fantastic, I just want to make sure you're saying that you didn't present that argument based on which comes first, the man objectifying the woman or the woman presenting herself in a way to be objectified?
No, that's not how I worded it. No, but it's the same essence. Exactly what you're saying.
Is that the argument? Is that the part of the debate that y'all was having when you used the car analogy?
I forget what question he asked. I think the reason he was asking it was, let me try to remember. Why was he asking me that?
If I'm right, I'm doing a show about you niggas tomorrow.
I don't fantastic. It was around the time where he was trying to make an argument that men should stop demanding whatever women are supplying, and then you
there we go. Appreciate you, Brittany. So that's what it was. He was saying if the men stop demanding sex, so the men stop demanding the women post themselves, Luke, you know what I'm saying, on nudes and stuff like that, and OnlyFans. If the men stop demanding it, then the women would stop, you know what I'm saying, stop supplying it.
But the men never demanded that in the first place.
But didn't, and that's what I'm saying. All of that came after the original presentation was that which one comes first, the men objectifying the women, right?
No.
The woman dress a certain way, present herself a certain way, because Fatty had asked him, well, if it's the women on Instagram posting themselves in a certain kind of way, half naked or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, I believe that's the order in which everything happened.
That is a simple equation. First of all, the demand that men have for women comes first because men get the biological urge to reproduce before women. So the men get the urge for them first. So the demand is there first, and then the women supply it. But when it comes,
just for clarification,
but when it
clarification, the biological demand, I don't know how you're just like. So are you talking puberty when you can actually follow through with the like? Well, what do you mean the biological demand of creating children?
I mean puberty for guys. When guys
we don't get it. We don't get it first, do we?
But we don't know. You're conflating the ability and the drive. So the ability, not necessarily do the guys get the ability to reproduce first, but the men get the drive to reproduce harder. Our drive for reproduction is stronger when we're younger, and it dissipates as we get older. Theirs get stronger as they get closer, the whole biological clock thing. You see what I'm saying?
I could make an argument, but I'm not gonna.
All right, but why like this?
I mean, you can make the argument, but the second part that I wanted to say before the rocket scientist next to me goes, the thing about it is you get the supply of objectification or whatever's being objectified. That supply comes after women figure out that they can use their sexuality to gain attention or to monetize it. That's when you get that supply of that. Once they realize that it can be monetized or it can be utilized to their advantage. So that part of it is not something men are demanding.
This the interesting part. I'll be quick because I know you want to let the rocket scientist go there. The knowledge of knowing you can use your body to acquire something as to the desires of which women do it. So we're talking profession, right? Or doing those activities. How many women actually act on it? Is it from a lack of knowledge? Or do you understand what I'm saying? There are some women that say, I'm never doing that stuff. Right?
That has to do with social conditioning. So if you're brought up in a culture or a family where that is frowned upon, those women may have more difficulty, actually doing that with a clear conscience. Whereas women who don't have those same that same upbringing might not give a damn about it. You feel what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, that's not something like men are not demanding that, especially when it comes to women wearing scantily clad clothing and stuff like that. That's due to them competing with one another for men. So that's not even men demand. It's just like right now when you see women with weave BBLs and the long eyelashes, men are not demanding that. They're doing that out of competition with each other.
Okay, that definitely those lashes, them things be wild. So I'm like, what is you doing? So
yeah, nobody asking.
My turn.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Oh, I'm just a little confused because I would think of that as the exploitation of the demand for the biological urge. Is it not? For example, chastity, a man, or virtuous, right? A man who appreciates or values a woman's virtue is because she has abstained from a certain act, versus the supply of whatever you want to put that in there. Like that's where I'm kind of confused at.
Well, how are you confused about? Again, it's the biological thing, and that's what I explained. Again, a man has biological imperative, subconscious, uncontrolled. He does not think about it to again have sex with and reproduce with women.
Right.
That is the demand. It is up for the woman controlling the supply. But then the biggest thing that's happening is they are and now you have one woman that can tempt or pretty much finesse thousands to millions of men with the ideology from a digital aspect than the reality. That's the problem.
Isn't that an exploitation of the supply?
Yes, that's what we said earlier. It's exploitation of the man's natural, something that he cannot control. And I'm not saying just to the point of where he just can't on some, some weirdo forceful shit. But he has something within him biologically that he cannot control that says, hey, I like women. I want to have sex with them.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. So like, it's basically like if men were, it's just like if men were actually ill with some sort of sickness and women were the medical facility that supplies the drugs.
Hold on, because you about to go to that Jay Prince analogy about healers.
No, I wasn't. What? No, I wasn't.
I don't think Angry Man know about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't about to do that. I'm basically saying that, like, right now, if you look at the medical industry, they pretty much have the public in a chokehold because they get to determine the price of medicine. They get to determine who gets it and who doesn't. It's that sort of thing.
Okay. All right.
No, that's a good point. Venus, the voice of Venus, says, does everyone realize that Fantastic had to resort to yelling and filibustering to try to beat me because he couldn't just simply make his points? BBL Drizzy. I did notice Fantastic was yelling a lot and cutting people off a lot, but he said he tired. So I mean,
yeah, and it's extremely frustrating for a person to be purposely obtuse and to try and like be overly technical and stuff. They clearly don't understand the basic point, man. It is nothing more frustrating than making a basic point and then someone trying to overanalyze or switch it. And do y'all realize that you see her literally doing it? When I'm asking her a direct question and she tries to reword it, she tries to play the tense game, she tries to play the context game, all these different things. And I blame y'all. Because y'all telling this girl she can debate and she can't.
So was the argument that caused you to make those points, was the argument that men are in control of women's sexuality, and if men just stopped requesting or expecting or asking for certain things, that women would all of a sudden tighten up and behave in a different way?
That was the exact argument.
Other guy.
Wow.
That
was his argument. Yes, that was his exact argument. As if to like, if the men, he said, and he specifically said, or it was asked to him, this is Fatty's question, if men stop having control, because his argument was men control the sex industries and all these different things and so on and so forth, la la la. And this was another one as to where no one acknowledged what the fuck I said, okay? Because he asked me a question and he said, okay, well, hey, yeah, if the men stop dealing with these things, and the women wouldn't be forced to do them or whatever, because pretty much like, not forced, I don't want to say forced, but the women wouldn't be able to do them because the men would take away their opportunity. And then I said, okay, well, again, women have been selling their own bodies since the beginning of time. And then I gave what Heidi Fleiss and you might remember this. Hey, what was the name? What college was that? NC State. That's what it was. Yeah. Remember the NC State scandal from a couple years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah. You have women to fill those roles. Again, women have always, use sex as leverage for their own success and survival.
But that in and of itself, just on a base level, is a null and void argument, because when you look at the age when men did control sexuality, you had less promiscuity. You had less of what you see going on right now. You can even look to the Middle East right now, where the men do control sexuality for the most part, and you see a very tame group of women where they're not engaging in the behavior that you see now. You see very modest behavior. So, like, we literally have examples to the contrary of that point.
That's a good point. Let's not stay on this one too long. AM, you were watching the show. Were there some points where you saw and you was like, you just had to shrug your head like, this is embarrassing? I can't believe this.
The most ridiculous point is when he started quoting Malcolm X and Marcus Garvey. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, that was interesting. I purposely did not review any particulars of the video today because I wanted to allow other people to do it, because I know they wanted to, so I don't want to make it a big deal. I thought you made a good point with your super chat when you said the response that the men have now are a response to what was done prior of what all the women were saying, because his whole argument is, I'm in this space because what I seen the men doing, and this is my response to that. So he be understanding of a response.
Yeah, he I don't, well, maybe he does realize this. I don't know if he does or not, but for the past 40 to 50 years, the propaganda and the entire messages has been that the man is bad and the women haven't really done anything wrong. So you have countless movies that portray men in a very negative light, vilify them. You have television shows that young girls during the summertime when they're not in school, they watch these shows. Jenny Jones, Ricky Lake, Donahue, Oprah, Sally Jesse Raphael, all of these TV shows that usually paint men in a very negative light. Not to mention the R&B industry that constantly, most of the most popular songs from, you know, Mary J. Blige and all of them is about men that are not faithful, all of those different things, right? So what you see with the men today is just simply a response to that, where it's like, okay, you can't take all of us men and put us in this box. All of us ain't Mr. All of us ain't the men from Waiting to Exhale. You know what I'm saying? Like,
let me ask you a quick question real quick, because they keep talking about industry controlled by men. Are there industries that are predominantly consumed by women that maybe the man owns the company?
Yes, absolutely.
So if the predominant consumption is women, right? Because we understand supply and demand, even if the man was controlling the industry, if the women didn't consume, then he would have no control of the industry, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Well, the thing about it is it doesn't really matter if the men are in charge of the industry if the industry is driven by the desire of the women. So if the industry is driven by the desire of the women, then that just means the male in control of it is a figurehead. He's not really controlling it, pushing a male narrative.
I was kind of trying to say that because you have independent contractors, right? We have a platform you can use. What you do with it is up to your discretion, even your pricing and charging. This is, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, they keep making the argument that it's controlled by men, but I'm like, well, I mean, a lot of these people, independent contractors, they make their own decisions and supply and demand. So I'm like,
But it was another poor point, Aaron. That's what I'm saying. The majority of all corporations are controlled by men. So again, that's why I said it was moot. A lot of these things that, again, these people think are strong points are very, very weak points, because it's not just the sex industry or things where, you know, women are, you know, benefiting from men's desire. There's plenty of other things. Going back to what I talked about earlier, the auto industry, hell, the food industry. Again, men. That back to like what Angry Man said, necessities, your power that you need for your house to run. You know what I'm saying? Your electricity, your water, the water filtration and water clean. Men. So that's, again, a lot of these points that was made, man, it was just weak ass points. Horrible.
And the other ridiculous thing that he said that caught my attention was the queen thing. That was ridiculous. The queen thing. So it's like he made the point that he said, well, I'm not going to assume that everybody online is a degenerate and blah, blah, and all of that. So that's the reason why I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and refer to them as queen. But he's contradicting himself, because the same way you're not, like, that's two ends of the spectrum. One end of the spectrum is a degenerate. The other end of the spectrum is a queen, which is supposed to be considered royalty, the highest of the high. So if you're not going to assume that everybody's on this end of the spectrum, why would you assume that everybody's on that end of the spectrum? That doesn't make sense.
That was a bad time right there. I ain't
Are y'all done? Are y'all done?
Go ahead, rocket scientist.
Good night, nigga.
No, man, like I hate when we get all the way back into these fucking talking points, nigga. Like, And it's all because of the fact that we're pretending that this nigga ain't fucking pandering intentionally. Like that, like we are actually explaining some shit rationally because another motherfucker is on the internet pretending he's somebody he not. That shit ain't real. We know that shit ain't real. Like I said, you can use his own words against him. Nigga, that shit is intentional. Okay, y'all saw the fucking platform. I don't know if they copying Derek Jackson or Daryl Long. I would say they copying Daryl Long since he had a relationship with him. You saw what he was building over there. The black woman is God, and you doing your own version of it. It is what it is. Now, Sharon did make an argument the other day with a highlighted clip that Ali used, which showed him, calling women out about some shit. And so he said, yo, you can't call me a panderer then. If you have clips of me calling women out about shit, then you can't say I'm necessarily pandering. And I'm like, cool, that's a good point. It actually is. The problem is that what you said in one sentence don't have anything to do with what you're doing with your platform, though, right? Your platform is conveniently panderish. Like it is what it is, and we can accept that shit, but you niggas don't want to be honest about it. And Brown,
you could make the argument that Angry Man's platform is pandering to action figures.
No, I can't, because we can't even see what the fuck them motherfuckers is. He would literally have to pull them down and tell us what.
You just don't have HD. What you have is like
I see Spider-Man.
You got a MacBook. Fuck you talking about?
I see
fuck out of here. But no, but I'm saying he legitimately said in the debate that, man, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like my cousin wasn't gonna pick me. And that's my point. This are the type of people that we dealing with. You can admit that you have this bias bullshit going on. You can admit that you have a lack of integrity in this other side, but then over here we're supposed to believe that somehow it's real. No, nigga.
The problem is the claim of my bias was unsubstantiated in my estimation. I'm like, well,
who was saying
Brownsville said I was biased?
On which channel was they saying that?
No, I'm literally on the debate because I didn't pick him. He said I was biased.
Yeah.
So wait, so you're talking about the claim of Brownsville?
Yeah. I'm just saying he because you said he said that his cousin was gonna pick him. That's one of the realest and honest things he's probably said because he's a panderer to you. And I'm saying when it came to me, he said I was biased.
Right, because when it came to you, he was saying exactly the thing that he was supposed to say is a part of the representation. That's his representative speaking. That's not who that nigga really is. Like, come on, man.
Okay, all right. Calm your frustration down. All right.
I'm not frustrated with them, though. I'm frustrated with y'all because y'all are responding to the shit this goofy nigga said as if it actually has merit, and it doesn't.
Look.
It has no merit. None.
Now, look. Now Keisha is saying I pander to man.
Well, maybe I like to analyze goofy shit. Podcast, you ever think about that?
You know what that makes you, right?
Maybe I'm bored.
No, you know what analyzing that goof. Okay, I'll take that back.
Yeah, exactly. I'll say what you get ready to say. Say what you get ready to say.
Well, he was like we don't see him.
I can't say. Okay, I'll say it. Well, I do the stupid detention. So I analyze goofy shit. So
exactly. Checkmate. Go ahead. Checkmate, Angry Man. Checkmate. So
exactly.
One of the best points that was made though was the argument about promiscuity, right? When I think Brownsville was like,
wait, what was that word, Aaron? That word?
Look. When you're great at what you do, you can make anybody pop up. See?
Oh my god.
It's amazing, right? So
ignorant as hell that she be so on point with the fucked up words.
No, that's what she be waiting for. So I listen. Sometimes what you got to do.
She would have made Brittany B would have made one hell of a sniper.
I wasn't even gonna say shit though. That's how much I'm your homie. I wasn't even gonna say shit. I was just gonna let you live.
I heard it too. I was gonna let him live too.
Okay, so Let's
But
get
y'all
to the
did let Brownsville. He was talking mad smack about intelligence and all of that, and y'all let him get away with conversate. Let him get
I
away
screamed. I was like, "Converse, nigga."
Yeah.
Okay, sticking. Well, that's hilarious. So sticking to the promiscuity argument, right? what is it?
Sticking. You sleepy, Aaron? You all right, man?
What am I doing wrong now?
I don't know. I'm just gonna clip up your mouth. All right.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, right? But I think in that same, I think Brownsville was saying promiscuity has not changed for the last 50 years. There's no proof that it changed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I think Fantastic said, you said having sex out of wedlock is promiscuity. And then, and if more women or less women are married compared to women back then, how can you make that argument? And then Brownsville was like, okay, you're right. I was like, damn. Yeah. That was one of the ones where Fantastic just got it. That's just one of the ones.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Hi, Angry Man.
What's up?
Long time.
How you doing? How you been?
I've been good. Hey, what niggas you been hanging around?
Who, me?
It's a joke. All right, bye.
No, Aaron. What was
promiscuity? Promiscuity. Why are they putting that word in the chat?
Shut up. What the fuck was he supposed to do? I mean, y'all was legitimately making an argument that he should have lied earlier. That shit was offensive. I started to report your channel, but I'm gonna let you live. But I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm still amazed at how civil it was.
Like he gotta concede. That I don't know why people think that concessions mean you lose the debate. Have you niggas never heard of it's okay to lose? What is it, Angry Man? You lose the battle to win. You lose the battle to win the war.
Yeah,
right. Like niggas don't understand that is applicable to debates too. When you're making the argument, if I use the car analogy and I make the statement that people didn't know they needed the cars until they came or whatever, and you argue against that and say that they do, that's a win for me. I could concede to that and let you have that because that ain't the fucking topic. So you could have that. I'm so glad that you so focused on that because now you got your eye off the ball, which was the original point. And I'm going to checkmate you with this fucked up analogy. That's what I was trying to get Fantastic to understand earlier. Some shit you just have to make concessions with to move forward. Because I want my W's to be concise. I don't want it to be no. Aaron was pissing me off. So I think Sharon, I agree with him, and Fatty, I agree with him, and it really was close. And I'm like, man, get the fuck out of here with this bullshit. Just tell the truth. This nigga lost. It's okay. Fantastic won. Brownsville don't know how to debate. It's okay. Go get better at debating.
I want to know.
Okay.
I want to know what type of Kool-Aid Aaron gave those Negroes to have that debate be that civil, because we need to take that formula and bottle it and provide it to the entire black community.
But
That's
Brownsville
really
ain't Brownsville ain't no he not like that really though.
Yeah, that's easy. Neither one of them wanted to lose by doing that nonsense. I think the scrutiny on this particular one was heightened, right? Because you have me there, you got Fatty there, you got Sharon there, and it may get to the point where it's like they're scrutinizing everything. Like I was taking off points for certain things, and I will say, "Oh, that counter." So I was scrutinizing a lot of stuff. So talking over each other, things. I'm looking for all that, right? And so I think they kind of knew this was going to be a little bit more scrutinized in the sense of how they came to a lot of the conclusions, because we all had to justify our reasoning, right? A lot of times, the last debate, the justifications wasn't. I don't know as consistent as people would want it to do. This one, it was more consistent. Whether you liked it or not, it was more consistent, and that they connected their points to their reasoning. So I think that played a big part where they're like, man, if I act up, that's going to be held against me. So they kind of already knew.
Word.
But yeah, if we can get podcasts to do that,
I give Brownsville a lot of credit because he's not very demonstrative. You know what I'm saying? So he didn't give Fantastic a reason to go there because Fantastic will go there just like I go there, but he didn't give him a reason to. And that was enough for Fantastic to maintain his composure too. I think I'm glad you highlighted that though, Angry Man. I'm glad you highlighted that.
It was a good show.
Because it's nice to see a debate where they don't just automatically jump in the mud. Like even when they were being insulting to each other, they both were taking it in stride. It wasn't like they was like, "Well, forget you," and like snapping out or whatever. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, they knew we was going to deduct points. They knew, like.
But then also, Eric, and I'm yawning because y'all boring. But also, what was the whatchamacallit? Shit. They didn't have no personal shit.
Oh, you mean against one another, like no beefs?
Yeah, they didn't have no real beef, personal.
They
shit
got into
going
an argument, I think, on Black Man Show, from what I heard, but I don't know if that's true or not. But I heard that they got into it a little bit back.
Oh no, they've been going at it for a few weeks now.
But was it? But I'm saying personal, like nigga,
I don't think
your
it's got
mama,
that
your
far.
wife, your kids, all this extra shit.
Oh
these
no, it's
niggas
not that
do.
deep. No.
Yeah, I don't think we got
exactly.
that
You know what
far.
I'm saying? So it's just been a battle of ideologies. You know what I'm saying? So that could also,
matter of fact,
be part of the reason why they was able to maintain frame too.
I'm bugging. Yo, matter of fact, you did come on that show. I'm bugging it. At first, I was thinking you didn't come on that show the other day. Did you make a show about that show the other day? Podcast?
About what? Oh, is show?
Anton Freezy, all of that. You made a show about that?
Absolutely.
You know who did make a show about that?
Aaron.
Yes, Aaron, but you think
who else didn't make a show about that?
The Smart Man. Oh, my bad.
You mean niggas that actually made money with Anton? Oh, my bad.
Here we go.
That makes you look what's the word? Biased.
Biased?
No, it don't.
Yeah.
No, it don't.
Everybody else, you critique the next nigga mama. Yeah, you pull videos up all the time of people's mamas. And don't think twice about motherfucking scolding them, but you won't scold this millionaire ass nigga.
No, like I think you confused. Like you don't know my position.
I ain't asked you about your position. You said you didn't do a video.
Yeah, I had no interest in it.
Oh, wait. There's no position. There's no position to be had in this particular situation. Everybody wrong. Everybody is wrong. Like
I disagree, sir.
That's your opinion.
I beg
everybody is wrong.
I beg to differ, sir. I'm not wrong because I didn't do shit.
Yeah, I'm talking about everybody involved. Everybody. And here's the thing, actually, Aaron, I know you don't like watching my show because I'm better than you, but I guarantee you, if you take the time to watch that show that I did, I promise you, you're gonna hit me up and be like, Beans, I ain't gonna lie. Good job.
I have no doubt. I
proved on that show I'm the least biased. And I hold grudges against niggas, and I'm still the least biased, bro. You wrong. Where you wrong at, you wrong at. Where you right at, you right at, bro. And I don't think Anton did anything wrong in the beginning.
I think what people struggle with is they think because they offer their opinion that that's a good idea. Like people don't realize it's sometimes a good idea to just not have an opinion. And a lot of times people don't exercise that option enough because they think they keep it real or there's some level of consistency. They look at what they think they're gaining, but don't realize what they're losing, right? And so some people do a really good job at distinguishing those things, and some people struggle with it. And me personally, I'm going to watch how everybody live their life. Like LeBron James said, you got to wake up and continue going to your job at the coffee store, and I'm going to continue living my life with my family doing what I want on these private jets. So that's just how life be.
But you know what though? Yeah, well, Puffy said the same thing, and they got his ass in some more hot water, goddamn it, right now. But I'm like, damn, y'all still mad at the nigga, damn. But this the thing though. See, it's a difference between an opinion and an assessment. Okay, those are two different things, right? Because an opinion more often than not is formed. I'm not even gonna say can be. An opinion more often than not is formed without factual information, right? People just hear what they hear and then they just build up whatever opinion that they have. But when we're talking about assessments, right? We're talking about we get to hear the story from the horse's mouth. We heard the story from Anton's mouth. We heard the story from Freezy's mouth. We heard the story from Chicago Rillo's mouth. So now we get to make an assessment. And that's very different. And if your assessment is biased, then you're a fucking asshole.
Chicago who podcast?
Chicago Willow. I can't pronounce R's. Fuck y'all.
just say promiscuity. That's all you gotta do.
Oh, my bad. I almost forgot. It is because his ass was wrong.
I disagree with your assessment.
Of course you do.
Because I feel that the opinion comes after the assessment.
Bullshit. People, angry man, people have opinions about you and they ain't never watched your show.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that those two things can be true at the same time.
Well, that can't be because that means they didn't actually make an assessment. They literally are going off what they hear.
No, because you can have an opinion, like you said, based off of just your feelings, but you can also formulate an opinion based off of an assessment. Those two things can be true at the same time.
No.
They can.
No, they can't. The assessment is literally an opinion. It's an assessment.
It's a what? It's a what?
It's an educated opinion. An assessment is an educated opinion.
Which is what? Did you just put a pronoun on the word that I said?
Absolutely, because that means the opinion wouldn't come after the assessment. The assessment is the opinion. It's just an educated one. But it's based on facts and evidence. And not just somebody came and told me something about you and I just trust the source, or I just wanted to not like you anyway. You know what I'm saying? So now that's my opinion of you. You know how many times I done heard a motherfucker tell me a movie sucked that they had never watched?
Don't make me play my angry man is right more often than me soundbite.
Oh God. Bro, don't nobody give a fuck because you got that clip of me when I was drunk, nigga.
Wait, you got a clip of that? Oh, yeah, I gotta see it.
When I get high, I say things sometimes.
I got the sound bite. I don't got the clip. I wish I had.
That sounds like a Styles P statement, Beans. You might want to.
I'm just saying, when I be intoxicated, I say things sometimes.
We've noticed.
No, Aaron. When I say that I'm the best, like I legitimately am. Like it's gonna take a white professor to just come over here and just point it out for y'all. And I know y'all accept it once.
If you beat Angry Man in a debate, I will give it to you. But I gotta see it. I gotta be there. I gotta judge it, and I gotta be a part of it. If you can get that done, I'll give it to you.
Not at all. See, well, I'm telling you, I don't got the clout or the money to do it, but if I did, I would have been put together a panel with 3 white people that don't know none of you niggas, and this shit would have been a cakewalk. I'm telling you. Listen, I didn't know I was this good until I got to college.
You should get white friends then.
I'm making them right now. What you mean? Why you think I'm making them with you that much no more?
I'm not making them.
Okay, so first of all, I would never debate you.
My inbox.
So first of all, I would never debate you.
Because the only debate is equals.
Because I'm literally trying to hold on to the hair that isn't gray. I'm trying to keep that. And I know a debate with you is going to be frustrating as hell because you're going to get stuck on semantics and you're going to want a nigga to present my answers a certain way. And it's just going to be annoying as fuck. I already know that.
Again, y'all don't do that to him.
Say what?
Hemp is stuck on semantics.
Everybody and I called him out about that shit numerous times.
What Ham said, they got mad at me. Beans, you trying to force me how to answer a question. This nigga said you don't get to use the word some. And everybody said, yes, sir, master. Yes, sir, Master Ham. I take some out my vocabulary.
Yeah, because you have, once again, some people say you can say anything you want. It's about how you say it. You have a problem with, not insulting people and learning a different skill of getting people to do what you want skillfully. You're not learned how to do that yet. You focus on calling people stupid and you're not as smart as me, and you haven't learned that's not effective. So
it's not effective to what though? To get people to do what you want them to do?
Exactly. So
right,
when you see Hamp do similar things that you do with a different method, then you get jealous because you wouldn't have jealousy issues. And then you wonder why his outcome is that, because you refuse to change. Refuse.
That's not true. So that's not true, because I've literally stated on multiple occasions that don't come up, Brittany. I've literally stated on multiple occasions out loud in front of hundreds of people on multiple channels that, bro, not everybody is good at everything. And I had to accept the fact that part of moderating, I'm not good at that. I don't have the patience that he has. I don't have the tolerance that he has. Mm-hmm. So that's okay. So what I did was, Aaron, I don't even believe you sitting here saying this shit. This is making me want.
Because your point is, because you got this part from me. Go ahead.
No, because the thing that you kept telling me.
See, so you got it from me. Go ahead.
Exactly. You kept telling me I have to accept that not everybody else is as smart as me. Not everybody else memory work like mine. Not everybody else processes information the way that I do. You just think I shouldn't call people stupid. So what did I do? I made a whole show. Okay, so now I don't have to feel some type of way just because the thing that I want, people are giving that to Hamp, but they had a problem with me asking for it. I don't feel no way about that no more, because I've accepted that the way that he presents it gets the better option. But now I embrace the stupidity because it benefits me. Now I do shows.
I love that show.
Off of people's stupidity.
I love that
show. It get to me.
I love that show. Stupid Detention, genius. I love that. That is perfect. Works for you. I think it was a great idea.
I missed something. What? You got a new show called Stupid Detention?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And what's the premise of the show? What's the structure?
I highlight the stupidity. Like, that's why I told you I couldn't say just because you analyze goofy shit that makes you a goofy, because I analyze goofy shit, right? I highlight the stupidity instead of just letting it get to me, right? But because the point is that that's what I be trying to do. I be trying to highlight in real time on the panels the stupidity. But to Aaron's point, sometimes that can impede the flow of the conversation, and it's not really conducive or healthy as far as networking necessarily, like with the chat. To be calling people stupid. It's not really healthy to be in real time calling niggas on panels stupid. So I have minimized how much I do that. You don't hear me doing that a whole lot no more, because I got a whole show I could do about it now, and I can get it all out, and I'm not saying it to you in your face or in real time on the panel, so I'm not hijacking the conversation by trying to highlight the ignorance of people's statements.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
he's had a lot of growth in that area. He's had. It's just sometimes he regresses and makes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's fair. I think that's fair though, Aaron. I think it's fair because we call out other stuff, right? We call out people being broke. We call out people being ugly. We call out women having body counts. We call out a lot of stuff. So I think it's okay to call out ignorance or stupidity. I think that's okay. But to your point, if that's your mission for every show, it's not a healthy way to network.
Yeah, like I said, you figured out a way to make it work. It's just when you say, but y'all do it for Hamp, it's like you trying to bypass the fact that he has established that positioning with a clean slate and no prior experience, exposure, or bias for people to respond that way. People respond to people based upon their experience sometimes, and they are prejudiced that way. So his advantage to you over that is that you emotionally went off on your chat and alienated people, and they hold that against you, and they may never let it go, and they may have a desire to, but they can't unsee or unhear or unrelease those experiences that they have. Where when they went over there with him, he never created that initially, so he gets a blank slate.
But you cherry picking. See, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. When he said don't say some, they conceded. When he say, well, answer the question, right? When he redirect people right back to answering the question, they answer the question. If he say yes or no, they give him a yes or no. If he say majority or minority, they give it to him. Right? Here's where the difference was, is that when I was asking for it and I was getting pushback on like don't ask for it, then I went off. Don't make it seem like I woke up and just got on the panel waiting for everybody.
Fair enough.
Hey, fuck all y'all, you motherfuckers.
I didn't make it seem like that, but that ain't how it happened.
But wait, because wait a minute, podcast, because you're being intellectually dishonest, right?
You can't even spell that.
Yes, I can.
Promiscuity.
Okay, so look, here's the thing. You already made an assessment about Hamp early on when you first started going to his show.
Absolutely.
And you literally described why that happens on his show. It happens on his show because he started out the show with a group of people he know in real life that respect him. So because he started out that way and established certain rules with which everybody on that show is on one accord with him. If you go onto that show not knowing him and then you try to buck against those rules, you're the odd man out because you're not going to pull one of them to your point of view. They're going to rock with Hamp. So it's not the fact that Hamp is just different from everybody. It's the way he established his show.
No, he did. Listen, Cheeky knows this. Because Cheeky was the first person I think I ran to the first time I ever went over to Hamp's channel. And I came back and I was like, yo, this nigga is the next one. He the one, bro. I'm telling y'all, he the one. All right, y'all gonna see he the one. I kept saying that because the way he was moderating, the way he was holding people accountable for the shit that they were saying, I could tell he was really trying to facilitate the conversation. And that even showed even more with him saying, you know what, for these first 3-4 hours, I'm not even gonna do the bounties. I'm gonna let the bounties rock because I know it's fun for the chat, but I really want to have a conversation, right? It's evidence that he means that, right? So all of those different things, I knew like this guy is it. And that's why I tell him all the time, like, bro, you are able to do something that I just have to accept that I can't do. I can't do it. And I'm okay with not being able to do it.
I mean,
I'm not necessarily I'm not saying that it's favoritism for Hamp. I'm not, if it sounds like that's what I'm suggesting, I'm not. I'm only just stating the truth. That when I was asking for it, I was getting pushback as if I was somehow derailing the conversation. Now here we go, fast forward 3 years later, and everybody understands that that very thing I was asking for absolutely facilitates the conversation. It doesn't derail.
Well, I mean, it's harder for you to do that because Hamp, as far as what I've seen with him, he doesn't climb down in the mud with niggas. So it's easier for him to establish something like that because he doesn't play in the foolishness the way a lot of us do. And then on top of that,
he's very stoic. He's
mad stoic. He's mad stoic. He's one of them dudes. He's one of them dudes that you know from the hood is just a no nonsense type of dude. Like he's just one of those type of dudes, right? So
great example. Yep.
The thing about it is, like, of course he's one of the ones because 90% of content creators don't make it past 10,000 subs. He's already done that. So of course he's one of the ones. He's obviously doing something right. You feel what I'm saying? But you always say this, and every time you say it, I'm gonna talk shit to you. How are you gonna say you can't do that?
I can't do it consistently. Let's say it that way. I'm capable of it, but I can't consistently do it. Let's say on
At the
average
moment.
he's doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. On average, he's doing 7 shows a week, panels, right? Maintaining 10 people. You put me right back in that same cycle on my own channel. On somebody else's channel, I would be able to conduct myself because it's their channel and I'm more worried about their brand. But on my own channel, that ego part of me is going to be like, no, this is my space. I'm trying to present something a certain way, and I'm going to get frustrated with people's idiocracy. I just do. It just really frustrates me, angry man. This is why I like having conversations. I always say with the AOs, with the Cheekies, with the Hams, I can throw Fantastic in that mix now. I could definitely throw AM in that mix. Even I could throw Is in that mix. Like the conversation itself, because I know 9.999% of the time, the things I say, it's not going to necessarily go over y'all heads. But when you put me in that conversation, or me in that situation where it's an open panel, angry man, anybody could hit the link. That shit is problematic, man. I don't know how y'all do it. I honestly don't know how y'all do it. Just anybody, drunk motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Niggas with the worst mics, with the worst lighting. You know what I'm saying? Niggas
I don't know.
No nothing real to add to the conversation. Just hitting
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's difficult for me to explain because for some reason I'm actually better at the panels when I do them. So like if I'm running the panel, I think it's because I detach myself from it. So I'm really letting everybody else rock out, and I'm just adding a little here and there. So I'm not really that invested in it. You feel what I'm saying? When I'm on somebody else's panel, I'm more invested in the conversation because I'm trying to get my point off. You know?
Yeah, that's true. I see that. Absolutely.
So I mean, that's really what it is. At the end of the day, is like detaching yourself from the actual discussion to where you're not as invested in it as you normally would be. Yeah, but I know what you're saying about. I know what you're saying about stupidity, though. I get that.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. Hemp is though, right? Like that's what's so amazing about him to me is that he really is. Somehow he's still focused in the conversation. He's still trying to make sure he facilitated. He's pulling like the thing I gave him credit. One of the things I gave him credit for doing, angry man, is like say he might ask a question, right? And I might say 5 or 6 different things. He'll be able to pick out one of those things to expand the conversation further.
Yeah.
Right. Like Aaron is really good at that as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm saying. Like that lets me know that you're actually paying attention to the conversation. Somehow still typing in the fucking chat though. Somehow still responding. I'm constantly seeing, this might be risky, yellow as hell in the chat because somehow you that focused on the panel, but you still talking to the people in the chat and you still catching the super chats. And it's like, I mean, now I'm not gonna lie, bro. It's okay, bro. Like it is your presentation, angry man. Ain't nobody over here fucking with your presentation. And I think it's okay for people to acknowledge where people are dope at. It is what it is. Like, man, let that shit ride.
I mean,
like,
I think
it's fucking super dope. Ain't nobody fucking with that.
Well, I think it's just, for Hamp, I think that's just who he is as a person.
That's a fact.
And that's a talent. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a talent. But like he's just one of those people that's actively listening. Like everybody doesn't actively listen. They hear you talking, but they're not actively listening. You feel what I'm saying? They're just waiting for their turn to talk.
He has, so like we all have certain skills, right? Some of our abilities are being able to assess what other people are good at, right? And being able to like really key in on that. I can look at everybody and identify what they do really, really well, what separates them from other people, right? Hamp is exceptionally aware and he knows and he's aware of how he's perceived, right? So a good amount of us have an understanding of our self-awareness and how the world perceives us, or at least our audience perceives us, and we understand the importance of operating accordingly, right? We know if we do this, this affects this. Some people don't have no type of awareness. That key separates you, because then you can elevate in other areas and build, right? And that's all you really kind of see, right? Even in this space, right? We did the bounties. They hate my guts. Now they love my guts. Now everybody's like, this change, right? I'm just saying, it's like, woo, now they're doing. Now they just doing different. So it's just like we okay. We know when we talking to somebody that's one of them ones. When you having a conversation with somebody, you like, go, you got it. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, we here. We just can identify that, and everybody knows when they in that space, they know who the ones are and who the ones are not. And that's all we got to say. We don't have to make it too complicated.
Yeah, I think people, to me, man, I don't know what it is. Competition is good, but I think you need to be honest. You know what I'm saying? About, like, imagine Steph Curry arguing that he's one of the best dunkers in the league. How much fucking sense would that make, right? You know what I'm saying? So I think it's at some point you have to be able to concede where you're not that good at, or where somebody is the best at, or at least better than you at. I think that's fucking okay. You know what I'm saying? Just to be able to do that. And so that's the thing that's helped me get to the point where I'm like, okay, I can't try to worry about what everybody is thinking. I'm only really cared about what Aaron O, Cheeky, all people I always name. I'm only really caring about what they think, because I know for a fact that these guys are aware of what I'm great at. I'm too. What sense do it make for me to spend all my time worrying about what the people who are only thinking about what I'm bad at? You know what I'm saying? No. I'm gonna focus on the guys and I'm looking, and like somebody said the other day, you niggas be on here looking for validation. Yes, motherfucker. Yes, absolutely. Yes, I am absolutely. When I'm watching from the clouds and I hear AL say, "Shout out the podcast," I mean, he one of the best thinkers, one of the best debaters. When I hear Cheeky say it, when I hear him say it, nigga, I'll be around this motherfucker popping my collar. Fuck you talking about?
Hell yeah, that shit
in
feel
the house
good.
playing theme music and shit, like turn up. Down.
But what's wrong? But what's wrong with getting? And see, that's the weird thing online where people do certain things and they think you're supposed to shy away from it or be ashamed of it. Like it feels good to get acknowledgement that you're doing something right, because they damn sure gonna acknowledge when you fucking up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's just like the other day when dude said, "Oh, you can't expect Angry Man to give a non-biased opinion because he cool with Anton." I'm like, okay, I am cool with Anton. Or was I gonna say, no, I'm not cool with him? You know what I'm saying? But I'm also cool with Freezy. So what I chose to do in that situation is stay the fuck out of it. You feel me? But niggas want me to know, you pick a side. Like, nah, I don't have to. That's what niggas don't realize. I don't have to.
I didn't pick a side either, but I will say this just because I think it's true. I don't, because I think this is something that we probably gonna end up having to discuss at some point. I don't think Anton necessarily did anything wrong in the beginning. I don't like what he did, because I don't like it when it's done to me. I hate being ignored. I wish he would have just admitted that. Right, which was probably the only thing I would have held him at fault for, was that you just won't admit that you felt some kind of way. I told my team this as a content creator a few weeks ago when Kiki said I'm gonna be missing 3 weeks. Nigga, that shit had me pissed. When my man UT just said, bro, I'm finna have to miss 6 weeks, nigga, that shit had me pissed. I'm trying to promote a certain type of show. People are coming here with the expectation on Thursdays to see us four. When I'm talking to people and they talking to me about Thursday night, they telling me, man, I love that chemistry between y'all four on Thursdays, right? So when you niggas is disappearing, I understand y'all got y'all lives. I'm not like hating you. You know what I'm saying? But in this moment, yes, nigga, I'm feeling some kind of way about my presentation being uprooted. So and that's okay. I think it's okay. We got to stop treating men like they not supposed to fucking feel.
Yeah.
Like it's okay for men to feel, bro. I ain't do no show saying fuck you, T, fuck Kiki. But yes, nigga, I felt some way about their absence. And that's so fucking okay.
Yeah, that's the emotional response of you have the logical response as well, though, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I didn't do the show. Fuck y'all.
So yeah, as long as you have both, I mean, it makes sense to me.
I just started doing more shows other days of the week. You know what I'm saying? Instead of trying to make Thursday work without my team, that don't even make sense. So I just started doing more shows other days of the week, which I think people probably have liked. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people be telling me they just want to see me anyway. We coming for you, nigga, right? So, but that matters, and I think I wish Anton would have just said that shit. Like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, bro. You not being there on that Wednesday or whatever, you know, that kind of like threw me off for a little second and shit. And I'm just thinking like, I'm gonna just phase this shit out because I can't even really depend. Like, it is what it is. Just say that shit, man. It's okay to fucking feel, man. I'm tired of me. Like,
You
that
to
was
move
one of the
all
things
the way
that
off the
made me rock
original
with
topic
Angry
of
Man.
the show. Okay, well, the topic was about the debate in the aftermath. So
We
you know,
spent 5 hours on the
that
debate.
means go to bed. Oh, that's gruesome.
Yay!
We have reached the conclusion of the show. Thank everybody for tuning in. Let me make sure I read these last few super chats that came in. Kazi says, "Is someone feeling a tad blue?" What's the blue reference to? I don't know.
Sadness.
Madness. Okay, gotcha.
Sadness.
Shout out to Fantastic. He said the frustration fee. Yeah, Fantastic was he didn't want to take his victory and ride off to the sunset. He had to come in and get overtime. So that's what he had to do. Okay. Hear me out. Says divorce is failure, but it's a failure of both people to honor their vows and work for it. Not a failure on an innocent party. No control. Dang, that's crazy. And just the person you were speaking about. Billy Go Gruff says, "Hey Britt, don't forget about me."
Oh my, hello, Billy. Hello.
Yeah, that's crazy. Thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you guys had a phenomenal show. The debate went wonderful. It's gonna be more, even better. Brittany's gonna pop up every single show saying, "What was that word? What's that word?" You know, just so inconsiderate. Yeah, she's going to do that.
What?
Okay. Yeah. Inconsiderate. All right.
I'm the boogeyman.
Yeah. If you've enjoyed your shows, please make sure you leave a like and a comment at the end of the show. I will see you guys later.